but I believe Donetsk city is the largest urban center that Russia now holds. Um, Given, I don't know if you've looked at that. I don't know if that's even kind of crossed your mind, but as we kind of try to extrapolate what Ukraine has done in Kherson and now Kharkiv Oblast, is that they don't just kind of jump in, right? They don't, they wait till the water's warm, so to speak, right, before they just kind of cannonball in. And so when you're talking about a city this big, I understand your experience in Fallujah. I understand your experience in Donetsk. So I'm going to just kind of lean on you for a second and ask you, we've seen some combat. We've seen open field combat by Ukrainians, right? We've seen it in Kherson, in Kharkiv, in Sumy, Chernihiv, in other areas, but we haven't seen a large scale urban operation aside from Mariupol, right? That was a defensive type of war in terms of urban combat. But talk to us a little bit about what your experience is in a large urban setting like, say, Donetsk. If the Russians are able to make a stand of it, because Donetsk is much closer to Rostov-on-Don, that conveyor belt of supplies, of trucks, might be a little bit easier. But if you could try and remind us, take us all the way back to when you were talking about urban warfare, when it's not just a small city, but a large urban center. Can you try to kind of extrapolate that out and kind of revive that Colonel Spencer that we spoke about all those months ago in regards to urban combat? Again, not so much on the defensive, like you saw in Mariupol, but on the offensive.
Well, sure. Just to clarify, I didn't fight in Fallujah. I fought in Kirkuk, Hawija, Battle of Sadr City, and Baghdad, and other dense urban areas in Iraq. But I just happened to be writing about Fallujah as we're talking, actually. And is Jason down there? Jason's probably going to be, oh, he left. Good. Because he's going to be mad at me. I'm not finishing our first Battle of Fallujah case study, which is a fascinating case study. Which highlights the enduring challenges of urban warfare, which, Craig, I can more than happy to talk about urban warfare challenges is what I do. So, it always, context matters, the city matters, the density of the city, the construction of the city, the population of this city. So one, urban is defined by physical infrastructure, as in buildings. It's a population and the infrastructure to support that population. Since you asked about a specific city of Donetsk, I haven't looked at it outside of reading studies about battles that happened earlier, in 2014, such as the iconic Donetsk airport battles. But in the physical terrain of urban areas, it reduces the military capabilities of both sides. Fact. Now, there's inherent advantages of being a defender, but the physical terrain, concrete, narrow passageways, all that restrictive terrain, bridges, and rivers that run through cities, and alleyways you can't get your vehicles down, and that constraining terrain, and it breaks apart formations that want to stay together. It makes it a lot harder to fight a deep fight, right? And we've seen a lot of that. Militaries don't like to get close in battle, no matter if even Russia wants an attritional fight. They don't want to get close to each other. They try to attack each other as far out as possible, and they spend billions of dollars advancing munitions that can reach out farther, because they want to be able to find the enemy and destroy them from as far away from each other. Well, the urban takes that away. So if you want to control urban terrain, you have to put units in there, and you have to put dismounts on the ground. So the urban terrain makes everybody's military capabilities work less. They make the fight come in closer. It breaks apart formations where you don't see major battles. You start having, it becomes battles of small units, squads, platoons. If the city is still populated, then you have enormous additional challenges of civilian casualties, restricting the use of fires. If Russia followed any laws of war, they would restrict, they would go into the battle with restricted places they can't shoot at, like hospitals and taking measures to protect civilians, but they don't do that. But of course, the Ukrainians, if they're attacking or defending, do those things. The Ukrainians have also had to fight 3 block wars where they're fighting, but also doing efforts to protect their civilians, to get civilians out of the combat area, to provide first aid to civilians. Of course, there's the information space. But in general, I wouldn't say that we haven't seen urban combat in this war. And of course, we saw close urban combat in general. Interesting, your question about taking a big city like this. Me and Jason, we brought Jason into the course who teaches this brigade level planner course, which is everybody wants a template, right? A template in which to either attack the city to take it or to defend it. And what's ironic is that there's like 10, 12, if not more, templates, as in doctrinal templates, the way you would approach it, achieving your goal. But that's why we had to have the context and why we have seen different battles, right? Kyiv was a massive urban battle where it did involve a very small, not small to people fighting it, but smaller close combat than people thought they would see. But it was still a massive urban battle over a capital city. Mariupol, a different fight with defenders that weren't going to leave no matter what. So that changes the nature of the combat. Severodonetsk, we kind of the tug and pull, but the operational design of Ukraine to allow Russians to sacrifice their forces. So hopefully that's a highlight of some of the challenges. But in a city like Donetsk, we have to understand the context of the operational picture at the moment, right? So like the Battle of Kherson, which has been going on for weeks. This is an urban battle. I could write a case study on the Battle of Kherson. I could start it now because it started weeks and weeks and weeks ago. And Craig, you've been at the front of that. Like they've taken out this bridge, this highway intersection, and this is what we talk about. That's that phase of the battle. If you can achieve your goal, which is isolate your enemy and give them a psychological decision to make, it isn't about urban battles aren't necessarily about clearing rooms, which are extremely challenging, right? If you're clearing a 30 foot skyscraper, of course that's going to be hard. It's going to take hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of this amount of infantry. If that's needed, if that's the goal, you always have to start with the context, the situation, the enemy you're facing, the status of the population, the actual makeup of the buildings, the tools and technologies you have at hand. That's why the tank is not dead. The tank is a very important platform for urban combat because of the fact that the urban terrain allows people to hide very well to where they get to decide where the engagement happens. Well, a tank, takes a lot away from that because it's a mobile protected firepower. It'll punch through the building once it finds where you are. And you always want to lead with your most protected item. Bulldozer is more preferred. Craig, did I hit some of those, or you want to ask more specific?
Yeah, so I guess I kind of want to drill down on the taking of a city, right? Okay. Not the defending of it, but the taking of it, right? Sure. And so one thing, if I could just kind of drill down, so we don't have to use such large extrapolations, sure. But try to narrow it down into you're there. Your goal is to take a large urban center, not to defend it, but to take it. The one area where I don't want to say Ukraine's boxed in by any stretch of the imagination. I'm not saying that, but obviously it doesn't want to destroy its own city, a la Mariupol, right? That's not the type of force that it is.
No, right.
And so when you have to engage in that kind of urban fight without leveling the place, and in some cases, and you highlighted that even if you demolish a city, that actually makes it more apropos to the defender.
Correct.
And so how do you kind of go about that? Doctrinally speaking, when you have to take a large urban center that you're not interested in destroying, and you have to, and it's so close to your enemy's border, right? That's what kind of like is wrapping around my mind is it in an encirclement operation? Is it a grind operation? Like, I'm just kind of curious as to how you would approach that.
Right. So how would I approach it at the moment of of planning it? Would again, we have things called the mission variables. Like, what's the mission? That's where you got to start with, right? Is the mission of the operation for Donetsk to remove Russian forces out of the city and liberate it, or is it to destroy the Russian soldiers in the city? If you remove the destroy the enemy, right? So destroy the enemy is a very specific operation, and you end up with a deliberate assault, which encompasses, which is a historical, um, popular operation for a city. You encircle it. Uh, by encircle, I mean isolate it. So you isolate your enemy inside the city, so they can't, you know, move out of it or reinforce themselves, is really key, or resupply themselves. So you put an isolation around it. Then you identify where you want to start your advance. There's lots of things you can do to make the enemy inside the city think about where you're coming from, because that's a key piece of information for them, is where to focus their defense is where you're coming from, and they'll try to outthink the other person. So your step one, isolate, you prevent it from resupply, reinforcement, and then you attempt to penetrate any defenses that are there, a breach if necessary, like a breach of a very complex obstacle belt, and then you secure a foothold, an area like an industrial area or something like that you're going to launch into the city from. You can do all of this operation. This is called a deliberate attack, and it's really what military planners go to as their go-to concept for attacking the city. And you can do that without destroying the city. Although there is things that the enemy can do which causes you to destroy the city when you even that wasn't your plan going into it. And to be clear, historically, there's always limits on the use of force. In even in World War II, some of the biggest battles, whether it was Manila or you name it, there was restrictions on how much firepower you could do to accomplish this operation, the deliberate attack of the enemy in the city to destroy the enemy. But now, if you talk about, if the goal is of Donetsk is just to liberate it and to seize the ground for Ukrainians, there's more you can do. You can leave them the back door, and I know we've talked about in the space that's not a preferred method for some people, but again, it depends on the context of the operation. You can encircle and offer terms, right? Set the conditions where the enemy has no choice, nothing left. It's not. It's not. They haven't provisioned it for a long siege. They haven't. They're not. They don't have the will to fight like MriyaReport, the Azovstal defenders did. And that's the operation we're seeing in Harrison, right? That's why I have been doubtful that it's going to end up be this close to hand to hand room clearing operation. If you can convince the Russians overwhelmingly that there's no point in fighting, you need to just surrender. And that still gives you the opposite. Even if they do, there's still conditions you can set with the use of fires. But going back to the deliberate attack, you secure a foothold, then you start pushing forward a mechanized punch into the city. Historically, there are other ways even to do that part. You can punch a heavy mechanized force to the middle of the city, not clearing anything, and just turn around and wait for the enemy to attack you. And that's the second battle of Fallujah tactic. You still end up clearing, but you get the enemy to hit you with their biggest shot. They're just angry. You're inside of them now. They thought you were going to you fight them house to house in this rolling barrage, and they just get to keep backing up. There's been multiple operations where the mechanized force will just punch to the middle of the city to a piece of terrain, turn around and let the enemy come at you and give up some of their urban defender qualities. There are other ways to bite and hold. You take a little piece of the city and you start gradually advancing that like an ink spot, clearing. I started to feel that a little bit in Severodonetsk, but all the different variables on what template you put down depends on what your enemy, and it changes. It depends on how your enemy responds. If he's going to fight, like I said, that taking their advantages away. But the worst thing that you can do is plan for a house to house fight, because that doesn't play into the attacker's strengths. It plays into the defender's strengths. So you have to take away whatever plan that the defender has for you through your operational concept that you apply to the mission you've been given. Does that help?
It certainly does, because I think one of the things that I get a lot of questions about, especially ignoring logistics, is what does this war look like as we get closer to the Russian border? That has been a reoccurring theme ever since this offensive has pulled off. It looks like the Ukrainians are gonna have a breakthrough around Severodonetsk. Right, we're not going to try and get over our skis and say Severodonetsk is liberated. We're not going to try and say anything like that. We're not there yet. And again, sadly, more Ukrainians will have to lose their lives in order for that mission to be accomplished. But one of the things that keeps reoccurring in my messages and in my conversations with people is, what does this war look like as Ukraine has to liberate the largest city that is quite honestly occupied is Donetsk. It is a reoccurring question. And I think that as this war moves forward, I think we're in the maneuver phase of this war, right? Open fields, combined arms. And to be clear, urban fighting is combined arms, right? So I'm not trying to disrespect our brethren in the artillery, but or in the air, I might add. But the question that is becoming more and more prescient is, what does this look like as you get not only closer to the Russian border, but Ukraine is now forced to engage in urban combat in a way, in an offensive context, right? We understand Kiev, but that, to my understanding, that was more of a defensive operation first, and then an offensive liberating type of force. But this is a I hesitate to use the word set piece, because every time I use a military term, you always correct me. So yes, right. I remember those days. And so I and so I and so I and so I try to I'm trying to kind of set this up for people, because I think we are in the maneuver phase. There's a lot of open territory, a lot of Russian units are falling back, but Donetsk City and Luhansk is, I mean, you could throw a rock from the Russian border and hit Luhansk, right? It is right there on the button. And so I think that as we move forward, the offensive liberation of cities is going to become more and more prescient. And so I just wanted to kind of get your take on that, to kind of get ahead of the curve. And you did a wonderful job answering that question. So I do appreciate it, and it was great information. I learned from you as always.
Thanks. And I want to do a couple yes ands. A belief that before we were fighting open terrain maneuver warfare. It just wasn't. It's just not the case. Right. War is about battles for key terrain, key logistical hubs, key railway junctions, key. Those just happen to be in urban areas, but this is also a war about liberating Ukrainian populations. I mean, this is why I'm an urban warfare guy. It's where war is pulled to. It becomes the objectives. There's been very little in my mind that's happened since day one that wasn't about some piece of urban ground, either strategically, operationally, or down to the tactical, as in liberating people. So maneuver, as you said, by definition, is a moving force supported by fires. So because just mobility is just moving around. Maneuver is you're using fires in conjunction with something moving around. So I think, again, the Ukrainians have been doing maneuver this whole time. Combined arms maneuver means that you're moving with more than just one arm, as in it's not just a convoy of tanks. It's armor, infantry, artillery, engineers, air assets, to maneuver, right? Fire and maneuver. Some people get that confused with attacking and flanking, which is a fire maneuver principle, which is key, and why urban terrain does become challenging, where it's a lot harder to do combined arms maneuver, as in the idea that people have in their head that it's about attacking and then having somebody flank left or right, I realistically, as you can imagine, in urban terrain, it's hard to move around, but maneuvers fires and moving forces to achieve a military goal. I think the Ukrainians just did amazing combined arms maneuver assault on across the field. And what the problem is here is that your enemy gets a vote. So even in these operations that we think are getting ready to happen, whether it's Lysychansk, Severodonetsk, and Rubizna, it all matters on what the enemy does. What we're going to see, or what will be required to achieve the goal. If you can do it with fires, then you do it with fires before you get there. If it requires putting whatever's left defending that terrain in such a position that they abandon their positions, then you keep advancing until you meet resistance. And then we have things, even in urban terrain, that are called moving engagements, where you don't know what the enemy's going to do or where they are. So you push something forward until it makes contact. If it makes decisive contact, which is, I think, was a part of the planned operation for this counteroffensive, then you are prepared to do combined arms maneuver against that strong resistance if you find it. If you don't find it, then you keep on moving, if that makes sense.
No, it certainly does. Exclamation point to the yes and that is still ringing in my ears.
Always, you could write books about at this point with 7 months of dialing it in. I mean, your questions are much harder. I can tell you that.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to take a couple of questions for you. How much time do you have left this evening?
Well, outside of Jason Giroux yelling at me for not giving him back our first Battle of Fallujah case study, I've been on a lot tonight, and we've had such great guests and conversations. But I could probably do about 20 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Colonel. I appreciate that. Let's go to Leonard and then Brian, and we'll go from there. Leonard, please.
Thank you, Craig. And yeah, I have a question for you, John. And you may, when you hear this, you may say I should ask it to Jason Giroux instead. But it specifically concerns what you'd mentioned with regard to mobility as opposed to the house-to-house combat in specific urban centers. And I just it occurred to me that there may be some parallels to the Battle of Aachen that the Allies faced when they first entered into Germany in the Rhineland, and the massive attack they made at the entire urban center. And I believe that took a matter of almost 2 weeks to fully clear the area out. And I'm just wondering if but contrasting that situation to what we see in Donbass right now, would you think that as opposed to that kind of a set piece battle where the enemy is cleared out literally street by street, that there may be some merit in the Severodonetsk example to actually just considering a bypass or isolate the specific city, if you will, and then carry on with a sort of a spearhead thrust further east, because the inclination seems to have been that in Aachen, as I recollect, the German resistance after the massive taking of Aachen, it certainly decreased somewhat in the urban centers. I'm just wondering if you think there's any merit in that kind of an overall strategy when you're looking at say perhaps a series of urban centers that you have to get through. So yeah, any thoughts you have on that, John, would be appreciated. Thank you.
Sure. I would not say ask Jason, since that's an American fight. If I thought you were going to say the Battle of Ortona, which I wrote a case study with Jason on the Battle of Ortona. Aachen, I'd love to talk about. So one, I'm very strong against the principle of avoid and bypass urban areas, understanding that even in Ukraine now, it may become necessary based on the resistance that's left in that urban area. and where you're headed to. You know, but what's the main effort? What's the decisive operation? What can you allocate towards the urban area that you are deciding to bypass, or you're in isolate and clear later, but because you always have to secure your lines of communication that are going to go past that. And that was, you know, historically in war has always been a big issue. Even if you do advance, assigning massive amounts of formations to secure your line of communication, even that's usually going through that city, if not around, you know, very close to it. So the interesting part about Aachen is that to use that as a model, which to look at the possibilities of doing it, or I think it gets you to an unusable template, right? And that's why me and Jason write our case studies, is to show the template that was used under the context, right? So that was the first real urban battle that the Americans faced. The Germans were holding along the defensive line, but both the Germans and the Americans cleared the city multiple times of civilians and reduced the number of the civilian population, but there were still civilians. But the actual model for the two battalions that ended up going into clear, some people say that, you know, they did it with just two American battalions, but they discount all the formations. Like if you look at Harrison, all the formations used to isolate the city, to seize key terrain around the city, like high ground, which artillery could be on, and things like that. But the two battalions, the model they used when they were attacking was knock them down. That's literally in the history book. The model they took, the motto they took in their battle was knock it down or knock them down. So their tactic was to literally attempt to knock every building down before attempting to clear it with artillery. So I just don't think that that's what the Ukrainians will want to do in any of their cities. So although I like, if people will try to use that case study against me and the amount of forces you need to clear an enemy. And the other aspect is in Aachen, the Germans were going to defend it very strongly, which gets back to, you know, the whole mission enemy terrain troop, you know, the whole mission variables that we used. What is the enemy going to do? And this enemy in was going to fight for Aachen. So the Americans obliged them by destroying every building necessary to destroy to where they were in defensive position inside of a building. So that's why I think about that. Hopefully that answers that question. I just don't see that as an option. And the technologies have changed. And like in Harrison, like some of the variables of where the enemy is known, and you can achieve some really impactful strikes against your enemy in urban terrain if you know where his key things are. If that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense, John. Thanks. And yeah, you highlighted, I think, another important factor there, which is the Germans were defending their home territory, whereas in this case, it's exactly the opposite with the Russians. So I'm sure that.
Yeah, it always comes back to that will to fight, right? So yes, if we talk about urban terrain where both sides are adamantly are going to they have the will to achieve their mission, whether it's, you know, ISIS defenders of Mosul or you name it, then the battle gets very very tough and very destructive. But when you have an enemy like Russians, who we haven't seen them fight like that in urban terrain yet. We've seen them push hard in Severodonetsk, so that is a highlight because they felt like they had the upper hand. Again, that's that psychological element, that will to fight, and if you can achieve that before you get close to them, then lots of variables start to change.
Yeah, excellent point. Thanks for that, John.
If I was going to say anything, I think I believe there were Canadians that were involved in the assault on Caen, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? I know Canadians landed on Normandy.
I have no recollection of Canadians. I'm just joking. Probably, I don't know. I'm not a historian. Look, if it's not an urban battle that I haven't studied in detail, I'm sucking, and I'm a student of war for sure.
Fair enough.
You,
Fair enough.
you mean at Dunkirk? That con you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about the con post D-Day. It was D+3, D+4, where the British, along with the Canadians, had assaulted Caen. Caen is to the southeast of the landing zone of D-Day, and it was a really heavy fight by the British Dominion and territorial and the British forces regular. It was a combination, I believe, of the Canadians, and Aussies, and the British.
Yeah, as I remember, there were some Canadians there off of both Sword and Juno. Yeah, that's right.
Yep. One beach was actually dedicated to the Canadians, solely to the Canadians. Let's go to. Oh, somebody put their hand down. I lost the order here. Okay, so whoever decided to put their hand down and leave, I'm sorry, but we're gonna go to Sideways Smiley Face. You have your hand up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question. I don't know if any of you would know this. Do we know what the force structure and like force density looks like in the Luhansk Oblast? Because like it seems to me like one of the main, if not like the main reason why Ukraine was able to take so much territory so rapidly was because in the Kharkiv region, uh, the Russian forces were just first of all there were almost no one there. Like they had so few forces. They could really only man the front line and like have a few people in the main cities. And then on top of that, they were, mostly conscripted DLR soldiers or Rosguardia, which is just, glorified riot police. Do we know if that's like the same situation in Luhansk? Like if once Ukraine is done clearing out the lands they've taken back this week and have like moved their supply lines up, would it be possible for them to like repeat similar counteroffensives, or does it look like there's greater resistance and like more troops in the Luhansk area?
That has been actually, if you don't mind, Colonel Spencer, that's something that I've been paying attention to quite a lot.
I don't mind at all. I don't have anything on that.
So what is left in that area are two things. Because remember, where Ukraine is now used to be the rear area of the forward Russian lines, right? This was the rear echelon. These are your supply, your signal, all those kind of rear guys, right? That kind of help get the gear to where it needs to go. There probably is some sort of reserve that might be there, but remember, to what Colonel Spencer had mentioned, it's based on what are their capabilities, right? These are not frontline units. Those frontline units were in Kharkiv. And more importantly, what we've learned is that what frontline units were in the Kharkiv Oblast, the Russians had actually thinned out their lines. And some of the units that we see fighting in Kherson about a month and a half ago were fighting in Kharkiv, which means that they had pulled from their lines about 1 out of every 10, 1 out of every 8 soldier, and kind of circumnavigated them around the battle space through Crimea and up through Kherson. And so some of the same units, some of the same regimented units were pulled from Kharkiv and then put into Kherson. And so those units that were supposed to hold that line aren't there anymore, right? And thus their support is not there anymore. Their logistics are, at least in theory, supposed to go with them, right? So you're not adding to the burden of what's currently there in terms of your logistical weight capacity, because you have to carry weight, right? Stuff is heavy, right? You have to put it on something. And so what's left in Luhansk, I believe from what we understand, are at least 2 brigades of regular Russian forces, and then mercenaries, Chechens, some Rosguardia, National Guard, and then a lot of supply, right? So to be quite honest with you, not a lot, right? There's just not a lot there. But then you have to remember that even if there is something there, what are they going to do? Right? Russia has proven that they are incredibly inept when it comes to offensive, open warfare. Again, sorry, Colonel Spencer, not to offend you, but open maneuver warfare, on what you might think in the classical sense of. I know, I'm kind of hitting a nerve there, but I'm just trying to kind of make it simple. Yeah, classic. I know. A classic maneuver war. I know.
I don't know where that happened, but classical. Yeah.
But so open terrain, large fields, large ground.
We call that a flat bowling ball. You want a bowling ball alley to have a battle.
Okay, so there you go, right? So this bowling ball type of terrain. What's there for the Russians, again, is Rosguardia, Chechens, mercenaries, PMCs, a lot of conscripts, but there are at least 2 regiments of regular Russian army that we have been able to ascertain in the past about 72 hours that are left in that area. That is east. That is Severodonetsk, east. But all you have to do is open a map and look at just, I mean, Ukraine is an enormous country, right? We say oblast like it's like, oh, okay, nothing really, right? It's not a big deal. Luhansk is an enormous oblast. That is a lot of ground. And so if you have only 5,000 troops there in 1,000 square kilometers, right, do the math on that, right? There's not a lot. And when you're open, I learned this from Colonel Spencer's class about 4 months ago. I stepped in and I audited a class of his. When you're that spread out and your line is that thin, the initiative goes to the attacker. The attacker has the initiative, while the defender might be more dug in. The wider the terrain, the less you have to funnel, which gives you more ability to, here we go, Colonel Spencer, maneuver, right, to find those areas that are exposed and then to exploit them with proper intelligence. I know you're laughing at me, but I'm trying to use language that is used in the parlance of us. So
No,
hopefully,
I'm not laughing. It's good stuff.
yeah.
I mean, you should just explain that blitzkrieg to people and what that truly is.
So blitzkrieg. So if you want to, I can actually, blitzkrieg is a result of logistics. If you actually want to go down that road, blitzkrieg was designed out of necessity. So Erich Manstein, who was the designer or the father of blitzkrieg, understood that Russia could not win a stalemated war against France and Great Britain. They could not win a logistical battle. They lost the first one. They were going to lose the second one. That was a fact. The vast majority of German logistics moved by horse and cart, believe it or not. Despite the myth of Germany being this great mechanized force, a lot of it actually moved the same way Napoleon moved his army, which is by horse and cart. That's how they moved. And Erich Manstein did the calculations. He did the extrapolations and said, listen, we can't win this. So blitzkrieg was a part of necessity. It was pioneered by Heinz Guderian in cooperation with Soviet Union battle drills that they had kind of done in the 1920s, early 1930s. They extrapolated that and said mechanized warfare is the way to go. But blitzkrieg in the 1940 classic maneuver, driving all the way to the English Channel, that was done out of necessity. That was not done out of some grand strategic genius maneuver, because Germany knew it couldn't win the logistical war against France and Great Britain combined. It just couldn't do it, right? It never was going to be able to do it. And so they said, okay, how are we going to do this? And so blitzkrieg, as it was designed, was meant for countries the size of France. It was meant for countries the size of Poland. It was not meant for countries the size of Ukraine, Russia, Belarus, and so on and so forth. It's an operational doctrine. It is not a strategic doctrine, right? And so it's meant to achieve an operational objective. And hopefully Colonel Spencer can back me up on this. Operational objectives are somewhat short-sighted. They are not meant to be a strategic overlay. It is meant to achieve a specific objective through your operational command, right? And so blitzkrieg, if I could just go into my logistics very quickly, was based on the theory that if your enemy has superior logistics, the only way to win, if I can borrow a German word or a French term, is point d'appui or Schwerpunkt, right? Find the point on the enemy's line where you can concentrate and drive that home and use and exploit that to the best of your ability, right? That was designed, Napoleon was
rapidly. Just add
rapidly, yes, as fast as you possibly can. The Germans were famous for giving their troops Panzer chocolates, right? These are methamphetamines. They gave their troops methamphetamines to keep the panzers going, because their troops were literally at some point falling asleep at the wheel. And so Heinz Guderian and Erich Manstein basically started feeding, not personally, obviously, but basically started giving their panzer troops meth, right? Crystal meth, right? And they were feeding them meth to keep their soldiers awake. And that's how fast we're talking about. When Colonel Spencer says rapidly, that's not like driving 60 miles instead of 40. That's driving distance, not speed, but distance is the key logistical term here, because Germany was limited in its logistical capacity to go to war with France and Britain. And so blitzkrieg was designed. It was pioneered by Heinz Guderian in Poland. Germany sustained a lot of casualties in the taking of Poland. People really underestimate just how many German soldiers lost their lives in the invasion of Poland. A lot of Germans were killed and wounded in that invasion. It did not go to plan, right? In terms of from a casualty perspective. And so hopefully that kind of answers the question. I hope I passed your quiz. If this was a pop quiz in class, hopefully I passed it. But Blitzkrieg is an operational doctrine. It is not a strategic objective, right? And so you hope to overwhelm your enemy at the operational goal.
Right. So some people I've heard are using what Ukraine just did as a representation of Blitzkrieg. They found an opening and then had the capability to rapidly push combined arms. So the only thing that I usually highlight about Blitzkrieg, absolutely 100%, Craig. I mean, I agree with everything you just said. And it was amazing. Is that it was also a capabilities thing, combined arms. So the combination of the tank, the radio, and the airplane supported the effectiveness of the ability to penetrate a hole in a massive defensive line if could be created. And then you could add stormtroop tactics into that. I mean, it's a combination of a bunch of things, but I think Craig just summarized it amazingly. People are highlighting that Ukraine just pulled off an amazing feat of blitzkrieg, operational design, which is another term, and exploited a small, but then it was almost like an ink spot. It just the cards started falling. Who knows when they'll stop falling? But I also heard something today that a little bit separate, but I'm trying to figure out how to word it correctly. That Putin's facing his Stalingrad moment. I'm trying to put that into my own kind of mental logic and see if I want to use it when I'm out there.
Okay, sorry. I muted my. No. I just wanted to. In my mind, this isn't a Stalingrad moment. Okay. In my mind, this is a Cologne moment. This is a crossing of the Rhine moment, where the American troops are over the bridge. They've made it over the Rhine, and they are now in German territory. Despite what people might think, World War II did not go quietly. It was even more violent as 1944 drove on. You had the Battle of the Bulge, and then the fighting in Germany was incredibly lethal to American forces. In German forces, Germany lost 1.4 million troops in 1945. It lost 1.2 million troops dead, not wounded. These are dead. It lost 3 million in 1944 and 1945 combined. World War II did not go quietly, and so the way that I see this is the American over the Rhine moment. Still a lot of heavy fighting to go. Still a lot of unfortunately, a lot of Ukrainian troops that will lose their lives, sadly. But this is where you have to make the decision. Are you going to stand and fight for every German city, whether it's Cologne, Hamburg, the Ruhr, the Rhine Valley? Are you going to stand and fight and force your enemy to accept casualties that it might not want otherwise to? Or are you just going to say, you know what, that's it. You're over the Rhine. You're in our territory. Let's make peace and let's do it. That's where I think we are in this. I think the Stalingrad moment was past. And when we hit Kiev, in my mind, the Stalingrad moment was Kiev, because that was what turned the battle. That was what turned this war around, much like Stalingrad turned the war around in the favor of the Soviet Union.
I don't disagree, and I'm still wrestling with it, because I do agree on the overcommitment, not to Operation Uranus, or you name it, and capability, and there was no recovery from Stalingrad.
That's where my mind goes. My mind is that the Stalingrad moment was Kiev, but now the American troops are now over the Rhine, right? And now the Ukrainians are advancing on all fronts. But to your point, when we look at Luhansk, Donetsk, Severodonetsk, when we look towards, again, the future liberation of Mariupol, there's still a large swath of southern Ukraine that is occupied. In my mind, metaphorically speaking, the Ukrainian troops are over the Rhine, but they still got a lot of fighting left to go. And Russia is now at the point where they say, that's it, Hitler, right? Where the troops are in Germany now. They're not just in Greater Germany. They're not just in France. They're actually in pre-war Germany. So we have a decision to make. Are we going to keep fighting this war that we know we're losing? Or are we going to somehow make a deal? And Hitler, obviously, we don't need to get into that political situation of Nazism and fascism and what that meant to the German people and the humiliation of World War I. We don't need to get into that psychoanalysis. But that's where I kind of feel. I feel like the Stalingrad moment was Kiev, and now we're in the Rhine phase, the over the Rhine phase. But I could be wrong, but that's just kind of where my mind goes.
Can we just fast forward to the part where the baddies all shoot themselves in a bunker?
Yeah, ain't that the truth? Colonel Spencer, I know Alex is dying to ask you a question. Colonel Alex, go ahead.
I'm actually coming to engage with you, Craig, but I'd love to hear what Colonel Spencer has to say about this. I wouldn't actually say Poland alone. To me, the situation seems more like the Normandy breakdown, where the immediate forces that Russia has at its disposal are shattered, and they're falling back and trying to regroup in whatever manner they can. And the Ukrainians have this huge sweeping advance. Parallels.
Really bad background noise today, Alex.
Yes, that's because I'm in a shop, Ryan, being a normal human being. Hang on a second.
Let's let Alex get some better comms, clear that up. I know sideways smiley face.
Is that better?
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I just wanted
Yeah.
just to like build back on what you were saying about Blitzkrieg. So, given that like Russia, according to like the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense, they're not even sending more troops into now, and they're still spread along this like 1,300-kilometer front. Would then it be kind of a like logical to assume that if Ukraine can bring their supply lines up to the new front, that they could kind of repeat what they've done in Kharkiv and do more blitzkrieg operations?
I gotta say no, only because, and I might be wrong here, but that's only because of what Colonel Spencer just mentioned, and that the terrain has changed, right? And around Kharkiv, where the Ukrainians assaulted was open land, the bowling alley, the metaphorical bowling alley that Colonel Spencer just illustrated. But if you look at the terrain that is there, the Donbass is, when I tell you it's industrial, I mean it is industrial. It's been industrialized for 200 years. There are rail yards everywhere. There's heavy industrial plants everywhere. There are junctions. There are factories. It's just a completely different area. And so I wouldn't say that you have the opportunity, because to Colonel Spencer's point, there are some people who are like, this is a mission to liberate land. But then you'd say, well, great, that land we can liberate, but there's nothing there, right? There's no Russians there. There might be some Rosguardia and some police that are drinking vodka over there. But is that where we're really going to divert our attention when we see 2 brigades in front of us dug into this rail yard or dug into this factory area? And we have to engage in what Colonel Spencer described, which is assault urban combat, not defending urban combat, but assaulting urban combat. And so blitzkrieg does not work on cities. Blitzkrieg works on encircling a city, achieving an operational superiority. But then once you make contact, and Colonel Spencer, I'm sure, can talk to you a little bit more about this better than I can, but once you make muzzle contact, this is infantry troops fighting amongst themselves, this is rifle to rifle, that those blitzkrieg tactics go way out the window, right? Now, there are some famous illustrations of Marines doing thunder runs into Iraq. There are some illustrations of Marines jumping on tour buses and kind of driving on without gas. But this, I think, might be a different scenario. But I'll throw it to Colonel Spencer, and then we're going to go to Alex. Colonel, please.
I mean, so this is an interesting conversation. I've written a little bit about this on whether you can do combined arms maneuver in urban terrain. And so now your question is, can you do a blitzkrieg over a major city? Words matter, and sometimes we have something in our communities. Maneuver warfare is almost taking on a different meaning, and I think the blitzkrieg as well, when there's almost like a philosophy, then there's the tactics. So we actually have everything from a maneuverist approach, which is, it's all about, engaging with your enemy, flanking, outmaneuvering, speed, penetration. So I don't stake a piece of ground, something in the ground. Can you do combined arms maneuver? Right, that's what we use nowadays. We don't use the term blitzkrieg. Can you do combined arms maneuver in urban terrain? Yes. Is it constrained? Yes. Could I argue that you could do a blitzkrieg in a major urban area, as in it's a major defensive area, and you use combined arms, speed, logistics to an opening and then exploit that opening. All the words start to kind of mix together. Urban warfare is the hardest warfare on the planet, and I stick by that. And so liberating some of these cities will be some of the biggest challenges Ukrainians have faced if, and there's a big if, the Russians decide they're going to fight for them rather than just stay there till it's no longer, or surrender, all these different variables, because the Russian military as a whole does have to face, and I will leave after this, is facing some major decisions. We know that they maneuvered a force out of the Donbass to the south. That's not out of play. They have been attrited in great amounts, tens of thousands, depending on what the reports are. We're seeing over the next few days that fog hopefully rises and we really see. But you can't discount just the ammunition depots and supplies that they've lost, that they can't replace. I mean, they're going to North Korea to get artillery for darn sake. The Russian military will decide where this goes over the next few weeks on what they decide to do and with the different formations and where they push those into.
Thank you, Colonel. That was very informative. Really cleared things up. Wait, just to clarify, so when we're talking about maneuver warfare in the Luhansk region, is like the entire Luhansk region like urban, or because I was thinking more not like the places that were like the DLR since 2014, but the territory that was taken since like February 24. Are those areas also particularly urban, or would they be better suited for combined arms strikes?
So this is the kind of irony of, and I had Mike Kaufman on here. All roads lead to urban. Are some areas of even the Luhansk or the Donetsk urban areas? There's different types of cities, right? You have a nodal city. You have different actual function and form of urban areas, and even in this geographic location, there are different versions of it. Where you have villages that kind of combine to the urban. I personally think the idea of bowling ball alley, flat open terrain is that it's a myth, but it's not that you can't find it, right? There are massive farmlands as well in this area, but that doesn't necessarily make anything easier, right? In some ways, it makes it harder because I can see you and you're fighting the long range game. No matter what, if you're going to own something, clear it, control it, you got to close the distance. It's going to require urban and rural warfare.
I'm just checking in case my microphone, if I can mute it.
Yeah, go ahead and mute. We got people talking. If you'll raise your hand, we'll move to you. Sorry.
I didn't see the option. Thank you.
No problem. So yes, highly urbanized. You can see on the map, I mean, how far some of like Donetsk and Luhansk, those cities, not the oblasts, how far they go out. These are great areas. So yes, massive urban areas, but there is farmland and rural areas. It's interesting. It's geeky stuff, but what the actual definition of urban is anything that's not rural. So it gets pretty crazy. Craig could probably tell you, and I agree with Craig. If you look at the commodities that are coming out of the Donbass, they're very industrialized commodities, which drives you to those, the coal and metals and things like that drive you to these heavy urbanized, connected by rail line stuff that Craig loves to talk about. But I'll hand it over to him to give you the specifics to the area. I'm just saying that there is no area in Ukraine that's just open farmland. There are some areas that are, the urban areas aren't as connected, but I'm telling you, all roads lead to urban, and that's just war.
All right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Alex has been waiting very patiently, and hopefully he has found a less crowded market / room to be in. So, Colonel Spencer, if you don't mind, this can be your last question. Is that fair to you, sir?
I think the question is for you, but sure. Let's make Alex. Go ahead, Alex.
Thank you, Colonel. And Craig, I was just taking issue with Craig's description of the current position. To me, it seems far more apt to compare it to the Normandy breakout. I'm not sure if two of you would agree, but I'd be interested to hear what you have to say.
So the thing about the Normandy breakout, this is the way I approach it. So one is theoretical / metaphorical, and the other is actual. The actual breakout of Normandy is a small chunk of land that is then followed up by then a large seizure of land, the liberation of Paris, and then reaching a static line of contact along the River Rhine. You had the Battle of the Bulge, you had that sort of thing. But logistically speaking, the reason that I say that this is the battle for Germany is because the logistics are different. So again, there's one, the theoretical, the metaphorical, right? But then there's the actual. The actual difference for this from the logistical perspective is that unlike after D-Day, when Britain floated across its Mulberry harbors, quite literally these artificial harbors that it floated across the English Channel, so that you could again add more logistics. And for anybody who doesn't know what a Mulberry harbor is, please Google it. I mean, it is an absolutely massive undertaking. They literally built a harbor to connect to the D-Day landing shore to support those logistical operations. This is not that from an actual perspective, because this is Ukraine that has well-connected logistics. It now has the equivalent of Antwerp, right, which is a large port. So the United States, the Allied forces in Western Europe, its logistics were sound, much like it is sound in Ukraine right now. The logistics are now squared away, whether it's rail, truck, or otherwise. Those logistics are now well-founded. The reason that I compare this to the German crossing of the Rhine is because of the decision that Russia is now in. When you're kind of fighting through France and there's some opportunities to release a tank army here and release a tank army there, you might have some forces here, delay action here, delay action there. Maybe you might be able to hold them off and maybe make peace with the West, and then divert your attention to the Soviets. Now the Americans and the Allied forces, in this instance the Ukrainians, are saying, listen, we're over the river. Now it's just a question of time. Do you want to capitulate now or do you want to capitulate later? Right? Because either way, it's going to end up in a bad situation for you. Right? And so that's where I kind of look at this, is that from a Normandy breakout perspective, it was a landing. It was a huge, still the largest amphibious operation ever conducted in the history of warfare was D-Day. And it still is, and in all likelihood, it'll stand that way. There's some comparisons to Okinawa and Iwo Jima, but just from a comparative standpoint, nothing even comes close to D-Day. So I wouldn't say this is the breakout moment. I would say the breakout moment happened when you saw, how do I phrase this? When you saw Kiev get defended. So it's hard to use these parallels. Kiev, I compare to Stalingrad. The enemy overreached. It tried to take something it couldn't do, and then it collapsed all the way back because it couldn't take it anymore, and then it retreated to what it thought was secure ground, right? And then after that, you then have this slow, steady grind, right? And then finally, when you see this Kharkiv, now the Ukrainians are now over the metaphorical river of the Rhine, and Russia is now in a perilous military position where it either has to make peace that is politically tenable to those that call the shots, or fight this out and grind this out and try and cause more casualties than the enemy is willing to withstand. Right? I know Colonel Spencer threw his hand up, so maybe he might have something to add there, but that's kind of my parallel.
So the only reason I don't, I have to go after this, but the only reason that I wouldn't compare Kyiv to Stalingrad, if you read the short case study summary that Jason and I wrote about the Battle of Stalingrad, is that it just made no strategic sense to have a massive battle over that city. Kyiv was the capital city. It was the strategic objective for both sides, both retaining it or the capture of it and penetration of it. So it wasn't the culmination point of military capability. It was the culmination of what Russia threw against it, which just was wrong, right? It was the wrong combat power to try to take a capital city that was once it was actually started to be defended. So there are some big nuances there where I wouldn't compare it. As in the the change to the strategic objectives, absolutely there's some, but as a city, the battle doesn't translate as in there is no sense to have sacrificed millions of people over the city of Stalingrad. It was just, it was a, you like the city said, anger, fear, interest. It was really a little bit of personal anger that the namesake of the city and all that stuff. But I wouldn't call Kyiv Stalingrad personally. So yes, and to that,
I knew you were gonna drop a yes. I was gonna cut you off as soon as you said that. But sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. And then your military history far surpasses mine on the actual overall Operation Overlord and the actual D-Day specifics. I'm a one-trick pony of urban battles across history of time, but I've enjoyed my time with the group and with Craig, of course. And I see Language Learner. I'll listen to his update later. They're so great, and it keeps me informed. Have a great night, everybody.
Thank you
very much, Colonel Spencer.
Take it easy, sir.
Absolutely. That was Colonel Spencer, former instructor at West Point, Colonel in the California National Guard, Major, retired United States Army. We always thank him for his time and his expertise. It is absolutely invaluable. And we all look. Yeah,
If I
absolutely.
can steal a quick question from you, sir, before you retire for the evening.
He dropped.
Shit. Okay.
Yeah, he just dropped off. I do want to say one thing that we've been talking about a little bit, and I'm going to say this because I think it's prescient. I think that the time has arrived to say these. I think that what Colonel Spencer came on board and he was talking about was one of the main focuses he was talking about was the defense of Mariupol. And now, if we could just contextualize for those that have been a part of this space for months and months and months since this war began, we have almost nearly come full circle to where now we were talking about the defense of Mariupol, we were talking about the defense of these various areas, and now Ukraine is on the offensive, and it looks like a large portion of Ukrainian territory is about to be liberated. So let's contextualize these. I always like to go back so we can look forward. And remember that when Colonel Spencer was here, we were talking about the defense of Mariupol. And now we're going to be talking about soon to be the liberation of the Donbass area. And I think that is important to contextualize for our audience. This is a war taken day by day, but it is also a culmination. It is an add. It's a contextualization of everything that we've been through. And so we always appreciate Colonel Spencer being here with us from the heady days of defending Mariupol to now the soon-to-be liberation of the Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast. It's an important thing to say. But Ryan, if you got something you want to add, you want to throw it to language, the call is yours, sir. Now that Colonel Spencer's dropped down.
I just signed on to the tweet deck and was looking at some updates from ISW. But if we've got language with us, we're probably going to do an update here shortly. If not, I know you've already posted that for the evening language. So if you're just joining us for some dialogue, that's perfectly fine as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to do dialogue. I could run through it again if that's wanted. But I mean, frankly, I wish the ISW map had come out an hour earlier and I could have looked at it. But the last thing I want to do is step on people's toes that have been discussing, because we did have a fabulous interview here earlier. I don't know if people are still discussing that or not. I thought it was very insightful, actually.
I wish I had caught all of it. I was a little preoccupied with some personal stuff this evening, so I did not get to listen to it in its entirety, but hopefully we will have that on our Spotify account here in the next couple of days. If you don't mind, we do have a couple of hands. Let's go through those, and then I'm perfectly happy to do an update. I for one would benefit from it because I have been a bit out of the loop as of today. So let's go Folks and then Daniel.
Thank you very much. And I'll keep it brief because I'm sure people want to listen to language rather than me. A little bit of context, Australian accent, but was born under Russo-Soviet occupation, spent my early years there, so I have some insight into living in that part of the world. Some of the things that I just wanted to potentially raise, because it does come back to potential discussions around current strategy and tactics, is the potential of a Russian defeat leading to a stab in the back myth. In the sense that we were betrayed by others, we were betrayed by people, rather than our fundamental regime has corrupt, bad people running things, and what that potentially means for short-term strategic decisions. What I mean by that specifically is Putin doesn't care about deaths. He cares about probably more about captured soldiers being paraded, the media element of it. So my question then is twofold. Firstly, is there an opportunity and a willingness, do people believe, to capture large swathes of the Russian army, enact tactics on the battlefield that generate that outcome? And then secondly, what does that mean for potential logistical issues in a deep penetration scenario?
So I'll just very briefly talk to the deep penetration scenario, and I'll leave it to others to talk about POWs and what that means. I understand and I respect Colonel Spencer's expertise, but I'm just going to use this because I think it's helpful, because when people look at a map, they see a large swath of open land that is around Kharkiv Oblast, right? There's not a lot of big industrial cities there. There are some towns, there are some villages, and so kind of a little bit of a different topographic scenario. That is not so in the Donbass. But remember what he had also said. So it's a because he sends me questions sometimes, and it's always a yes and. So me and him go back and forth on that sometimes. But it's a yes and scenario, right? So what I mean by that is that the deep strike that we saw was pertinent to the topography that we witnessed, but the same can be said about the Donbass. That opportunity is still there. Colonel Spencer, as always, is correct there. But where he is also correct is the enemy gets a vote, right? And so if there are some Russian units, and let's face it, not a lot of Russian units have actually been able to withstand these coordinated offensives. They just don't stand and fight and do what they need to do as soldiers to win. They just don't. Right. I mean, we just got to say it out loud. They just don't do it unless they have overwhelming artillery support. They do not stand and fight and engage in these head-to-head matchups. Right. Neither do they have the logistical support, nor do they have the organizational support. But we have to imagine in logistics, you always imagine the worst case scenario. You always have to go to the worst case scenario. You plan for the worst, but you hope for the best. And so what you have around the Donbass are several large industrial cities that are west of Luhansk and northeast of Donetsk. Forget about Donetsk, right? Open a Google map and you will see just how large of a city Donetsk is and how close it is to Russian supply lines coming out of Rostov-on-Don. I've talked enough about Ilyovaisk. I've talked enough about Rakovy, which are two critical rail junctions that are there, but that doesn't necessarily eliminate the urban dimension to this. And so when we say deep strikes, if you're Ukrainian forces and you're trying to do the classic pincer maneuver around Donetsk city, the trouble around that area is that you do that kind of deep strike encirclement activity, you're actually getting closer to Russian supply lines around Rostov-on-Don. And so if they decide to make a fight of it, then their logistics are not going to be as much of a problem as they were in Kharkiv. And so again, if they decide to make a fight of it, this isn't open territory. This isn't open farmland with a couple of villages around where you have the ability to kind of use your armor, find the weak point, and then drive it home and just kind of spread like an ink blot, the way Colonel Spencer described. You drive through the Donbass and you're going to hit big industrial city after big industrial city, quite literally, probably another 10 industrial cities that if Russia decided to make a stand, these blitzkrieg deep strike tactics are going to run into roadblock after roadblock after roadblock after roadblock. It's just not possible. Again, if they decide to stand and fight. And so it's a different topography. It's a different type of geography that you're dealing with. These aren't open farmlands anymore. These are big built up factory industrial yards. I mean, they're enormous. They're absolutely enormous because the Donbass was the industrial heartland of the Soviet Union. If you want me to drive home the point, it was a large part of the industrial center of the Soviet Union. So hopefully that answers the question, but I'll leave somebody else to answer the first part.
What was the first part? Was about, you don't mind repeating that?
POWs.
That's right. POWs as evidence of Russian failures, particularly in the context of what might be an emerging stab in the back myth. And you've seen that happen with, Putin must not have known about how incompetent and how poorly led and supplied these troops were.
I see somebody's been watching Russian media because that really is the exact claim that they're running with these days. So having
Exactly, and that's a stab in the back myth
Yeah.
emerging, right? So in 10 years'
Yeah.
time, all of a sudden you get someone worse than Putin come along and say, well, I'll fix this problem.
Yeah, I think in this point they're not thinking that far ahead. It's more somebody else closer to the ground is going to get the blame for it. In this way, they could say, "Well, this is the person because they were incompetent, because they're corrupt, because they were secretly Ukrainian Nazi themselves." Whatever the case may be, it's a way to diffract blame. The biggest difference. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, no. Can I just add something? And hopefully language, because I want to get to your update. Let me just drive this point home. During World War II, Hitler did not execute Hermann Goering. He did not execute Joseph Goebbels. He did not execute Heinrich Himmler. He did not execute the upper echelons of the Nazi leadership. He didn't do a clean house type of operation. Those guys quite literally stayed until an Allied soldier knocked on Heinrich Himmler's door. You had an American soldier walk up and, United States Army, we're here to serve a warrant for your arrest, right? Quite literally, an American soldier was knocking on Heinrich Himmler's door. They had put their hands on him physically, but they weren't around him to actually prevent him from committing suicide. Joseph Goebbels executed his family. Heinrich Himmler killed his children, poisoned them, and then killed his wife, and then shot himself. That was Joseph Goebbels. And so, even in authoritarian regimes, they don't turn on their upper echelons of people. They usually keep them as close as they can. Until even the very, very end. The first ones to go are the lower ends, if that kind of helps drive that point home. Authoritarian regimes do not turn on their allies. They generally stick together.
Craig, if I might just jump in here. I think what Folks is referring to is actually a post-World War I scenario rather than an immediate pre-end of World War II scenario. What I would say is that myth may crystallize no matter how many POWs may or may not be taken. I think that that, as you yourself have pointed out, there are attempts by groups within Russia on the far right that, let's face it, did not like Mr. Putin at all, to formulate this narrative. And it has the potential to get much bigger and much worse. I think Language Learner is waiting, as you pointed out, for us to deliver this update, so we won't belabor the point. But if you DM me, I'll be more than happy to send you an article that came out yesterday. I can't remember which paper, but DM me and I'll send it to you on this very point.
Thank you all. I'll step down as a speaker. Thank you.
Yeah, go for it, Ryan. Yeah, go for it. It's
I
your
was
lead.
going to say, Daniel, go ahead, and then we'll get to language. Thank you for being patient, Daniel.
Okay. About what you talk, I would not want to add anything, but I saw something past few months and are weird. First were the sailors from Pacific Fleet, which become infantry. After that, cadets becoming trainers, and now I understand they want to make them full officers and sent to the front. I hear about civilian pilots, which will become mechanics for the front. They don't have enough fighter jets pilots. So the reservists, officers and soldiers don't want to go on the front. I hear about a lot of contract soldiers which don't want to go to fight, and they want to break the contracts, and usually they have problems with superior officers not letting them to go home. And my question is very, very, very simple. Past 30 years, everybody from NATO countries had contacts with command of Russian army. I mean, the big generals. And maybe they are genocidal. Maybe they follow the orders. Maybe are in disgrace, but I don't think they are not rational people. When you have so treated forces, you don't have the soldiers, the infantrymen, but not only them. You cannot win a war. Is something which is break the rational, or is like the Kiev offensive when they bet Zelensky is a comedian, so he will flee, so we'll take easy Kiev, and after we take easy Kiev, we'll take Kharkiv and all Ukraine. Is something like this perception they are less human, less valuable soldiers than Russians, and this made them to make mistake of proud people? Or is something like Volkssturm soldiers in the 45? You don't have any infantry, you don't have soldiers, you don't have an army, effectively, but you keep going. Your VKS don't fly, your infantry is in low numbers, you recruit Uzbeks and Turkmens, and you lose the war. What happened there? Anyone can get a rational answer?
I would just say, for the sake of time, because language is here, I would just simply say this. You're not seeing the same type of fanaticism that you saw in World War II. I understand, because this is a mainland Europe conventional war. We have not seen this since 1941. Excuse me, I beg your pardon, since 1939. We have not seen these things. And so people, no disrespect to you, Daniel, but I think people kind of revert back to World War II for a comparison, but it's not a fair comparison, simply because the fanaticism, the patriotism, the energy that Nazi Germany evilly inspired in the German people, using that whole stab in the back, and we really won World War I, and we're going to reclaim our lost, our lost homeland, right? The Anschluss and all the rest of these things that gave Germany, quote unquote, their pride back. That inspired a lot of fanaticism in Germany and the leadership of the German army. And here's where it gets really different. I understand everybody's perspective of what the SS and what the Nazis did during World War II. We understand that it was evil, and we don't need to go any further than that. It was just evil. But the German high command was exceedingly professional. It required a lot of training during World War II of German soldiers, operational leadership. The Germans were very well experienced. The officer corps was very well experienced. It had experience in warfare during World War I. These were battle-tested guys who had actually been in the trenches, served on staff. They knew what they were doing. The parallels are just not the same, because the Russian general staff has never been, the Russian general staff is not a professional organization. These guys are not professionals by any stretch of the imagination. It is amateur hour at the general staff level. And the one key giveaway is that the way they invaded Ukraine was, in a way, it was an army of occupation. It was not an army to destroy your enemy's ability to conduct warfare. It was an army, it was an invasion designed to occupy and fill a vacuum of leadership and to police up partisans and all the rest of it. It was not designed to destroy the military forces of Ukraine. And so remember that when we use these World War II parallels, there are no Russian soldiers screaming for the motherland, right? For the Rodina, right? And charging forward in great patriotic fervor. They're not doing that. They're abandoning their positions. They're doing drugs. They're raping women and children. They're taking TV sets and things like that. But during World War II, at the end of World War II, Germany lost 1.5 million troops at the end in 1945 alone. 1.5 million are dead. That is a fanaticism that they stand their ground and they fight. These Russian soldiers are not standing their ground and fighting. They are quite often running away. So hopefully that kind of buttons it up. It's not the same parallel. These are two different scenarios.
Craig, one moment. I totally agree what you say. But my question is very simple. After 6 months, you see you don't have the soldiers. You don't have success. Why they keep going This is my question.
Because they're political apparatchiks. These are not professional soldiers. These are political generals. They are designed to fulfill the political wills of the executive branch of the Russian Federation. They are not designed to achieve a military objective as passed down. So what you do, if you want to know the Western style of doing things, I've dealt with some with executives. I've dealt with some political people before, and they say, "What are our options?" And you say, "Here are our options. Here's the best case scenario." The executive will then decide based on their own political and based on the constitutional authority that they possess. They will make that decision and say, I will defer to your judgment. If you think this is the best way to do it, then let's do it. It's actually operating in reverse now. The president of Russia, Putin, is telling them what the best option is, and the generals try and fit a square peg into a round hole. That's what's happening. It's supposed to work the opposite way. The president is supposed to say, give me the best options. The generals say, here are our best options. And they say, okay, fine. If that's the best one, then let's go with it. The way this communication channel is working is backwards. They're putting the cart before the horse. The president is telling the generals what to do politically, not taking their advice as to what to do militarily. So that communication chain is not working. But I want to pause there. Now, with no disrespect, language, you're here. I want you to get started on your update. But I understand that you also have great respect for Constantine, who is also here. So let's do Constantine, and we're going to go to language, and we're gonna go full stop.
Thank you. And my question was, I joined in the middle of the conversation, and my question was, did you try to draw the parallels between Second World War and Russian state and what's happening right now? Or
it was more of a parallel, not between the Soviet Union and Germany, but more of a parallel of Germany keeping the fight going, even though the war had been lost in both the West and the East. They were trying to compare Germany to Russia, not so much the Soviet Union and its counteroffensive or its attacks against Germany. I think that was kind of the premise there of where we were going.
Oh, okay. I'll try to. I can talk hours about this, but I'll try to give a brief comment as someone whose parents were born in Soviet Union, who were fighting against it, and myself were in Soviet Union. There's a culture that says don't do anything. That's how they stabilize the society. They say don't do anything, doing absolutely anything that you think of doing is wrong. Let your superiors decide what to do. And at the same time, they say everyone lies. This combines in what you have right now in Russia. They hate their superiors. At the same time, they don't act. So this is one of the most passive in political terms societies in the world. So you cannot expect any mass reactions. You cannot expect chain reactions over there. It just does not work. I'm not saying that. This is what I wanted to say. There are no chain reactions. There is no active political opinions from anywhere. They are just taught, to do nothing, to react to nothing, and those who think differently are welcome to leave the country. So it just it's not. Germans are totally different. Germans in the Second World War, First World War are totally different. And right now during this war, I've spoken with friends in Russia who support. I try to to convince some. I've been trying to since 2014. But they all, keep this idea that we're Nazis and we should be Nazified and conquered. But at the same time, they all, keep this opinion. Someone else is gonna do it, not them. So it's the thing that everyone have to keep in mind, and everything. It happens because they are absolutely passive society. And they don't have any any activism, any political or social activism in their country. and essentially this results to to seeing atrocities happen in front of you and doing nothing, or otherwise or from other perspective you can look at and say that you can do something good and you will still just observe it and do nothing. And this is essentially how this society works. This is their model, and as soon as they rebuild it to a different way, to say, okay, let's make everyone active, let's make engage everyone, their regime will fall, and that's why they're not doing it. Thank you, and I will give it back to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Constantine. All right. We got hands up, but I think Language has been waiting quite long enough. So whenever you're ready, Language, go for it.
More than happy to go after them.
Okay. Sure.
Liz, real quick, and then let's get to Language. I just don't want to keep Language up past his bedtime.
Totally understand that. Thank you, and my apologies earlier. I had some technical issues. Constantine, you touched on exactly what I'm interested in about this whole big picture thing, which is the state of the human existence of it. You talked about how people are passive. I'd be really curious about how they get passive. And in conjunction with that, I'm really curious about those of you who have military experience. What is it within a human, whether it's their training or their disposition, what is it that, first of all, for Constantine, why are they passive? What things in society have brought them to that place? And for the military people, what is it about, a soldier or whichever part of the military you're in, what is it that determines whether you're going to be effective, be able to keep your humanity, be able to keep, not commit war crimes as you get through these experiences? That is my, you all have potential insight into that I'd be really, really interested to hear.
So Craig, can I address it, or want to go to Language learner?
Anyone
Absolutely,
from,
you can address it.
Yeah.
Okay, so why they're passive? They have the strategy. I mean, from the human standpoint, I think that they should, break this passiveness and understand what's happening. But from reality standpoint, I will just tell you how it works. And Liz, I'm gonna ask you to mute your mic because you're hot micing right now. Thank you. And the idea how this works for them, why they're so passive. The technology to do so is to lie. Essentially, you lie about everything, and you make if someone does not, and that's all right if no one believes you. You keep lying, and make sure that everyone who's telling the truth is silent. So even truth about Putin, or even things that are good are still presented as a lie. And the society in this build, you have a person who does not understand what is happening around him, and the only solution for him to react is do nothing, because he tried to do this, and it turned out to be a lie. He burned his fingers trying to change anything. Then he tried this. Okay, this may be the truth. Let me investigate it, and let me try to do something about it. And it was a lie as well. So he burned his hands over there as well. And absolutely everything, you watch their media, you watch their media in general, not only internet resources. I mean, everything that is not blocked. It's a one huge lie, and they understand it, that it's a lie. If you talk with them personally, and I know lots of people from Russia, it's I have relatives there. It's one big lie in the end, and they will tell you like everyone lies, so we just we don't trust anyone. And what it brings you, the result of it is being absolutely is for a result for one single person living there is being absolutely passive because you're afraid to touch anything, because it's a lie, you're gonna burn. And the only thing that you can say that there are laws, and that's what I'm gonna do. Like if my government says this, that's what I'm gonna do. That's the only thing that does not bite you back, that does not burn you, and that's where they focus. That's why you see, all of them saying, okay, if you watch, people ask on the streets, they all say, well, our government knows better. Our government knows better. That's exactly because they try to understand something, but they have been given conspiracy theories that are total lie. They have been given absolute garbage about like QAnon and stuff, that they have been given Jewish space laser scrap, and they tried to touch it, to explain it, and it's all been the lie. And now the only thing that they can say is that we're going to give the responsibility to the government to decide what is happening. It's not on us to to control anything. Putin, our worst, we say worst, or Führer, you know knows better, and that's how it works. That's the ideology behind it, and it's been working there. I was born in Soviet Union. I have so many Vatnik friends who follow this ideology. Well, it's hard to break out of it. It's hard, it's just as hard as waking up in the morning, and doing something that you don't like, or for some people it's easier, to say, okay, hell with it, I'm gonna believe it, and I'm gonna stop here, and because I'm thinking too much.
Would you? No. This is a brilliant answer, and I'm really grateful. Thank you. Would you say that Russian citizens trust the government, even if they don't trust anyone else? Like, do they trust Putin more than the media?
That's not what I'm saying. That's they don't trust government. They don't trust Putin. They don't trust anyone. When 2014, we overthrew Yanukovych, and if you would watch the publics, the Russian, social media, not controlled by the government, they all were crying. Imagine when we find Putin mansion, because we find so much luxury and stolen stuff in Yanukovych possessions. They all were saying like Putin has millions more, million times more, I bet, and that was their idea. So they don't trust Putin, they don't. But at the same time, it's the way the society is built this way that they can take responsibility off their shoulders. It allows them essentially and put it on the responsibility of the czar, and say it was all him. I don't care. It's and it allows them to sleep well during the night. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying that.
So I think what you're saying is they are giving up any personal responsibility for any bad things that happen. They don't feel like that's their responsibility anymore.
Yeah, they not only personal, like general responsibility. They say, it's not my responsibility to do anything. It's the government. They control everything. I don't have any means to control it. And if you go outside, you will see siloviki beating the shit out of the people who try to do something. And at the same time, you will have lots of them being put, in the spotlight, and they find, some video of them masturbating under the cherry or something like this, which will, absolutely decapitate someone's, reputation. And in the end, it results in absolute passiveness. They just say, let the government decide. I don't understand what's happening. Let Putin decide. Everyone voted for him. Let's just watch what's gonna happen. That's the idea that they're trying. That's like they build on it, and it works. It works in that society. Of course, it does not work perfectly because once again they don't have any technology. They don't have anything but their natural resources. and they are so dependent on that. It does not work perfectly, but it works to some extent, and they try to how you say this, monetize, or uh, get dividends out of that. That's how the society is built, and we don't know. I don't know how it's gonna work, how long is they gonna survive like this. But so far they managed to do this. And right now, we think that it's our mission to make sure that it stops in Ukraine.
Yeah. Thank you so much for this. Thank you so much for your answer.
Thank you for being patient with us, Liz. Language learner, let's get an update. Thank you
Sure.
also for being patient.
Yeah, so believe it or not, this one actually will be different from the one I did a little while ago, because I was able to read through the ISW stuff, and surprise, surprise, we're also going to talk about Armenia and Azerbaijan just a little bit at the end. Otherwise, I've actually uploaded it. I've updated the text. I will throw it up in the nest now. The audio doesn't include the new stuff, but the text should. If the text does not work, I really encourage somebody to let me know. This is my first time editing the text on the text uploader site after I've done it before. It shouldn't break the link, but I would like to know. It should be something taking you to a website that says textuploader.com TT6HH. If somebody wants to click on that and just see if it pops up, it should be up in the top of the nest. If not, then I'll just tear it down and re-upload.
I'm not going to be the one to click on it because I don't want to take a chance on messing up my.
It says like
space
error
connection.
403 for me.
Okay, give me half a second and I'll re-edit it. Okay, sorry.
I got a 403 error when I clicked on it.
Let me re-upload it then. Thank you for bearing with me. Otherwise, the map that was in there is the one that we'll still probably be using. If you have another map that you prefer, that's always good. The wonders of technology. Someday Twitter will make an edit button, but unless they're doing it in the next 30 seconds, I think it may be a little late. Oh, simply redo it. Yeah.
I think there might be offering that now if you want to pay for some sort of Twitter subscription, but
I
I'll
would
take the
pay
free version.
a lot more for a Twitter subscription. It actually would. But yeah, I will just simply post the text again. Thank you for bearing with me. It says this link has expired. Okay, let's see what that would probably be what's doing it then. Again, thank you for being so patient to deal with this frustration.
I'll drop your current link that's in the nest now and you can repost it.
Okay, I guess it expires as soon as you edit it, or I don't know why this one expired and other ones haven't. So I will just re-upload it and it's good. Huh. How are y'all doing tonight? Anybody's got any jokes? Or,
Well, I was just going to say, isn't it great how technology is so awesome now that we've kind of been doing it for a while?
Yeah, technology it's making your life easier, right? That's what they say.
Yeah, so much less to do now that we have it.
All right, fantastic. Okay. There we go. All right, I will
because it always works and everything. So.
Oh, absolutely.
In spite of all of its drawbacks, it's brought us all together here on the MriyaReport. So.
Oh, I'm making a joke, but I'm a huge fan
of
technology. So yeah.
2 steps forward, 1 step back.
Yes.
This reminds
and
me
then
of
5 steps forward.
This reminds me of how I read recently New York is trying to get some of their public vehicles to have like computers installed in them that will automatically slow down your vehicle if you're going over the speed limit. And when I read that, that just screamed a lawsuit waiting to happen. Just related to technology. Whatever.
I'm more concerned with the subscription seat heaters, but let's not
Yeah,
go down that road.
you'd have to be driving a BMW first, which at that point, I mean, you know what BMW stands for, right? It stands for buy more warranty. Okay, so yeah, let me throw that up. It should be working now. I have a text. And yeah, if you guys want to follow along, please, by all means. And with that, give everybody a chance to bring that up. I'll actually just throw up the main one if you guys want to take a look at that. And we will dive right into it finally, right? Thank you guys for being so patient. So, this is the military update for September 13th, 2022, day 202 of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. We're going to start in Belarus, proceed clockwise, end with some general statements. Starting in Belarus, there's been really no major change. Ukraine and Belarus both continue to drill along the border. Belarus is focusing on learning how to aim, apparently, per the Ukrainian, this is somebody who tracks what the Belarusian government has learned today. Today it was moving and shooting at the same time. They're really improving. Moving to Kyiv and central Ukraine and the politics of the region. The Ukrainian Minister of Defense explained that the counteroffensive in Kharkiv was like a snowball rolling downhill, and that it went, quote, significantly better than expected, unquote. In regard to Kherson, he explained that the agricultural region of Kherson actually has more irrigation channels than are necessarily discussed, which have been used as makeshift trench lines by Russian defenders, and that is why the operation proceeds slower than in Kharkiv. In economics, the 2023 Ukrainian national budget was unveiled today with a fourfold increase to military spending, approximately 50% of the budget. 35% of the budget is designed for social programs, and there will be austerity measures introduced for government officials, a rare thing in this world, cutting salaries and bonus in order to reallocate funds. The economic forecast for next year's GDP ranges tremendously from negative 0.4% to 15% or more, depending on the situation of the war. The International Monetary Fund allocated 1.4 billion US dollars or euros, I think they're still more or less 1-1, of additional support to Ukraine. Ukraine's current monthly deficit is approximately 3 billion US dollars. The European Union will reportedly send some 8 billion euros, quote, very soon. The Estonian Minister of Defense arrived in Kyiv today and provided a mobile military hospital as well as promises of other mortars. The Ukrainian government revealed progress in developing long-lasting security guarantees with other nations, with commitment from a number of countries to provide military aid and even more countries providing sanctions guarantees. Thus far, this does not replace an Article 5 or accession to NATO, which Ukraine is still interested in, nor has any country explicitly come out and said that they would rise to the level of a collective defense agreement. The Kremlin allegedly asked Kyiv to resume negotiations after the successful counteroffensive of the armed forces, but this request was refused and mocked. The Ukrainian National Resistance Center, who is responsible for coordination with partisans in occupied areas, reported that Ukrainian forces will use facial recognition and other intelligence to identify Russian officials and Ukrainian collaborators in the newly liberated Ukrainian territories. Moving east towards Sumy and Chernihiv, harassing strikes continued over the day with no other major changes in this region. Russian troops shelled into North Kharkiv Oblast on some of their recently abandoned positions. This is north of Kharkiv city proper. Kazacha Lopan, the former major Russian base north of Kharkiv city, was apparently connected to the Russian energy grid that was leading to it for the last several months. Currently, the power is still coming from Russia for free, under the assumption that Russia is not going to give them quite a free lunch. The Ukrainians are planning on disconnecting it from the Russian power grid. And per the United States today, the offensive in Kharkiv Oblast was carried out by a relatively small contingent of Ukrainian troops, several brigades, each of which consisted of several thousand soldiers. Moving to East Kharkiv, Kupiansk, and the area recently liberated, Ukrainian troops generally hunkered down for yet another day under heavy Russian shelling as Russian troops continue to pound Ukrainian positions on the west side of the Oskil River. Ukraine has continued to consolidate their control over the area and border crossings around northeast Kharkiv Oblast into Russia proper. Touching scenes of liberated villages coming out to greet Ukrainian troops continue to abound. Ukrainian troops have managed to investigate and detain a number of collaborators left behind in the retreat by Russian forces. Unfortunately, the risk for civilians in the region continues under Russian shelling, as a currently evacuation of Kupiansk is impossible, and with unexploded ordnance and mines. 3 citizens were killed when a mine left behind exploded, critically injuring 1 more individual. A Russian torture chamber, or FSB interrogation cell, was revealed under the Russian HQ in the Balaklia police station. Up to 40 people were held here at one time, and the Lord's Prayer scratched into the wall by unknown individuals in Russian. This is the one that goes, "Our Father who art in heaven," and ends with, "and deliver us from evil." Per Russian call intercepts, the state of Russian units in the Kupiansk area was dire. A soldier reports that air support told him to quite literally, quote, "fuck off and deal with it yourself," unquote, when asked for assistance, that they barely had enough ammo for a combat loadout, that their contracts had been involuntarily extended, and that some 1,500 Russian soldiers were already wounded in hospital with minimal medical aid provided there, or to him, who had already taken shrapnel and was just being left to hang out with his unit in the field. In this offensive, it's reported that the 1st Guards Tank Army, which was previously held as the most capable Russian unit, in fact responsible for the defense of Moscow against NATO troops, has been broadly eliminated. It had taken heavy casualties during the battle for Kiev early in the war, and was in diminished capability in East Kharkiv when it was assaulted during this most recent offensive. And there are late, unconfirmed rumors as of the last hour or so of Ukraine having crossed the Oskil River near Borova, further assaulting towards Russian lines. Moving towards Izium and Liman, the mayor of Izium, Valery Marchenko, returned to the city today, and as Ukrainian flags fly over the city, it has not yet been declared as fully liberated due to some Russian holdouts. During the half year of Russian occupation, almost 80% of the infrastructure in the city of Izium was destroyed. Reports of Russian war crimes are continuing to come out, with a case of Russian tanks wantonly shelling apartment buildings at close range, burying dozens under the rubble. At least 1,000 people are known to have lost their lives. Reportedly, some of the Russian, essentially, it's another Wagner Group knockoff private military company known as Redut, R-E-D-U-T. They hold themselves to be more elite and sophisticated and secret than Wagner, much better. They'd hyped themselves up quite a bit, but they essentially evaporated ahead of a Ukrainian assault and abandoned much of their gear, given the fact that a large number of it was found north of Izium, including their unit patches. Ukrainian forces closer to Liman, across the river and further to the east, have crossed the Seversky Donets River at Sviatohersk a number of days ago, have consolidated their control over it, and now have access to target Liman from both the west and the south, where Russian forces appear to be making a defensive attempt. And Ukrainian forces found an Iranian-produced suicide drone, the Shahed 136, which is allegedly capable of autonomous flight and targeting near Izium. Moving to Seversk and Lysychansk, Russian troops continue to shell weakly into the Seversk region, but they appear to have been dislodged somewhat from the town immediately to its east along the main highway to Lysychansk, and there are reports of Ukrainian troops being spotted not only on the outskirts of Lysychansk, but also having taken control of the town to the northeast of Seversk near Bilhorivka, and possibly crossing the Seversky Donets River here in order to menace Yampil. The majority of Russian forces in this region appear to have moved their attention south towards Bakhmut or withdrawn to other locations. Speaking of Bakhmut, at the north of it, fighting continues in Soledar, with Russian troops having been pushed back broadly into a small industrial area under heavy pressure from the Ukrainian 93rd Kholodny Yar Battalion. In Bakhmut city proper, shelling continues at a diminished pace. There are reports of considerable Ukrainian reinforcements to this area. To the south of Bakhmut near Kodema, Russian troops are pushing up towards the Ukrainian strongpoint of Zaitsev from the south, as well as menacing it from the east as they have been for the last month. Notably, learning just recently, on the highway leading due north and south from Bakhmut, Ukrainian troops reportedly withdrew from Mykolaievka Druha without contest to the south of Bakhmut city. Wagner Group soldiers now occupy the town. Ukrainian troops in this region had previously had considerable concerns about supplies with the recent arrival of, again, stated to be a considerable number of reinforcements. Hopefully they were able to bring something to relieve them. Moving towards Donetsk, Russia and Ukraine troops continue to skirmish along the front lines near Donetsk, especially around Avdiivka, while Russian troops continue attempts to push further into the southwest suburb of Marinka, where the town is roughly divided in half. It appears from here that Russian troops are attempting to push out of Marinka to the southwest until some of the rural communities towards Vuhledar. There have been reports of a possible Ukrainian offensive from New York, that's NIU York, not the one with the Yankees, south and southeast towards the suburbs of Horlivka, with Ukraine saying they had repelled a Russian assault from the direction of Ozeryanivka a couple days ago. This is important because the two major cities, Horlivka and Donetsk, have a highway running between them, and Ozeryanivka lies just along it. This is further than anybody had previously discussed Ukraine positions being at, but the Ukrainian military had said, oh yeah, we repelled assault from this direction today, which is why there's now some questions. A Russian Su-25 close air support strike craft was shot down in this region today, apparently within 2 hours of some other aircraft being shot down in Kherson, so it was a bad day for whoever had to answer that phone. Moving to Mariupol, the situation remains grim. There is still not predicted to be enough heating infrastructure to make the city generally livable over the winter. Russian troops are continuing to be observed moving equipment through and out of Mariupol to other areas in the south. Moving west towards Zaporizhzhia and the southern axis in general, Ukrainian troops continue to shell along the front lines with Russian forces and accumulate supplies. Russians are nervous in this area. Per Igor Girkin, a large quantity of Ukrainian military equipment has been seen around the Ukrainian strongpoint of Vuhledar, some 100 kilometers north of Mariupol. This Ukrainian strongpoint has continued to amass forces and demine the area. The Russian occupation head of government for Zaporizhzhia Oblast reported the collection of troops as, quote, colossal and unprecedented, and Russian forces are equally concerned about an attack from the Tokmak and Poloy region, which is closer to Zaporizhzhia, given another large concentration of Ukrainian troops there. Should Ukraine assault from this direction, they are approximately 75 kilometers away from Melitopol to the southwest and 100 kilometers away from Berdyansk to the southeast. In late unconfirmed reports, there's been sightings of specific Ukrainian artillery long-range units moving closer to the front. Another backup power line has been reconnected to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant today, bringing the total to 2. With all of its main reactors offline, this will still help to ensure cooling of the reactors themselves. Igor Girkin also stated that the situation in this region, regarding the south, is not much different than the one that took place in the Balaklia region, though he stated that within the last week, Russian troops have been rotated into some fortified positions in the area. There were 3 large blasts near the Russian airfield in Melitopol, which has been used by Russian forces and heavily entrenched. Russian troops continue to entrench around the city, and rumors of them broadly evacuating are just simply not true. Moving to Kherson, Mykolaiv, the city to the northwest of Kherson, firmly in Ukrainian hands, was massively shelled overnight with unfortunate casualties. Across the Kherson front today, the ongoing Ukrainian operation continues. Russia launched 18 airstrikes, and there was an increase in Ukrainian airstrikes back up to 9, which along with over 430 artillery strikes eliminated 125 Russian soldiers, 5 tanks, 9 armored vehicles, 5 artillery guns, 2 surface-to-air missile systems, and 4 ammo depots. Additionally, they targeted a pontoon bridge near Dorivka, along the P-47 highway east of Kherson, as well as the Novokakhovka Dam Bridge and a pontoon bridge that was lying next to it. The Ukrainian intelligence service, the SBU, detained 2 Russian collaborators in Mykolaiv who had been collecting and sending information regarding Ukrainian troop movements in the area, including specifically keeping a lookout for HIMARS systems. In summary, there are reports of Russian troops withdrawing from the northwest highway towards Kherson, as evidenced by satellite imagery, potentially verifying that Russian troops are withdrawing back to artillery cover originating from the southern bank. This withdrawal, should it be true, will give Ukrainian forces likely even more artillery range into Kherson and its surrounding environment. It will also possibly increase Ukrainian artillery coverage of the Dnipro River, hindering Russian pontoon operations. In short, this is not a good look for Russian forces west of Kherson, and it speaks to the supply shortages they are dealing with. The Russian artillery guns to the south of the river won't have to float their ammunition across the river with no bridges, and because you use more artillery ammo on defense than on offense, they're going to need as much of it as they can get their grubby little hands on. To the northwest of Kherson City, Ukrainian troops have allegedly pushed further down the M14 highway, reaching the town of Barvinok to the east of Kislivka. Imagery from the Institute for the Study of War yesterday indicates that the Russian forces in Kislivka along the highway seem to have generally withdrawn all of their vehicles, indicating that the town at the very least is likely contested. If so, being this is the final major town before reaching Kherson City and the Chornobyka airport some scant distance down the road, it would allow for Ukrainian troops to shoot into Kherson City proper and the river with conventional artillery. Moving further northeast, Russian troops in Snihorivka along the western bank of the Inulets continue to be struck by Ukrainian artillery, and there are reports of a Ukrainian ground assault on their positions and scattered reports of Russian forces asking for surrender in this area. There is thus far no explicit information to confirm or deny this. There are reports Russia may be retreating back across the river as they can. Further along the front line, near the Ukrainian breakthrough, if you're looking at a map, there'll be the big blue section. Fighting continues southwest of the Vidi Brid near Sukistavo, where Ukrainian troops, having already crossed the Inulets River, attempt to make gains towards the western of the two major supply highways for Russian forces northeast of Kherson. The Ukrainian units in this area have been under heavy airstrikes over the last few days, and therefore momentum has apparently slowed. The maximum extent of Ukrainian troops here is believed to be the Stepov and Chakov areas, which are along the side of the highway proper. Immediately on the other side of the highway proper is Russia's main base for this region, and that is likely where the Russian defenses are coming from. Today or yesterday, it's unclear based on the time of the report coming in overnight, it was reported that Russia had deployed about a platoon of armor to this area. Allegedly, Ukraine skirmished closer to the city of Vidi Brid to the northeast, but there was no breakthrough or substantial assault per Russian military chatter. Further to the northeast front, there are no apparent updates since Ukrainian forces took Vyskopila some time ago. I'm sorry, let me get the cat out of here. Stepped on the space bar and lost the whole space. Since they took Vyskopila a week ago, as Russian artillery fire continues to indicate the front line here is not materially changed. However, Ukrainian troops are believed to be skirmishing around Lyubimivka, which is in the center of the northeastern line, a town that Ukraine claimed to have taken today at some point over the last week. In Kherson City, Russia continues to clamp down on civilians with a tremendous amount of looting going on, particularly of transportation such as motorcycles and mopeds. The amount of checkpoints and patrols has increased, and citizens who approach the bridges near Kherson or Novikhovka are now threatened to be shot on sight. A Russian Mi-8 transport helicopter and an Su-24 bomber were both shot down in this region today. Reportedly, since the Kherson offensive began, Russia has lost at least 2,100 soldiers and 600 pieces of equipment on this front. Moving to Odessa and Crimea, reportedly in the Black Sea, there are 3 ships with about 20 missiles available for use, and stormy seas have increased the risk of free-floating sea mines. Allegedly, FSB officers have been evacuating their families back out of Crimea to Russian proper and selling their properties. Russia has tried to ban the purchase and selling of houses and restrict travel across the Kerch Strait Bridge. Since the agreement between Ukraine, Turkey, Russia, and the UN on the transportation of grain from Ukraine entered into force, 129 ships loaded with 2.9 million tons of grain have left the Ukrainian ports. The Ukrainian goal is 3 million tons a month. In general, yesterday, Ukrainian forces eliminated 350 soldiers for a total of 53,300, 22 armored vehicles, 7 tanks, 10 artillery guns, 6 cars and trucks, 2 planes, 1 helicopter, and 1 UAV. The losses were most pronounced in the Donetsk and Kherson regions. As always, there's a lot going on these days. There may be a lot happening in the upcoming days, and it's always better to be second and right than first and wrong. So take a look at your sources, especially if it seems too good to be true. Sometimes it very well can be. Due to a lack of commanders, Russia plans to graduate cadets early from their service academies and training schools because they can then serve in Ukraine, essentially taking the equivalent of college seniors to the front lines. This is allegedly due to refusal among reservist officers to commit to another contract to serve within Ukraine. Reports of soldiers intentionally wounding themselves or otherwise going AWOL to avoid being deployed continue to rise. In Russia, pilots of regional commercial flights have been instructed to get cross-trained as aircraft mechanics so that they can also carry out those jobs on their own. This is in addition to plans for Russia to ditch their co-pilot for a digital co-pilot by 2024 and recommendations to them that they reduce their use of braking to prolong operational life of aircraft. Absolutely none of these are safe changes for passengers and airlines. Per the Ukrainian government, German government officials are stalling the delivery of military aid that could otherwise be sent. And per the Russian government, a number of countries in Europe are no longer accepting passport visas from Russian tourists, including Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, Denmark, Belgium, and the Netherlands. With that, I'm about done. Thank you so much for listening.
The group that you mentioned that's claiming they were a more professional version of Wagner, a more professional version of Wagner, does that just mean they're not recruiting prisoners and mental health patients?
It also means they posted less on TikTok, but yeah.
Gotcha. We'll go to some hands and some more serious questions, but Amin, go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. Greetings from Oklahoma. Language, thank you so much. Yeah, like you said, a lot going on. And guys, what phase do you believe we're in now? The phases of war, I guess I'll just say that and leave it there. Thank you. If you can explain what constitutes a phase of this particular war. Thank you so much.
It's difficult to quantify. It's one of those things that, it's like you're trying to look at stocks or you're reading a graph from the leading edge as it's constantly being updated, right? I would argue that the ability for Russia to maintain large-scale offensives and menace the territory of Ukraine that's currently defended is likely reduced almost to the point, if not to the point, of no longer existing. Outside of Bakhmut, there have been no significant Russian assaults for the past month and a half, and with the destruction wreaked upon them by this recent Ukrainian counteroffensive, it's not like they're going to suddenly level up and find a bunch of their armor and tanks and everything hiding behind their couch cushions. This is good for Ukraine in that it means that they've also been able to use, or will be able to use, a number of this abandoned equipment, which will further assist Ukraine in equipping its forces with armored vehicles, so they no longer have to ride around the back of pickup trucks with machine guns. It's difficult to say, we'll all say, well, this is the culmination point when, Russia has reached its, highest zenith and now it has to, go more on the defensive. Again, don't hold me to it, but I'd say if this isn't it, then nothing is. Generally, when you lose 8,000 square kilometers and hundreds of pieces of equipment and thousands of troops inside of a week in a mass retreat, you're not doing well, and you're probably not going to continue to do well. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday, Craig, he laid it down in terms of, a final phase could be we're at 50,000 that Russia's lost now. And a standard of peace for Ukraine would also constitute, a victory for them. I'm guessing perhaps maybe for me, we're 6 months in, 50,000 plus they've lost, Russia's lost. If once we get to 100,000 is what Craig said, maybe negotiations might, because I know Ukraine is not at the standard of inner peace or victory or peacekeeping that they want from Russia now. But okay, so that said, maybe at 100,000 will feel, maybe 75,000 will feel like a final phase, perhaps. Thank you.
Okay, so it's difficult to quantify in numbers. The statement I had heard from a friend who knows something about these kind of things and is certainly more clued in than me, and I'm going to say a little, was that right now, because we were talking about, well, at what point do we start to see political regime change in Moscow? And he goes, that's a conversation that you can only have without being laughed out of the room once you have 100,000 dead Russian soldiers. Not dead and wounded, but dead, plus a consummate number of wounded, deserted, because at that point, it's not something that even the rich and powerful in Moscow can ignore. Now, there's a number of circumstances. That was a conversation that person and I had several months ago. But regime change in Moscow, should it happen, it's not certainly something easy by any means. There's a lot of factors that go into it. Putin does have an autocratic grip. That's probably the fastest way to win this war, or to end it, I should say, because I imagine whoever we get after Putin will probably still be equally as terrible, with the caveat of not wanting to hold on to Ukraine and fight there. So when we talk about casualties, that's sort of been the number in my mind, that every day we get a little closer to 100,000. And once we get there, then, conversations can't really be ignored in Moscow quite as much as they were before.
Gotcha. Language. Also, did you hear something about 43 districts or something like that were wanting Putin to resign? And whether that's just on paper or one person said it, I don't know. But then there was talks today where he rushed to the hospital. It's like, I feel that he's just doing that as like to, you know what I mean? Like it's
Yeah. So
okay.
apparently there was, I don't know if it was 43. I had seen like a number of 20. Apparently that entire group basically got dissolved. And I don't know if they're going to get charged. I wouldn't be surprised if they are. There was saying that Putin and I believe Xi Jinping, the president of China, will be meeting in a Central European or country around Turkmenistan. I'm blanking on the exact name. It's probably not Turkmenistan, but that area. Kazakhstan. Thank you very much. Yes, in Kazakhstan. And this will be Xi's first trip out of the country. I imagine there are going to be some words between him and Putin, mostly like, "Hey, we're not seeing you guys win here. We're not going to support you for this because we want to be around to pick up the pieces." China is very opportunistic for itself, and backing a losing horse is probably not worth it when they can wait for Russia to get more damaged severely and then just come in and buy them up, with some rather one-way negotiations, I imagine. However, in Russia proper, with these statements that are being made, I think the hospital visit, there was something that Putin had sent 10 doctors ahead of him, but he does travel with a physician. I won't pretend to know everything about the man, but allegedly he is incredibly terrified of COVID, as we've seen with the long tables and what have you, and this may be a part of that. Yeah,
it's Uzbekistan, not Kazakhstan.
Uzbekistan. Well, now we're going to start an Uzbek-Kazakh war in the middle of
one of the stands.
One of the stands. Not Afghanistan, though, where the Taliban keep crashing their helicopters, so it couldn't happen to nicer guys. So yeah, if that kind of answers the question there.
It does, Language. I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Thank you. And then because I didn't throw it in the text that I was actually reading off the screen, so now I get to learn about Armenia and Azerbaijan. Congrats, a little bonus episode here, right? Basically, background, Armenia and Azerbaijan, this is not the Ukrainian-Russian war. Frankly, as far as I can tell, there are no good sides here. There are interests, and that's what we'll talk about. There's Armenia, broadly supported by Russia, more out of necessity than anything else. They're a member of Russia's equivalent of NATO, the CSTO, is been involved in a war with Azerbaijan, its neighbor, who has been broadly supported by Turkey. You can think of this almost as sort of a precursor, teaser of what the war in Ukraine would look like, as Armenia had this Soviet-style military, tanks, artillery, troops, and Azerbaijan had those drones you've heard so much about, the Bayraktars, and Azerbaijan absolutely annihilated the Armenian forces in a stunning victory that, frankly, I believe caused the collapse of the Armenian government at the time. It's over in an area called Nagorno-Karabakh that I'm sure I'm butchering, and a ceasefire was reached in 2020. However, the shelling began a couple days ago. Azerbaijani forces released video of them destroying a number of the Russian-provided anti-air missile systems that have been given to Armenia, as well as other shelling across the line. Now, all this just sort of demonstrates that even though there is quite literally Russian peacekeepers in the region, and technically Azerbaijan would be going up against Russia should Armenia try and invoke its collective security agreement, which they tried to do today, they don't really care about it. At this point, Russia has sort of declined to invoke that collective security agreement, which is telling in that, hey, you're on your own. It would be the equivalent of if trying to find the best way. But it'd be equivalent of if somebody attacked a NATO country and U.S. said, we're not getting involved with this. Plus, because Russia had withdrawn somewhere close to 1,000 of its peacekeepers from this region back in, I want to say, March, in order to resupply its troops that are currently losing in Ukraine. They don't have more than maybe a battalion here, so several hundred guys. That's not enough to do anything. So keep an eye there. If you start to see that Russian troops serving as peacekeepers in a nation that they are allegedly sworn to defend as a country are either being ignored or outright attacked by another party, then it just means that Russia's international reputation as being able to guarantee the defense of anyone has just gone down the shitter. So that was a quick little update on Azerbaijan and Armenia, but do keep an eye on that, because while this is certainly a war for survival in Ukraine, and frankly for the Russian government's survival, if they considering the road they've led themselves down, there is a broader conflict, and that broader conflict does encompass Russian allies or allies of convenience, such as Armenia, and it will be interesting to see how that develops.
Indeed. I'm interested to see what remarks are made out of this Putin-Xi Jinping meeting. I should just say Putin and Pooh. But it appears that Xi Jinping is going to both Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan to shore up some of his political capital and at least illustrate within China that his last decade of leadership and the consequential deterioration of U.S.-China relations has not completely isolated China. I want to know what China is going to offer to Russia in this situation.
It will be very interesting to see.
Apparently, the number 3 in Chinese political hierarchy has made some statements to the Russian Duma indicating that they fully support Russia in this situation, but I don't know that China has confirmed those remarks themselves. It was a summary published by the Duma, so maybe the Duma is embellishing to try and bolster the appearance of support that they've got. China's definitely not doing them any favors on the financial side.
I would be surprised if you see China deciding that now this is the time, after Russia's demonstrated massive, incompetence, that now is the point where they're going to come in and get involved. I just don't see it happening. We had Jinggu in the audience. If he wants to come up, he can speak far more eloquently on this. But if there's one thing I've learned, is that China is fundamentally self-interested, and its allies are those of convenience for a time, and it plays the long game. And so as a result, jumping in now when somebody's losing and is heavily sanctioned, this is when you're going to support them, doesn't make sense. If this was neck and neck and Russian troops were beating down the doors of Kiev, then yeah, maybe China jumps in because they know how this is going to end. But right now, it doesn't look like this is going to end well for Russia. So would you rather support them now, or would you rather wait till Russia has some kind of severe economic collapse and political degradation in the aftermath of all this, and then you come in with the Belt and Road Initiative and you say, hey, Russia, we're happy to guarantee you loans, but we just want all of your coal deposits in Siberia or something like that, right? I would start doing that more so.
We're gonna build a pipeline to Russia, and you can pump your gas through it.
Exactly, something like
that. Anybody has any questions, feel free to raise your hand or request the mic. I see Big Sky and Captain Stringbean are here, so I don't see any raised hands though. So if you don't raise your hand, I don't know you have a question or a comment. Captain, go ahead.
Hi, sure, yeah. Thank you for maintaining this space. I mean, I did, just to introduce myself, I don't really have any experience with the military or any of that stuff. But what I do have, I'm a student of public administration. I work in the government. I'm a graduate student working on a master's degree in public administration. And so I'm interested in government institutions and how they work or sometimes don't work. So that's kind of why I'm fascinated by this space. So one thing I've been thinking about and writing about as part of my graduate degree is workplace culture, especially as it relates to ethics and promoting a workplace culture that encourages, accountability, transparency,
ethical behavior. So just I'd like to hear people here talk about what insights you can give into workplace culture of the Russian military and how it contrasts with the Ukrainian military or with NATO. Especially, I don't know if he's online anymore, but the gentleman who was raised in the Soviet Union and what he has to say, I found that fascinating.
I would quickly summarize the workplace culture in the Russian military is toxic. You can't report anything up the chain without fear of retribution. There's really no autonomy for lower ranked folks to make decisions of their own. It's all a top down, what did the boss tell me to do type situation. So there's really no comparison between the Ukrainian military and the Russian military in that respect. But I did see Yehuda has joined us, and we do have another hand. And I won't make any more remarks about military culture because I'm not a military man myself. Let's go to Orland Gas. Sorry, I'm probably...
Somebody's never read Lord of the Rings. My God.
Hey guys.
The Hobbit.
Yeah, just a quick question and clarification. Am I reading it right that Kiev Independent is reporting that Ukraine is basically running like airstrikes and sorties against Russia? And if so, that's just incredible. And what are the Russians? Do the Russians have any capable of man pads? Thank you.
Yeah, they've been doing that all war, pretty much. But there really hasn't been an entire duration where the Ukrainian Air Force has been grounded. There's been some isolated cases, most notably recent down near Kherson, where it appears that the Ukrainian Air Force has been forced out of the region, though luckily it seems air parity is leveling itself out as of today with increase in Ukrainian airstrikes and a decrease in Russian airstrikes. Russia does have anti-air systems. Frankly, they have, at least earlier in the war, more capable long-range air-to-air systems that have been fired at Ukrainian pilots and AWACS systems, which unfortunately swatted a non-inconsiderable number of Ukrainian pilots out of the sky near Belarus and over the Black Sea in two separate occurrences. However, the Russian Air Force has been substantially degraded with reported losses of 200 of their aircraft plus, which means not only the aircraft, they have more, but the pilots, which they don't have a tremendous amount of trained ones. Thus, we've seen videos coming out of Ukrainian man pads actually threatening these fast-moving jets. We know a lot of them have been shot down as such. And in a stunning event over, I want to say it was a week ago or so, a Russian aircraft pilot actually ejected prematurely because a Stinger man pad that didn't even fire just locked onto him. He got the warning, and he was so worried about that he just ejected right there. Does that kind of summarize up the air picture for you?
Absolutely. Thank you, language, and once again, great community here, and Slava Ukraina.
I have a question from a listener who cannot get up, and maybe Yehuda can answer this one, but they mentioned that they saw some tweets about Russia pulling conscripts from strategic rocket forces and using them as infantry replacements in Ukraine. Is there any veracity to those claims, or has anybody here on the panel seen those same rumors?
I have not. Sorry.
I'll call them rumors for now.
No idea.
Yeah, I'd have to see a source on that. If it's, because that's the question, they're saying conscripts. If it's just people that are going through the conscription class, they're saying, oh, congrats, you're now infantry going to Ukraine. They've been kind of doing that for a while. They tried to pull a bunch of sailors off their ships some time ago, and a lot of the sailors tried to refuse. If they're actually pulling people out of silos to send them to Ukraine, then that's something else entirely, and that would be, just further evidence that Russia's having a manpower shortage.
Well, I wouldn't presume that people working within the nuclear arm of the Russian military would be conscripts. I think they would probably be longer term enlisted folks with some significant training and background checks and all of that. And I don't know that Russia would want to compromise those arms of the military or their nuclear deterrent capability by sending those guys to the front line with an AK in their hand in Ukraine. It seems a bit far-fetched. I don't think they're that desperate yet, but I wouldn't put it past them. So we'll put a plug in that until we see some additional reporting. Liz, go ahead.
Hi there. First of all, I want to touch. I wanted to sort of get through my last question rather quickly, so I didn't stop and do the gratitude part that I think is so important. I would never. I'm so grateful for, first of all, that this has been going on for so long. It's been a while now since I dropped in again, but it was an incredibly grounding, a comforting thing. Like it makes me. I'm kind of amazed that a discussion about an active war could possibly be comforting, but I think that that's a huge testament to the people who have been sort of shepherding this entire, shifting community over time. I really want to give credit to all of the moderators that I've heard anyway for their grace and skill in keeping things on track, as it were, because group discussions they don't always do so well. So that's my question. And I had asked earlier about, and Konstantin was very generous with his insights about the sort of state of mind of the humanity of Russian citizens. I'm still really curious if anyone has is inclined. This is a big question. I understand that there's no simple answer. It may even be difficult or painful to answer, but I'm very, very curious about if there's anything about the character of people or what we can do as societies to sort of foster strength and courage and integrity and a sense of right and wrong in people. For instance, I've heard, and someone please correct me if this is incorrect, that there's a practice with Russian soldiers that's essentially like a super extreme hazing process to break them down. I saw a documentary a number of years ago about children being recruited into terrorist organizations in other parts of the world, where they were essentially, found and drugged and made to do really terrible things while they were under the influence of, coke or heroin or something like that. And so by the time they got out of this drug-filled haze, then it's like, oh man, you're like a man now, you're with us, and their entire state of being is of course irrevocably transformed. If this is in fact how Russian soldiers are being trained, the ones that actually get any kind of training at all, as opposed to the ones who've been thrown in after a week of training, which is what we're hearing now, it doesn't seem like a long-term solution, frankly. First of all, I'd be curious whether or not this practice is true. I think it's called Dedovshchina or something like that. And then second of all, whether in fact that kind of abusive training is in fact the reason that the Russian forces are seem to be collapsing.
So yes, you're right. It's called look it up. Dedovshchina. If you search Russian hazing, it should pop up. It's got its own Wikipedia article. It translates, I want to say it's like rule of the grandfathers, and the easiest way to explain it is it's like prison gang rules, in that when you come in, you're a conscript, I think it's 2 years now. Your first year, you have to serve who's ever got a second year. And then when the second year, then you get to bully people around. And there's a lot. This isn't hazing like, a bunch of guys at a frat house. We're talking like people have died, traumatic, sexual, rapes, assaults. There's been a couple cases of Russian soldiers full metal jacketing their commanders as a result of it, and then shooting themselves. So this has been a real ongoing issue for a number of years. Apparently, this was still a thing back in the Soviet era, based on some of the former members of the Soviet Army we've been lucky enough to have in the space here talking about it. And I'm not a psychologist. I won't pretend to be. I think Tom Zimbardo can talk more about it. I'm sure this has an effect on the Russian soldiers' ethos, in that if you do terrible things and then your reward for surviving terrible things is now you get to do terrible things to other people who are less than you. Well, that's just putting dehumanization front and center. You add into that gross dehumanization of the Ukrainian people. Unfortunately, you have a ticking time bomb here, right? So I think that plays into that role, certainly.
Yeah, so it's a culture of hazing that's obviously sexualized and it's meant to degrade, and it's called grandfathering if you translate it. And it means obviously the older recruits do it to the younger advice, and then it just goes through. It's meant to break your spirit. It's obviously pretty sick in the head because it goes well beyond any kind of, what we call hazing in the West.
So it's like a kind of like an Uber kind of college hazing, the kind of stuff that we've heard about.
It's the real version of hazing. It's the college version that's like putting shaving cream in your pants. It's not this. I mean, they'll sodomize them with sticks and stuff, right?
Oh my God!
It's pretty. Oh, it's pretty crazy. Yeah, but it brutalizes them, and the idea is it makes the soldiers be brutal. It's like conditioning them to be psychopaths, and they think it's actually a funny thing. Like it's a rite of passage. It makes you, like Borat would say, "Now you are a real man's."
Right.
That's
Well,
the
it
bizarre
sounds
nature of it.
It sounds a bit like the repeated cycles of abuse that happen in families. Where abuse is sort of continued through different generations.
Exactly.
I would be really curious whether or not actually, let me think about how to rephrase this question. I'll step off mic for a second.
No problem. And yeah, we did get a lot of, I think you're referring to the interview we did. And for the record, we had a lot of our Ukrainian friends and guests, and told us he was a controversial figure, but to ask hard questions and try to get what we could out of it, and that's what we did. There were some people that have gone off and called us genocide supporters or such strange things. We can't, humor these comments. I mean, at the end of the day, we're here. It's a learning experience. It's a sharing experience with everything.
Well, and I didn't actually get to hear that interview. I'm sorry to have missed it. Although that's once again a strange thing to say. I'm probably not sorry that I missed it in some ways, because there are probably things that I wouldn't have liked to have heard. But because I stepped on, I think right after or started to listen right after that had concluded,
like the debrief.
And yeah, and some comments about whether someone was on and talking about someone who wasn't the topic of conversation, and how there was a sort of a personal thing. So that's about where I started listening. The thing that was touched on at that point was about the idea of the importance, the necessity of actually listening to other human beings, which is really what's been sort of, for me, sort of fomenting this whole kernel of all of it, which really is at its essence, it's about our humanity and the difference of how, for instance, some countries treat their prisoners of war versus how other people treat their prisoners of war, whether they commit war crimes or not, and I'm sure that probably in every country there are some people who are I'm sorry, not capable, but capable of committing war crimes, and but in some cases it seems to be sort of endemic, like really systemic, like part of the actual culture of the conflict machine, the military and the idea that, like last night there was someone on, I forget, I'm so sorry, the name of I believe he was a general maybe, he was talking about the three parts of the three essential things. Like if you took a pie and you cut it into three pieces, that there's the machinery, the equipment, the gear, all of that kind of stuff, and then there's the strategy, the tactics, and all that kind of stuff, and then there's the will to the human element, but not the personnel, the actual part that's inside the personnel that makes them willing or not to fulfill the strategy. Considering again, the whole aspect of military operations, this is not something that I was ever drawn to, and I'm still honestly kind of shocked that this is one of the most grounding things that I can listen to in this, in this the time that we're living in right now. Very historic time. It's going to be written about for our children for sure. So many crazy things going on, and for me, the part that I find so compelling is this balance between the necessity of fighting for what you must, whether it's your country, your family, human rights, all of that, and what that costs in human life, in what you as a human being, a single human being has to do, and what a country has to do, all of that, and that there's no, it seems to me that, well, and Ukraine is certainly displaying that for us now. There's something that matters to them, and that's why they're winning, and then to some extent them fighting the good fight, as it were. And I know it's politics and there's all kinds of other, potential, nothing is pure, but the fact that they are, fighting for something that really matters, big picture, human progress, ideals and democracy seems to be also the reason that people we are drawn, we are inspired, we want to support them, we want to contribute if we can. This is, I feel this doesn't, I guess I'll just finish up by saying that I think that arena right there is the part that makes, the part that I find comforting isn't quite the right, fortifying, let's put it that way. Then I'll step off mic.
Yeah, I think it's apparent to anyone who's taken the time to invest in researching or understanding what's going on in Ukraine that they're fighting an existential crisis, and all they really want is autonomy and the right to self-determination, and not to be subjugated by a foreign actor that's trying to colonialize them once again. And in the Russian state, and for the average Russian soldier, they've grown up or been trained in a culture that devalues autonomy and basically breaks these people down, doesn't respect human life, and essentially trains them to be monsters through things like hazing, and is rampant with corruption. So there's really no incentive for the average Russian soldier to invest emotionally in this unless they're just morally bankrupt themselves. That's why you see so much looting and inhumane actions across the board. We had a former Russian soldier briefly on yesterday who was mentioning that a lot of Russians have no heart in the fight because they know if they get injured in Ukraine and end up back in Russia, there is no Veterans Administration for them. Nobody's going to take care of them. They're just going to be on their own. So if you see all of your superior officers stealing from the commissary, so to speak, and I'm embellishing a bit here, it only makes sense that every Russian soldier is going to be in it for themselves and seeking to find a washing machine that they can send back home to their mother.
Well, to some extent, that is the example that's set for them, right?
Exactly. Well, and that's what I was getting at. They've seen an example of corruption and kleptocracy. So they're going to repeat that on a much smaller scale, and it's kind of an every man for himself situation, and that is the antithesis of the Ukrainian mentality. People of different languages, of different religions, and all different colors are banding together to ensure their autonomy and their ability to live in freedom and have some degree of self-determination. They they want to vote for their leaders in Ukraine, and they stood up for that in 2014 during the Revolution of Dignity. They decided they didn't want to live in a puppet situation anymore, where their elected leader was taking his marching orders from Moscow, and a bunch of civilians banded together and did that, and then they were in short order invaded by the little green men who took Crimea. And if I'm not mistaken, not identifying yourself when you invade another country like that, Yehuda can correct me on this, but if you go into another country, you have to wear your flag on your shoulder and identify yourself as a soldier of war. And these guys all went in there as little green men, and they were referred to as little green men because they didn't have any identifying insignia on them. But it's two completely different sides of a coin, and there really is no comparison between the mentality of the Russian military and what everyday Ukrainians are fighting for. And I don't want to say Ukrainian soldiers, because so many people have stood up and volunteered to repel this Russian onslaught that it really is from all different aspects of their culture. I saw a guy who was a former ballerina in Ukraine who gave his life in defense of his country today, and he became a soldier because he wanted to fight for his friends and his family and his country. And
Yeah.
I don't think you see people standing up and I know you don't see people standing up and volunteering like that in Russia.
Well, they don't have anything meaningful to fight for, perhaps.
Exactly. Like, what's the point?
Yeah.
You're going to fight so some oligarch can rob your country blind and build himself another $100 million pleasure yacht.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to be brave in those circumstances, because the sneaking into another country, this isn't intelligence stuff. This is just sneaking in. That's cowardice, essentially. I don't want it to be a judgment on humans, but to not wear your colors and your flag, your uniform to identify yourself means that you don't want to identify yourself. Then why would you not want to identify yourself? Because you're not, you don't feel good about who you are.
They were being deceiving there and trying to insinuate that was some organic revolution within Crimea. They didn't want to admit that it was Russian soldiers that were trying to take over portions of Ukraine. So it was intentionally deceiving.
Oh, so not just straight up cowardice, then
yeah,
actual,
it wasn't just straight up cowardice.
Strategic deceit. Then
it was strategic deceit. They revealed themselves in short order, but yeah, they didn't walk into Ukraine with a Russian patch on their shoulder, deliberately so. Alex, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to comment that I think Liz hit on the right comparison there when she talked about how cycles of violence perpetuate, and the patterns of behaviour within the Russian army are almost certainly it's a cycle of violence and abuse. There's no other way to describe it. It is that. And as you pointed out, Ryan, there are no societal incentives to change that specific behaviour, or more generally patterns of corruption and violence within society. So you just end up with this cyclical pattern. I often think about it like a dysfunctional workplace. There is no incentive for the individual to push for a formal action because the perception is that nothing will ever change, and um, you have no agency within that environment. So, just get on with it. Keep your head down and get on with it. And it sounds strange to kind of compare that to, a whole of society experience, but it's often one that I return to when thinking about this issue. So yeah, that would just be my observations.
Well, and I feel compelled to make a bit of a correction on the comparison between college hazing and Russian grandfathering, as it's called. It really is a whole nother level. I've seen some video footage that leaked out of Russia, and I probably saw a documentary on this at least over a decade ago, probably 20 years ago now. But the level of violence that they were utilizing against people who are supposed to be soldiers and defenders of your country was more comparable to a medieval gauntlet. I mean, they were beating the crap out of these kids in the barracks and laying them down, and running across them, stepping on their chests and their stomachs and, punching and choking them until they were unconscious. I'm sure there were some bones broken in this. It wasn't a bunch of people binge drinking and laughing and having a good time. I mean, it was abuse, pure and simple. So you really can't think of it in your head as anything remotely similar to what they call hazing at a university. It's not that. But yeah, when you sign up to serve your country, or you're conscripted to serve your country, and you make it through basic training only to receive that kind of thanks, it doesn't really inspire a whole lot of
Ryan, it starts in basic training.
Yeah.
You don't make it through basic training. Like, it starts in basic training and continues until you reach a position where you can abuse people with impunity. It's that simple. It's a cycle of abuse. It's that simple.
Alex, I don't think that I don't think it's inappropriate for you to compare it to a workplace situation. I would actually add that it's also like a family situation. It's much smaller, obviously, way fewer people, but the mentality is the same. And in fact, the idea that that abusing, being a victim of abuse I mean, that's an oversimplified thing, but I think that's what it would. I think that's what it would feel like if you're not, if you don't do analysis or something.
If there's even any kind of knowledge amongst the general Russian population about the Geneva Convention or other things like that, or if it's just entirely hidden from people.
Well, I don't think they can conceive of being taken prisoner and being treated humanely, because even when they don't treat their own brothers in arms humanely. It's a total psychological disconnect that they could be taken captive and still treated like a human being.
Yeah, that definitely appears to be the impression across the board. And I mean, hopefully, obviously, in a war zone and with the amount of potential contact available, that kind of stuff, even with the coalition of Russian-speaking Ukrainians, things like that, hopefully it would be possible to try to, educate some Russian soldiers in some kind of way that, no, you will be treated like a human and you're much better off coming over to us than to actually, get wounded, go back home, retreat, any of that kind of stuff. But yeah, obviously difficult.
Well, and they also know on some level that their brothers in arms or their fellow Russian soldiers have been committing abominable war crimes, and they're probably in very serious fear of retribution. And I would be too if I were in their shoes. But I'm glad some of those Russian soldiers are calling in and at least considering the option of a surrender. And I'm glad they were assured by Ukrainians that they, will be treated according to the laws of war. We need them to be assured that they will be treated humanely, so more of them will have the courage to surrender.
What I would add is that, again, I think it's useful to think about the workplace comparison. I mean, most people who are working age will have worked in a place that wasn't brilliant, and what I would suggest is, if you cast your mind back to the state of mind you were in at that point in time, it's very hard to conceive or even contemplate a place that is positive and supportive and engaging, where people don't manipulate and lie. And I think that's, so as Ryan says, it's just a complete disconnect between one reality and another, almost.
Yeah. I forgot Slava had joined us because I was scrolled way down on my speaker list. So let's get to Captain Stringbean and Christian, and then Slava. I want to talk to Slava.
Hi, sure. Yeah, I just I wanted to thank Liz first off for bringing up the hazing thing, because it answers so many of the questions I had about workplace culture as a student of public administration. And I do think that this idea of, or the metaphor of an abusive family to describe abusive workplace culture is very useful and enlightening to me. And just thinking about, like, how do you break out of that cycle? Like, I don't know. I think it's really tough. I think it's really tough to break the cycle of abuse. And all I can say is I think it takes an enormous amount of compassion, like almost a saint-like level of compassion from the new generation to break the cycle of abuse. Yeah, so
that kind of cyclical abuse is seen outside military cultures, and you see that handed down through generations of families. It's common to find out that an abuser was a victim of abuse themselves, and I don't see any way that Russia is going to root that out of their military culture anytime in the next decade or two. They
I
really
mean, I
do
think
need to
this is.
tear the whole system down and rebuild it again. And I have
I
no
think it's a.
interest in when and whether or not they do that. My only concern is getting them immediately out of Ukraine, and then they can sort out their own problems.
Yeah, I agree, but I think this is a particular problem for public sector organizations like armies, militaries, or whatever, because there's less like interchange. It's harder to get in, harder to get out. That's because when you describe this hazing stuff, it's you're talking about a cult, almost like cult initiation rituals. So that's just what's going through my head is that any public sector organization, any military has to watch out for this stuff. And it sounds like they haven't done a great job of that in Russia. I mean, I don't know. That's all I have to say. But again, thank you for maintaining this space.
We'll be here 24/7 until the Russians throw in the towel and go home. We've been here since February 24th or 23rd. I can't even remember. It's been a couple of 100 days now.
I loved what you said, Ryan. Just very quickly, I loved what you said. The sentence of until they have the courage to surrender. That sounds like an oxymoron, but it's not. And I'll step off.
Christian, good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning. I'm going to be really quick because I want to hear what Slava wants to say. I want to make a comparison to what was happening in communist Romania and post-communist Romanian army. It used to be called a baptism whenever you got drafted, because it was not a professional army. Yeah, it was the same as the Russian army is now. You get drafted at 18 and so on. So this was on a regular basis. Well, not the extent of what the Russians doing, pimping out their fellow soldiers and stuff like that. That's so extreme. But the point of this was to form, or this is their explanation at the time. It was to form a culture of team spirit and to break the will of the soldiers and of the new soldiers that got drafted, for them to listen and follow orders and to not have quips at their offices and so on and so on. So this was sick. And all of this stopped, like dead end, dead point. This stopped in 2006. I remember the draft got canceled, or suspended actually. It's not canceled, it's just suspended. And the Romanian army turned into a professional army with the NATO officers training and so on and so on. And the Western influence brought the Romanian army to a certain level of standard, and this stopped happening, like hazings. We called it baptisms. So that might be a solution for the Russian army. Stop drafting, turn into a professional army, and follow the rules. Because the military police, if you do this shit right now, you're gonna go in jail. So that was it. I want to hear what Slava wants to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. We've imposed some similar reforms in the U.S. military. I mean, that culture of initiation exists in any organization that's trying to create some kind of brotherhood, but the degree with which we had they call like a pinning ceremony here in the U.S., they might take your pin and punch it onto your chest and you get some tiny puncture wound like an injection. But the comparison for that in Russia was repeated punches until the guy's shirt was covered in blood. And I mean, it's sadistic That's the only way I can summarize it. It's not a baptism. It's not some kind of rite of passage. It's, we're going to beat the crap out of you, and you're going to like it. Well, you're not going to like it, but the guy who's beating the crap out of you will. It's mind-boggling, and that type of culture within an organization is not going. They're never going to have a professional army, because who in their right mind would want to join in for something like that? Who's going to sign up for that? But I'm sorry, Slava, go ahead.
No, thank you. Slava Ukraini, Героям Slava. Ryan,
Героям
yeah,
Slava.
Gheroям Slava. Actually, really amazed with your like a great explanation of what is happening. And just to add to this, is exactly sadistic, and this is like a changing of the mind. They doing this until you start to like it, and this is how we later see that all this like a result of about this all this abuse circle of the abuse, they start to like it, and they become all this like a sadistic people who gonna do this like on other humans. And we saw what they done with the Azov style soldiers. This is, they like to do it. This is like a, they have this like a schooling in the army, in the military, all this like a Dedovщина, and they school to this point that they become all these monsters, all these barbarians, and they like doing this by circle. And I like all this like explanation I heard before, so really great. So I wanted to like provide more information, but I see that it is exactly that people started to see when I started to talk a few months ago, that I started to say Russia is a cult nation. This is just a cult. And I want to say that all this that we know, Dedovщина is like only in military, but this is like a Russian culture in the Russia totally. This is like it's come from the family. I heard all this also. Thank you, Captain, for the bring this call for the when the Russian soldiers calls to Ukrainian line. So this is like a Ukrainians set up special line, toll free. Someone on the space already explained it a few days ago. That and a few days ago there was campaign from the Ukrainian side before the before the next wave of the offensive towards the Russians. They shoot up thousands of the pamphlets and flyers toward the Russian position with the with the information that you can call and get an instruction how to properly surrender to live. This is like a done for the like a exactly for the humane reason. We don't need to kill you, but you're gonna be die if you continue to fight Ukrainians. But you have a choice, and we like a Ukrainians saying, we understand that you like a born in this abuse cycle of the abuse. We know, but there is still a hope for you. You can surrender. Here's a number you can call, and exactly when the captain said that, I heard this conversation. He's saying, but actually I read his like a voice. He's like he's like making a fun like a, am I being castrated when I surrender? But he's actually, it's like a part of the truth, but it's still good that they calling. It's good. But I would like to hear more of these calls. But still, this was only one call. It's good. And to the lease, I heard you. I heard you say not judge on the human, but I'm Ukrainian, and I'm gonna judge on the humans, on the Russians, and I would like to say they little bit beneath humans. They not really not humans, even because when the war started, Ukrainians started to call them Russians, not just soldiers, but whole Russians, anti-sapiens, because they behave as the anti-human. What they bring, death and destructions. And Why not just military? Because we know, I heard a lot of the calls when the soldiers calling home. Well, I hope you also saw see this transcription of the all calls when the soldiers call to home, to the wife, or to the girlfriend, and girlfriend saying, "Oh, you can rape everyone, you can rape, but don't say me. Don't tell me that you're raping, but you can rape all Ukrainian girls." So this is like a situations. This is like a mentality.
They're definitely acting and behaving like total animals. I agree with you, Slava.
Exactly. And what I want to say is that it is not just military. Oh, this is all Russian support still.
This is the culture.
Yes,
Yeah,
culture.
but it's Slava in English.
Yes.
So when we say that they're anti-human, we sound like them. So
I'm
they're not
sorry.
anti-human. Yeah, they've lost their humanity. That's what I'd like to say. They've lost their humanity. Is that a better way to phrase it?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
I mean,
Because
to call them subhuman or anti-human is kind of falling into the trap that they're setting. They want us to lose our humanity and be just as evil as them. I prefer to call them disgusting, like they're behaving like barbarians and animals, and they're genocidal monsters, 100%. But I just wanted to clarify that nuance. I hope you agree with me.
I'm totally agree with you because it's like my point of view, and just wanted to like what it was changed since the war because we exactly called them this way. So and thank you for the clarification. And yes, this is like a culture in the Russia. This is not just military; it's all humans. Mean all Russians that like because they all the total support what is happening in the Russia. They still support. They all watching all these videos what is happening with the Ukrainian soldiers. They doing this. They still support and like ignoring reality that is happening in Ukraine. So this is what I want to say. Thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you, Slava. Thank you as well, Yehuda. I try to refrain from.
That's all good. We can push past it.
Well, I try to refrain from using the word orc or anything like that because to claim that they're anti-human or that they're subhuman or anything like that excuses their atrocities that they create, and they have two eyeballs and a soul and a brain just like every other human being on the face of the planet. So we shouldn't excuse the atrocities that they're committing by claiming that they don't have the same conscience and capability that we do.
That's a nice way to look at it.
I do recognize that human beings are capable of making choices that are monstrous. I'm not suggesting that humans are not capable of making monstrous choices. I just want to be clear on that.
Exactly. No miscommunication between any of us. I think we're all on the same page here.
We're on the same page. It's just important to communicate that that effectively in case, God forbid there's Russian, disinformation people coming in here to say, oh, look, all these people that support Ukraine are really neo-Nazis. They said we're subhuman. That's what the Nazis said. And it gives them succor and also degrades our own humanity because we just have to come to terms with the fact that human beings can be evil monsters. And that's what the Russians are doing. And frankly, when it comes to the culture in Russia, I'm not sure they can fix themselves. This is inculcated, not because some genetic thing. I mean, the culture is so pervasive that they look up to this perennial sadist, and whether it's Putin or another psychopath. Obviously, if the shoe fits, wear it. I mean, for the last 100 years, I mean, they go for the dirtiest, the meanest, the most cruel, and these are the people that everyone eventually tolerates being in power. It's quite unique.
Perfectly said.
But that kind of comes back though to the whole systemic thing about whether it's a family or a corporate. Well, actually, family I would say is more long-term versus a corporate culture, which can maybe doesn't have the same generational aspect. That because how you grow up and the values that you become accustomed to, values of the people who are modeling them for you and all of that kind of stuff, that becomes sort of embedded in your identity. So if you identify yourself as a human being in a particular way, like in the case of the extreme hazing, for instance, well, I'm tough, I can handle it, that sort of thing. That's part of who you think you are now. So suggest, like, if you don't unpack that, then rejecting that aspect of things then leaves you kind of going, well, who am I if I'm not that? Or I would guess that that's the case in people who are well, actually, probably any one of us can go, let's like, no, I grew up with this is my background, this is my history, this is my experience, and I know this, and I know this is true because I lived it. Whether it's positive or negative, you get a sense of how the world balances itself out based on what your personal experience has been. And if the personal experience of the vast majority of Russians is not one of compassion or empathy or generosity or courage or integrity, like if and if instead it's about toughness and better watch your back because you can't trust anyone, or all of that, like that sounds generational to me because it sounds like it's been going on for a long time.
No, yeah, I agree. I have to pop off. Good night, everyone, and Slava Ukraini. Thanks, Jeff.
Heron Slava, get some rest, Yehuda.
Heron
Thank you
Slava.
for dropping in.
And can I follow? Can I follow just Liz, because it's like
sure.
Thank you. So Liz exactly said that this is like a model that people are for, and I'm exactly just remembering a great phone call from the soldier towards home. So this is how I see this picture. So soldiers, some Russian soldiers, somewhere on the front in the Ukraine, sitting like a calling wife who is somewhere in the, let's say, in the Moscow, and what I hear on the and on the line. So it was intercepted call by the Ukrainians, and she holding kid on the arms, and while talking with her husband, kid obviously the kid small kid crying like a normal kid crying, and she's like having conversation with the husband. He's like saying, okay, war is not going good, a lot of my comrades are died, war is happening, we don't have enough this, we don't have enough food, it's cold because it's war started in the winter. So he's saying this, kid crying, and she telling to kid like a saying shut up, and repeatedly to the kid, not like a, because children do not matter for them, and they always think with the swear words. We call it mat. They using so much that it's like each word is like a swearing, and this is when the model set up right away. When he's a kid, he's like a learning all this stuff, and this is like where it starts when they kids, and this is like a model for them from the beginning, and this is how this like a cycle starts, and this is like a whole Russia. We heard I just want to say, when we started to hear all this like intercepted calls from the Russians like towards home, we are shocked how many swear words. We Ukrainians do not talk, but for them it's like a everyday normal life. So this is like a model. And Liz, thank you. And actually, great discussion. Everyone, past hour listening, great discussion. And Ryan, great explanation. So thank you. Slava Ukraini.
Heron Slava. Thank you, Slava. You're too kind. I think our hint was next, and then Auntie. Good morning, Auntie. I think I may have already told you good morning. It's late.
Mic check.
I can hear you loud and clear. Go right ahead.
Hi. This may have come out a little bit out of time now, but the Institute for the Study of War did what I think was a very good explainer on Russian conscription, its reserve, its mobilization, etc., back in March of this year. If you just Google it with "understanding war explainer on Russian conscription," you'll pick it up. But it goes through and describes the differences between their conscripts and how those are drawn together and how many they think they have in the training, and then their contract soldiers, which are different, and their concept of reserve, which is very different from the Western concept of reserve. I happen to know 2 young Russians who successfully avoided conscription in the last few months. One by claiming a medical exemption, and since he apparently came from a relatively rich zip code, he had to pay $4,000 for the doctors to make the appropriate reports on that. But I think everybody in their middle class attempts to get out of conscription, and so many successfully do. The other one got out of it by legally applying for what they call alternative civilian duties, I believe it's called. But it's instead of a 1-odd-year conscription, he got to do a 2-odd-year administrative job, yet to be determined. But it does mean that the entire intake of conscripts is skewed very heavily to the lower socioeconomic groups, and with all the attendant issues that go along with that. Thanks.
I will definitely go look that up when my co-hosting duties are no longer needed. Auntie, I think you were next, and we do have a couple of speakers that have not raised their hand. I'm thinking about you, Politics Crone. If you could hit that heart button down at the bottom, and the far right emoji is a hand raise. If you have a question or a comment, we try to go by a hand order. Thank you. Auntie, go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan, and good morning to you. I don't think, or sorry, good evening.
It's morning here now too.
Okay, good.
Sun's
So
not up yet, but
right. So couple of things I wanted to note. One was that we keep coming back to how Russian propaganda works or doesn't work on this space time and again, and I wanted to throw in a little bit of an apocryphal. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce it, but in exchange from a rather well-known Finnish war movie called The Unknown Soldier, it probably didn't. There's a possibility that it didn't take place in the way it's said in the book and in the movie, but it's sort of representative of exchanges that took place quite often over the front lines, over the trenches, because there were numerous situations where Russians would get a loudspeaker up into the front lines, and they would spew propaganda to the Finnish lines, hoping to make dents in Finnish morale, and the Finnish would do the same with our loudspeakers. But so the beginning of the exchange goes something like this. So sons of Finland, come to us, and you will get some bread. And then a Finnish soldier would shout in reply, "Russian soldier, come over here and get some butter over your bread." I mean, I'm not doing it justice, but I think there's something that, even though it's written by an author and made its way to a movie, there's something still quite true in that exchange, even today, when we witness the looting of washing machines and the like by Russian soldiers. So that was point number one I wanted to make. The second thing is that I was listening to Slava Ukraine talk about the about the Russian mentality and the way the society works. And I think there's one thing that should be noted is that to a certain extent, already during the Tsarist times, when they had the Okhrana, which was the secret police at the time, but much more so during the communist period, during Soviet Union, was that it was the reach of the secret police was, shall we say, quite pervasive. Even though staffing was what it was, but there was a very large cadre of paid informants, and there was a very, very strong incentive put out that made even family members rat out other family members for supposedly statements, quips made that might seem hostile to the state or hostile to in the 40s to Stalin, or after that whoever was in the leading role. So there was a, shall we say, there was a long period of time when trust was very hard to come by, and I'm just saying that there is a I'm not excusing the Russians of any of their responsibility whatsoever for this genocidal war, but I'm just saying that there is a historic context for why there is a societal behavior pattern that still functions in a certain way. I could go on about that, but I assume that you got the point, what I was trying to make.
I totally take your point. I think I think Yehuda very clearly illustrated that with the story of his mother-in-law who lives with him. He mentioned that even now, with her residing in Canada, whenever she speaks Putin's name, she whispers, almost as though there are microphones in the wall.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even though, people that lived in the lower stratas of the society, there was very little actual, chance of them being bugged in their homes. But even if they weren't being bugged, you could never be sure that if a neighbor overheard something,
isn't going to turn you in.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And also, I could, if there, I might make a small comment about Russian conscription.
Sure.
So one thing also that's you should remember about Russian conscription and the way it sort of has an imprint all the way to the way that Russian morale functions or doesn't function on the battlefield is that from the day that the Russian conscript begins the service, he's taught in very real terms that he's sort of he's the bottom rung of the entire military hierarchy. So even among the conscripts, there's bound to be someone who's a bit more weak, who doesn't do things exactly the way they're ordered. So there must always be someone who is getting beat up, someone who's being put down, and that goes all the way up the military hierarchy, all the way up to the generals. So there's always someone lower down who pays the price if mistakes happen, and there's regular beatings. There is verbal. Also verbal beatings, but physical beatings that take place. And what we know of the incompetence of the NCO Corps and the Officer Corps really means, all of these things put together really means that if there is no way to inspire inspire the soldiers. That the NCOs can't do it, and the officer corps can't do it for the NCOs and the soldiers below. In Second World War, you could put the case that motherland is being threatened, that you're defending your home, but in this case you can't even do that. So there's nothing there to put any sort of fighting spirit, because of all the corruption, the professional element that would exist in a, shall we say, a normal military, if it doesn't exist in that same fashion, then there isn't even the element of professionalism to keep up at least appearances of a functioning military. And I think all of these things combine, and when Ukrainian counteroffensives hit, the most vulnerable of these troops, who weren't even given the gear that they would need in a modern battlefield, the LPR, the DPR forces, and with the level of training even lower than the Russian soldiers would have, then there's, we're seeing the results right now. That may have been a bit, meandering and stuff, but I hope you got also the point I was trying to make.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Antti. I think Politics Crone was up next.
Oh, hopefully you can hear me. Long-time listener, first-time speaker.
I love long-time listener, first-time speakers. Please go right ahead. I can hear you fine.
Thank you. So it's been a really interesting discussion, and I think there's a couple of bits for me. One is my sister-in-law is Russian. She lives in Bulgaria with her British husband, so has an interesting outlook. And they have a 5-year-old, and I find her parenting really fascinating. It's very, very different to UK in that it's very matriarchal. My brother-in-law isn't really hands-on parenting, which is quite unusual, but also is her son in many ways rules the roost. He is like the king in the family. And when I asked her about that, she said it was really common within Russian society. It's very matriarchal, and yet particularly male children, and she's quite middle class, so maybe it's quite different, I don't know, is that you must be a winner, you must not be a loser, that it is very masculine, and it's a very interesting outlook on the way that young men are brought up. And even though he is Bulgarian by birth and half British, he is considered to be Russian, and that's it, Russian above everything else. And when you look at where most of the conscripts are drawn for, which we know are generally the poorer areas, that often is their only route out, and they're consistently sent the message that they are less than. They're not pure Russian. They're less than. They're less than. So they are drilled from being tiny children that they are not worth anything, that they should have no aspiration, that they must accept their lot. And when that is told to you, not just through one generation, but 2 and 3 and 4, you don't know that there's no other way. And then add in being brutalized, which is what we've heard through the way the conscripts are treated in terms of the hazing. And the thing that's fascinated me by a lot of videos is just how messy a lot of the camps are. There's no discipline, there's no sense of self. It's like living, I don't know, like a homeless camp. And and yet, so that for me sense is no pride. So if you have no humanity, or you're told you're not worth anything, you have no pride, you have no sense of autonomy or hope, then it explains why we see some of that, and also that you're not allowed to challenge anybody. So if somebody is elite, and a lot of these more elite ones that we know, certainly in Butcher, etc., and you're not allowed to challenge, and that you must accept your lot, even if you witnessed it, it's very unlikely that they would have done anything about it. And to go back to Russia, I suspect very strongly it will be very similar to what many of the American soldiers experienced after Vietnam, where they're seen as losers. They are not getting a hero's welcome, and that they are a failure. And I don't know what that will do, because up to now they've probably been able to kind of cover it up. But when you think how many losses there've been, whole towns in parts of eastern Russia there will be no family almost that won't have been touched. What will that do going forward? I don't know, but that's just some thoughts swirling around my head early this morning. Oh, I'll turn the mic off.
Sorry, I was talking to a muted mic. I think you made some salient points there. I suspect Russia will have a big problem on their hands moving forward. Whatever number of Russian soldiers manage to make it back to Russia, having witnessed some of their fellow, I don't want to call them brothers in arms, but some of their fellow soldiers committing atrocities and doing things like that, and then not receiving any kind of a hero's welcome is going to create some rampant problems with respect to violence and substance abuse and PTSD. But again, I don't really spend too much time worrying about what happens in Russia when this is over. I just want the Russians to get the hell out of Ukraine. They're brutalizing a bunch of innocent men, women, and children who did nothing to bring this on themselves.
Oh, I don't disagree with you at all, but I think
and I wasn't insinuating that you were doing the opposite. So.
Oh yeah, no. I think for me is before I retired, I was a community worker, and I worked in some really, really deprived communities, and quite often we had to think 1, 2, 3 steps ahead. And I think there's that bit of what does it look like at the end, because ultimately there is, that neighborhood, that border's never going to go away. And while there's a bit of me that doesn't much care, there's the other bit of me that there are cross-border family links, there are all sorts of things. So it's understanding that, because then it's by understanding an element of it is to then prevent what may come down the line, and also then about healing for people, and that truth and reconciliation, and where we are in the immediacy. And I guess where I started from, and I probably should have said that right at the beginning, is about language. And I'm seeing a lot of dehumanizing language from all sorts of people on Twitter who are in Ukraine and not. And I think we need to call out the behavior and not dehumanize the person, because we then dehumanize ourselves. And that's a very slippery slope to go down.
Perfectly said. Sorry, I am trying to update our space header. Please go ahead, Christian.
Thank you. I just want to really be quick because I see a lot of really good speakers raising their hands. I just want to add to what Auntie was saying about the Russian lady still whispering Putin's name and so on. So this is a culture in ex-Soviet countries, at least in Romania it was, what the communists would do, they would reward people for snitching on their neighbors. And what the communists would do when building blocks of apartments, block of flats, they would actually make the walls really thin between the apartments. So whenever, for example, you would listen to Radio Free Europe, there was a really good chance that a neighbor would hear you and snitch you to the security apparatus. So it doesn't surprise me that this is still happening in Russia, for example. People being really timid about speaking up and so on, because it was real. Like, it was real. If somebody caught you, you would end up in jail or even worse. So this has perpetuated even after 1989, for example, in the Romanian culture. So, like last year in 2021, I tried to introduce the Whistleblowing Act in Romania, and it was received into the general public to such a degree, with such a hostility. They were saying that it's a step backwards towards the communist era, when people snitched on each other. So you can see 30 years after communism, what these kinds of mentalities do to a country and to its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. I think you're exactly right. It's hard to comprehend. I come from America, so I didn't live under Soviet rule, but by virtue of the subjects I studied in school, I know a little more about this than the average person. But I can say with a high degree of confidence that most of my fellow Americans can't really conceive of the level of police state that existed during the Soviet Union and how much fear that instilled among everyone. I mean, the KGB is notorious for a reason. We have a ton of hands, and I don't know the order exactly. I think Polly was next, but I know Doman and Ben are up. Polly, go ahead.
Thank you, Ryan. And good morning and greetings from Finland. I really do not want to bash the whole Russian culture. There are some good things, but I want to bring a reality check to some things. I think it will be important to understand that for the last 300 years, at least the Russian culture, they relate to the value of human life very differently that we do in the Western world. So the value of human life in general in Russia is a lot different than the human life, let's say, in a neighboring country, in Finland, or even like in Ukraine. And this runs really deep in the Russian culture, and this is also, in my opinion, a root cause why there are so many problems in the society, in the army, in the school system. So it runs and cuts deep throughout the Russian culture. I can give you just a short example. So, as many of you know, Finland was under the Russian reign from 1809 until 1917. That was the last time that happened. And during that era, the Russian government introduced their way of governance and their way of army. And as you have seen, that is not the perfect system. So, well, it might be amazing for you to think, but 150 years ago, our system wasn't perfect. It's not perfect today, but it was far from perfect 150 years ago. So at the end of the 19th century, our government started to modernize the system. And even though we were not independent at the moment, we realized that this system is false and it's shit. And we started to modernize it. I don't know if any of you is familiar with the book written by this Bulgarian author, Gregory Petrov. It's called Finland, the Country of White Lilies. But I think it describes the modernization of our society and also the army very well. It talks about how the conscripts should be treated, how the officers should behave, how the barracks should look like, and what would be the general attitude for the officers and for the academics, how they should teach the society in a civilized manner. And just to conclude, I would not bash a conscription model or conscription army or drafts due to the reason that you have this model, because this kind of model works in Israel, in Finland, in Switzerland. I would give critique to the society that runs any kind of army system that doesn't really value human life. I think that's one thing I would give critique. And then also you have to understand that in Russia they have mastered the way to brainwash their soldiers and also society, and this also affects the way how they behave against non-Russian people. Thank you.
Yeah, it's hard to look out for anyone but yourself when your whole society and culture since Soviet times is built on a lack of trust. Tim raised his hand double time, so I guess Tim is co-host now, so he can jump in whenever he wants. We'll let him wait since he's co-hosting. I don't know exactly what the order was, but I'm going to defer to Ben because he's my favorite Frenchman, and then we will go to Bahekafella.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm keeping that the title of your favorite freshman as a badge of honor. I know there's many yearning for it, but it is mine. I do have a quick comment to make. I will resist the temptation of asking you how the interview went last night. Just have a quick comment regarding the Russian army in general. Front of the show, previous guest Vincent Touré had an interview yesterday, and he was pretty brilliant, as it was on this channel. But he added something that he didn't say to us, which was that the rigidity of the Russian army is not a bug, but a feature. Basically, they've given up on communication from the ground up. Either the command doesn't have the power, the bandwidth to process it, or they just don't have the comms to keep the information up. And the result is that they're acting on a preset plan always. And that's why once in a while you see them not moving while they should be moving. You should see them moving where they should stay put, just because, well, that's what the plan says, and there is no one who can change that plan. And this is not an error. This is doctrine. The doctrine is, if the plan says you stay put, you have to stay put. Otherwise, the consequences are going to be worse because you're going to get lost, and we don't know where you're going to be. And so it's better to have a bad moment right now and then be reintegrated into the mass, that rather than having it your way and then being lost and come and not knowing where you are. So yeah, that's just a teeny bit of insight that I wanted to share because it really made my day yesterday. Thanks.
Now, I've got a quick follow-up on that, Ben. Do you think that this is a necessary symptom of relatively low-quality soldiers, or is it an actual high-level, top-down strategic thing? This is the way we're going to do things.
Well, the why is a question I've asked him, where I'm still waiting for an answer. But my intuition is that there's several things. One of them is there seems to be a very big gap between the soldiers who are considered as trash and the officer who are considered as demigods. So the result is that, whatever communication does go through, no one cares about much. And to give you an idea, the image Vincent used was that of a chess player. He was saying, the generals are meant to be brilliant, and taking plans, adapting plans that exist elsewhere, whereas the soldiers are just pawns. But I really do think what can I say? It's a nested thing, right? Because they don't trust the soldiers, they didn't work on their comms, and because their comms is dreadful, they cannot trust the soldiers. It's a chicken and potato story. It's a Russian expression. So I don't have an answer for you, but it's both technical and cultural.
Thank you very much, Ben. That's very interesting. Who was next, Ryan?
I think Bakafella, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right.
Vanessa, Ryan.
It's
Cyrillic.
Vanessa.
Vanessa. If that's Cyrillic, I apologize. I'm American. I'm monolingual. That's
You
the
are
joke.
forgiven, Ryan. It's all good.
I'll give a quick joke here. What do you call somebody who speaks 3 languages? Trilingual.
Way smarter than me.
What do you call somebody who speaks 2 languages? Bilingual. What do you call somebody who speaks 1 language? American.
I like it. I've just got 2 points that I sort of wanted to touch on, and they're very tangential threads, and may not it's something I can't quite grasp myself, so it's going to be difficult to sort of try to explain, I think. But the first, in relation to Russia and their culture and their doctrine, and how they're portraying themselves to the rest of the world at this point. I think something that we need to keep in mind, yes, there's a difference between reason and excuse. There are many reasons why they are acting the way that they do, but none of it is an excuse, in my opinion. It's very difficult to say what you might do in a situation. No, actually, it's not. It's very easy usually to say, I would not do X, Y, or Z, but you don't know until you're in that situation. But what I do know is that my grandparents and their parents all came from that same, from the Soviet Union. And you look at Ukrainians now, and the culture is completely different, but it all stemmed from being exposed to those same elements. So I think that that's something really to keep in mind, is that it has to partly be choice. And it's not just choice of their leaders, it's choice of their people. So that's sort of the first thing I wanted to mention. The other point is, from a Western perspective, I don't know if it's fair for us to say that Ukrainians, people in Ukraine or outside of Ukraine, or anyone really, shouldn't be saying what they want to say right now about the Russian people. I get that it's instinctive for us to, our humanity engages and we want to keep that for everybody, but it's also a protection mechanism. And, I can listen to friends of mine who have, recently come to Australia, or, that I speak to that are in other places, and they can say whatever they like right now because it's how they feel, and they should be allowed to express that. I think it's also fair to understand that coming from a different culture, when a Ukrainian says, I hate them, they mean it in that moment. But does that mean that they're going to go and hurt somebody? No.
Well, and I think you make a great point about showing how people are capable of change, and just because you grew up in an extremely repressive society doesn't mean you have to carry that on with you. The Ukrainians, and this is my perspective, but I personally think that that's why Russia is so fearful of what they've seen happening in Ukraine, is because it's an example that your society can change and there is a better way, and that's an extreme threat to the Russian Federation. It's not the threat of NATO that caused Russia to invade Ukraine. It was the example of Ukrainians standing up and through self-determination showing that you can have a society that isn't based on kleptocracy and domination by oligarchs who are bleeding your country dry of its resources or its human capital or anything else.
Yeah, that's sort of exactly the point I wanted to make. You know, and it's not just Ukraine either. There's so many countries in Eastern Europe that, you know, had the exposure to the same elements that Russia has continued to hold on to. You know, so for me, that really does show the huge difference is choice. You know, we can say they don't have a choice, but every single time you do have a choice always. And I get that sometimes those choices are very difficult. I'm not denying that, but it's still a choice.
Yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, I interrupted you.
No, that's okay. I really just, more the main point that I wanted to make was, you know, I think at least at this stage, I don't think it's reasonable for any of us to ask Ukrainians not to say exactly what they want to say right now. I think it's fair. It's a way of processing.
Absolutely. And I don't remember a lot of the specifics of the Orange Revolution because I didn't pay too much attention or wasn't watching it very closely. But the Revolution of Dignity was a perfect example of that. There were a lot of, you know, human sacrifices made by civilians who were defending themselves with trash can lids against armed people trying to suppress organic desire for democracy and self-determination, and that kind of bravery or courageousness is contagious. And that's why I think, I mean, yes, there are a lot of Eastern European countries that earned or found their freedom after the Soviet Union fell, but the Ukrainians are the most recent example of that. And yes, they got their independence during the collapse of the Soviet Union, but they were still being heavily influenced by the Russian Federation, and they stood up and kicked out a very corrupt leader. And where's the first place the guy flew off to? Russia. That's a very dangerous example to set, and I say it's a very dangerous example for Russia to have that example sitting on their doorstep, and it's something they obviously couldn't abide.
Yeah, I agree. Thank you. I'll step down.
I'm going to go back to Slava because we try to promote and elevate Ukrainian voices in this space. We are here to support them. But Slava, go ahead. And then I think Liz, I don't know who the next was. We've got two more hands, but Slava, go first.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you. And I would like to say thank you to the Vanessa. I'm totally agree with you. And thank you for the good understanding Ukrainians, I would say. So to the Ryan, Orange Revolution was great. I was in the Kyiv on the Maidan. It was great. Spirit was in the air. It was different. Orange Revolution was different. It was not a lot of the. It was peaceful, not comparing to the Maidan, that Revolution of Dignity, but it's also was like a showing the spirit. And I just want to also back to what Antti said, that I was also during the time when we had all this like a Soviet Union, and I remember this time when the people was afraid to say something, afraid to say too loud because someone can hear it. So this is like a situation. But again, back to what Vanessa said, it's your choice, and what Ukrainians did not give up, did not give in to Russians like all Russian mir. And this is all these revolutions that happen in Ukraine. This is like how Ukrainians pushing out Russian mir, Russian corruption, Russian pollution in the Ukrainian world. This is Ukrainian pushing all this back to the Russia. And this is what we see, all this like Ukrainians rejecting Russian mir every day by day, step by step. And this is like a choice of the Ukrainians. But Russians give in. Russians just give up, and they accepted all this Russians' way of life. And this is all the results. And I hear you, and I appreciate great discussion today. And thank you again, Vanessa, Ryan, Antti. Interesting, really interesting. So interesting time to wake up. I mean, discussion, because I want to just note it that I just noted that discussion today is different discussion when it was a few months ago. I see how it's like see results of all this like a discussion or this listening, that we coming to all like a united understanding what is happening, because some this confusion was at first, but I want to see that I see the changes that happened in the minds of the people, more of the Western people, that really appreciate that people like open eyes what is happening and how Russia acting and how Ukraine is acting, and this is like really appreciated. So thank you everyone, and Slava Ukraini. Героям слава.
Героям слава. All right, thank you very much. Let's go to Liz and then to Termaviga Runner. Okay, Liz.
Hi there. Thank you. I first of all, thank you, Slava. Your perspective is so central, I think, to what's going on here, because of your personal experience, which I'm just grateful that you share, and grateful for everything that everyone has shared. Politics Crone a little while ago was talking about the harms sort of that happen, and then Vanessa just now talked about and I totally 100% agree that of course Ukrainians can say anything they want. Of course they can, they should, and they do in fact have the choice, and the incredible military response of the Ukrainian, like the military of the Ukrainian is like, it's like we're all on our knees kind of worshiping is too strong a word, but like, wow, it's so inspiring, it's so incredible. I mean, and the speech that Zelensky, I didn't hear it, but I read something that was written yesterday about, we could have light or you, and we choose light, or we choose no light or you, and we choose no light so that we don't have you. Like, I'm not going to try to paraphrase that. But the thing that Vanessa illustrated about what Ukrainians have the right to is that they have the right to choose their response, the right to choose their feelings. And of course they do. Of course they do, and they should, and we should all support that and celebrate that. And in fact, I would guess that most of us in the West feel like we are free to make choices that we can stand by, that we can be supported by, and it which is a sense of agency and sovereignty. And what I'm hearing from the people who are talking about the experience, or what they've observed or experienced in Russian culture, or as Russian people, or what they've again, either witnessed or or know personally is that there doesn't seem to be any sense of agency when it comes to a typical, or that doesn't seem to be the default Russian experience, which, to me sounds like that to me sounds like there's something about that is the core, that is at the core of what is so wrong with this entire situation, that individuals do not believe that they have a choice. And I'm going to step down.
Let's just put it this way. It goes beyond that. It's not just they do not believe, they don't have a choice. They reject any notion of wanting to have a choice and reject any notion of ever having a choice. So that's what makes it so pervasive. That's what makes it so permanent. That's what makes it so entrenched. And that's where the big difference is, right? I think that's the big difference between other countries that went through similar things. We've had a few people up from various countries that had to experience a very long period of authoritarian, totalitarian regimes. But the difference is being resigned to not having agency now, and difference between being resigned to not ever even theoretically possibly having agency. And that's the big difference in cultures and the resilience they have to experiences of the totalitarian regimes. I'll leave it at that very high level, simplified version. Perma Vega Runner.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. It's a little bit windy, but it's not too bad at all.
Yeah, there's a gentle breeze. I'm out actually on a run in some farm fields in Lviv Oblast, so apologies if there's some wind interference.
Your reception is excellent and your wind is reasonable.
Okay. Well, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much. I've been listening to you since February 24th. I live in Ukraine, obviously, and I'm not really religious, but the nicest thing I can think of to say to you is bless you, really. All of you are wonderful, and I really appreciate the honest questions that people ask here. So it's much appreciated. And I just wanted to share some of my family's experiences because what we're experiencing now is so similar to what my grandparents and great-grandparents dealt with. So, for instance, one of my relatives sent me a digital photo of a letter from about World War I or just after. And this part of Ukraine was part of the Austria, the Habsburg Empire. And he talked about them being sent to fight other Ukrainians from what was then the Russian Empire. And they would shoot their rifles in the air so as not to hit each other. They had that sort of mutual respect for each other. He talked about going to what was then the Russian Empire and being surprised that the living conditions there. For example, they didn't have floors in their houses, wooden floors, that is, with floorboards. I guess that was the norm in Austria or the Habsburg Empire at the time. And there's so many more stories like that. My grandparents were here during World War II and they had to flee. My grandmother would tell me stories of her brother who found what I believe was a booby trap. He didn't know what it was. It was this interesting object by the side of the road, and I guess he touched it, and it blew him up. And she would just like pour tears talking about that and how her and her mother tried to save him. My grandfather, he lived in a village, and I guess the Soviet army came through, and a lot of villages around here had like mansions owned by Polish aristocrats, and the NKVD, the predecessor to the KGB, was torturing people in there. So my great-grandfather and grandfather, they tried to burn it down. And I realized that history was repeating itself early on in the war, when I was thinking of ways to flee if the worst happened, because in February and March we didn't know what was going to happen. And I was looking at routes, especially routes that would circumvent Lviv, because we're in the countryside here. And one route that I found, I realized, was the exact same road that my grandfather walked down to flee west during the war, and I just couldn't believe the cycles here. So again, thank you so much. I appreciate the honest questions that everyone asks, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Permavega Rene. Please come up more often. But those were, I think your words are going to make many people think a little bit more now than they did before. Can I just ask one little bit of clarification? When you say when your grandfather had to flee during the Second World War, was that during the first Soviet invasion or the second Soviet invasion?
It was during the second one. So as far as my grandparents' generation describes it, first the Soviets came, and then the Germans came, and then the Soviets came again, and they always describe them as looking like kind of like run down, raggedy. So I believe by the time he fled, it was the second wave.
Thank you. And I've heard the same stories about the floorboards as well. Being present on one side in Cisleitania and definitely not on the other side of the border. Thank you, Permavega. Alan, go ahead, Alan.
Добрый день. Com check. I'm in the car, so.
You're fine.
Okay. I just wanted to comment briefly on something that was mentioned earlier about conscripts and conscript armies, and I would strongly argue that there is no reason to believe that the reason of any dishumanity or cruelties committed by Russian soldiers has anything to do with the army service, obligatory army service there. Because first of all, yes, there has been some conscripts involved with the war, but mainly on the vast majority, the soldiers of the invading forces of Russia has been professional or semi-professional soldiers in the sense that they have a contract and they already served their conscript time. And I would also actually argue that if Russia had a fully professional army, this whole situation would have been a lot worse, because they would have been able to use their full force. Putin has been limited to use, like he isn't able to use the full force of his army because there is so big resistance against using conscripts, and also it's illegal. Of course, he has used some and tried to hide it, but yeah, that's one point. Another point is that there is quite a lot of evidence, especially at least in NATO operations, that conscript armies or armies from countries with conscripts during Iraq war, during Afghanistan war, they have committed a lot less war crimes and other they have been a lot better disciplined when it comes to respecting the Geneva Convention. The last point is that I believe that if you do conscriptism, as we do it in Norway and Finland and Denmark, and at least as Sweden did before and will do again, it is a good democratic feature, because we don't just take people from the rural areas and poor people into conscriptism. It's a universal duty, and of course we don't call everyone anymore as we did before, all male. Actually, in Norway we have a conscript decree that says that it's equal for men and female, but we don't take 50-50. We take the best for each position and type of service that we need, and equally geographically and equally distributed in all different levels of society. And I think that's a great democratic feature, because that means that in an event of a war, the people that will defend you will be some kind of an average of the society. Unfortunately, conscriptism has been used in a very bad way in the past in some countries, but that doesn't mean that it is a negative thing in per se. I think it is, if done rightly, a very positive thing, and could be a very strong feature of democracy.
May I ask a question?
Of course.
I'm wondering whether or not, when you describe the fact that military service, if I understood you correctly, is reflected across all demographics, to me that I'm wondering if that is typical, like in what we've discussed earlier about the Russian army, for instance, or maybe any other army, anywhere else in the world. Is it the sort of the privileged people who don't necessarily need to? Is it the people who are sort of lower on the social ladder that are more vulnerable to sort of, either being forced or having to choose, or feeling that they have to choose military service? I don't know whether that's a factor or not.
I can
No, I'm
answer.
talking
Sorry.
about in general, like whether there's a difference between different countries as far as whether or not
course
people
there
feel
is.
like they have
No,
to.
I can
So
help with that.
yeah.
Sorry, if I may. In cultured nations, and I'll make that difference specifically. Russia is a nation, or a host of nations and former nations, ghost nations, suppressed with a very significant income distribution and wealth distribution issue. Many minorities, many rural people, many people outside the two main urban centers live precariously. They're sufficiently disadvantaged. The minorities, or the former minorities, because most of these nations as such have ceased to exist, even if they are still, so to say, ethnically there, are that precarious, and thus, often enough, can be preyed upon, respectively, feel the need to commit to military service, which is already used as a conscript tool in order to harvest everyone who can't pay their way out of it. So that's a classic authoritarian system. If you contrast this with the civil service component and ethics in, for example, Finland or Estonia for that matter, I contrast these two because Estonia just recently freed itself from the Soviet Empire. And by the way, Estonia did it by itself, without the West doing anything. Same for Latvia and Lithuania. But if you take those civil defense, civil service, and civil commitment approaches of educated, cultured Western societies, there it is different. You don't escape with money. The only reason why you may not be chosen, or the only reason why you may not be selected, is the fact that you fail the physical or aptitude test, or that the army, respectively the armed forces, do not need as many in one vintage, or political preferences have changed. The latter is unfortunately more the case more recently. But that's the main contrast between the cultured nations of Western and Northern Europe, and of course our Southern European friends just as much, but Western Europe on the one hand, and Mordor on the other.
Axel, can I comment on that?
With pleasure.
I absolutely agree with everything you said, and I just wanted to add that this system in Russia is in somewhat a continuation of some feudal ancient system where the
100%.
ruling class,
Perfect.
yeah, and where the ruling class and the privileged, in at least within the army, are the people who went to military academies and universities and became officers, while the peasants are the ones who are served, who are called to service as basically as slaves, because they're not paid anything at all in their conscript army, and they're treated like absolute dirt. They're abused by their officers. They live in terrible condition and eat macaroni with salt and bouillon soup every day for a year or 18 months. And then when that time has passed, they're just kicked out of society again, and they don't get any offers for let's say in at least in Norway, as my experience is, if you did a very good service, you will be proposed to continue either as a professional soldier, or you will get some spot in an NCO school or in the military academy, because you're a talented, well-behaved soldier and a prospect of something that would be a good officer. That is not the case in Russia, because they want to keep the classes separated, and because this is some way how they can control the masses of these people that are just blindly following orders, whatever the atrocity those orders are. And this doesn't reflect a conscript army in the West. That's what my point is. It is not the same thing.
I'm curious whether or not the difference is in financial means or access to education. I know that those are connected. Typically, in most countries, people who have more financial means can access education more easily. Maybe that's different in some countries, but if you had to say, it's like, well, people with money can avoid military service versus people with education can avoid military service, or if they do enter military service, they will benefit from it. Like, do you think it's money, or do you think it's education that makes
Culture.
the difference?
It is. No, it's not. You're building up a straw person. I mean, this is just wrong. I'm sorry. This is culture. You're taking the wrong framework for this. I'm sorry.
I
This
do
is not money.
apologize.
Yeah,
My question is genuine.
Would you mind? Would you mind?
No, of
Would you
course.
mind? Thank you. It's clearly there is an authoritarian regime and a dictatorship with a different culture to boot, which utilizes what he just very clearly explained as a feudal system to segregate classes. Does it ring a bell? So if that does,
I heard that, and I absolutely
contrast it. Good, and I contrast this specifically with the long-standing underlying culture of the two areas, meaning the Duchy of Muscovy since the Golden Horde and its failure to develop under the Oprichnina continued up until today with the Cheka, the NKWD, the KGB, and now the FSB/GRU, depending on where you are on the pandemonic scale between intelligence services and military, on the one hand, and free democracies and republics on the other. So it has nothing to do with money specifically. It has to, first and foremost, to do with culture and the structure of your nation, meaning whether it has migrated through the phases of, shall we say, Renaissance, Rococo, building a democracy or constitutional monarchy, whatever is your, I mean, I take it you're from Australia, so constitutional monarchy will probably ring a bell. So as a consequence, it's evident this is a system of government, property rights, Bill of Rights, the likes on the one hand, and feudal terrorism/dictatorship on the other hand. So the money only comes into play at a later stage. It is culture and structure.
Axel, I really appreciate your feedback and your comments to me, and I don't disagree with anything that you've said. I do hope I haven't misrepresented what my genuine question was.
Well, the question you split into whether it is money or X, so that's not the case. It is
I do
structure.
no, of course, understood. I do think, however, that culture includes both education and financial systems.
Yeah, but education is secondary.
I'm sorry. First,
yeah,
has the
I won't.
property
I'm not disagreeing with you. My question is actually genuine, as far as whether or not some cultures or some countries value financial means more so than they value, for instance, education. My question is genuine. I'm not trying to,
Okay, then
falsely divide.
that's fine. Okay, then we go into the culture of Russia. The culture of Russia takes money as every other culture in the world, as electricity, as a means to an end. But it establishes things first by power, physical, raw violence. That's how it happens. And initially, the violence is there to then find others who are equally happy to dish out violence and live in a culture of violence. The money is a consequence of what you can violently achieve, attain, and defend. This is what our friend meant by feudal.
I am familiar with the concept of feudalism, and I don't disagree with that as a perspective. We are now in the 21st century, and governments and things have, hopefully, at least some of them, have moved on from feudalism. Although
Yeah,
I
this
know
one
that there
hasn't.
is a I do know that there is the threat of it's rearing its ugly head again in many places, including I'm not in Australia, by the way, I'm in Canada, and so anyway, we won't get into Canadian politics, but my question, genuine question and curiosity, is about, for people who have gone through circumstances that are different than what I personally have gone through, which is incredibly fortunate in many ways in this particular country, where we do take things like education for granted, and there are places in the world that I realize that is not the default. So I'm
So are you highlighting to us that Western politics and Western media have been myopic and looking through a rosé shade towards Russia?
No, not at all. I'm curious because of I believe it was Erland who was talking about, I don't remember the order of speakers, but there was a discussion earlier about that people who are educated are not necessarily subject to being conscripted, for instance. And so, I do know that there are cultures, in all, probably every country, if you have money, you can avoid things. But I also know that in some cultures and countries, there is like a sort of societal importance placed on education. Healthcare. In fact, I believe that I think I just read in Ukraine that there are people that artists, for instance, will have to revoke their licenses. My apologies if I have the terminology wrong, but if they are proved to be supporting Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that they will have to give up their rights as their rights as an artist in Ukraine. I'm not nearly familiar as familiar as I would like to be about that circumstance, but that, to me, in that, that
I think I can
what
help on
little
that
I know.
discussion. I think
Okay, thank you.
I think I know where this came from, because there
Okay.
was a singer who is of shall we say mixed descent, Russian speaking but Ukrainian, who at some point in time thought it wise to actually move over and support by means of having a concert of hers on Crimea. And she's now touring Germany. And yes, she has been told that she shall not return. That's absolutely true. People who had a Ukrainian passport, and because of their family history and because of they felt the need to abide by the, say, wonderful glories of the Russian media complex, which gave them sufficient amount of money and drugs in Moscow, then felt so happy that they would therefore defend the regime's takeover of Crimea, are of course happily dispatched. And they should be ashamed of themselves trying to tour in Germany currently through the various establishments and portraying themselves as a Ukrainian singer, capitalizing on the fact that Ukraine is being genocided against. Don't you agree?
What you have just described sounds really horrible. And what you have described is something I have no personal knowledge of, so I will defer to your knowledge on that. I am still curious about whether or not there are values, let's call them societal values, that are different in certain countries when it comes to what matters. What does a society value? Does it value education? Does it value financial means? Does it value royalty? Does it, like the things that a society will celebrate or support or prop up or aspire to? I think that differs from culture to culture. So that's my curiosity right there.
Well, the appreciation of culture and valuation of or appreciation of education in Russian culture is limited to the elites in St. Petersburg and Moscow, who then tell their slightly lowers, they're not so well off others, but subservient to the elites, that they should send their boys to military school to avoid conscription so that they can then later on become officers, to give you an example.
That's a perfect example. And in fact, I would only step in for one quick question. For in that circumstance that you just described, do those people, are they sort of a mini monarchy of sorts, or do those people also always have money, or can they merely have societal status, or must they also have money?
Well, if you enroll in a military school, in recent years, and this is the approach taken by the Putin government, I think it starts in 2011, that military schools, whilst they have an entrance exam and an entrance fee at the very beginning once, thereafter they are free, because the government sponsors them. Beforehand, they weren't free, and also there were not so many of them. The Putin government, specifically, or the Medvedev Putin government, whatever, the same kind of government, moved across a lot of teachers they collated from reasonably decent schools to military schools to improve the overall perceived quality of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. But all hell bent on creating a new officer and NCO class, which they didn't achieve.
That helps my understanding. Yeah. Thank you.
Axel, I have a very quick question about that. And Doman, for that matter. Are commissions sold through bribes in the Russian army in the same way as they are in the People's Liberation Army?
I don't know if the same way, but yes.
Absolutely.
So effectively, to secure your place on the kind of corrupt hierarchy ladder, you have to bribe a more senior officer. Otherwise, no matter how competent or politically wily you are, you're not going to get the job.
Yes, you must be exceptionally gifted for that system to allow you to be selected on merit. And even then, you have to be a hardcore believer and should preferably not be poor.
I don't want to jump the queue, but can I possibly give a comment on Liz as a former conscripted soldier? If not, I'll just wait.
Sure, go ahead, Eric.
Actually, I have to say, though, I think Liz does actually pose an interesting question in some way. And I think you have to talk about before the end of the Cold War and after the end of the Cold War. Because the conscription basis and how that system changed massively in my country, I think all of the Nordics. I'm Swedish. I was a conscripted soldier post-Cold War. So
I'm Swedish too, actually.
Oh, excellent. Then you know this. So I ran around in the woods for I think it was 14 months learning how to blow up Russian tanks. But if you look at pre-Cold War, pre-end of the Cold War, the way conscription worked, then it was more or less like it was described by the Norwegian gentleman earlier. It was this thing, everyone did it. Didn't matter if you wanted to do it or not, you were supposed to do it. And if you refused to take up an arm, and my cousin actually did that, he refused to pick up a rifle, and then he got he didn't get jail time, but he got heavily fined for it and a suspended sentence. Or you did some kind of civil service. You worked with at an airfield as some kind of fireman or whatever. But post Cold War, this completely changed. And it became more or less of a volunteer army. You didn't do it unless you wanted to, which means you got extremely motivated people who wanted to learn a new set of skills and appreciated, well, the military way of life. And in both these instances, at least in Sweden, that absolutely there was a way of getting out could be education. And that happened, for instance, in my platoon. We had, I think, 2 or 3 people who got into really, really prestigious university places, and then they get deferred out, so they could take them. Of course, this was post-Cold War. I think there were more willing conscripts or volunteers like myself who wanted to do it. So I don't think it was that hard to fill the places when they left. But it was definitely a way out if you felt that, this wasn't right for me, I want to do something else. And look, I got this really prestigious university place, so I will take it. Of course, I can't say it worked if it were in the same way before the Cold War ended, but I do think it did, at least to some extent. Money never was a part of it. It's completely impossible to bribe your way out of something in Sweden. I'm completely impossible. Just trying would send you in jail for a very long time. But I do think that education was part of a way of getting out if you wanted to get out. But then it was maybe more, at least post-Cold War, that you actually wanted to get out, which was the point, not that you actually got into the education. So that's just my short point. Thank you.
Can I comment on Eric very quickly?
Can we pretty please go to Pauli as another former conscripted soldier from the 3rd Fennoscandic nation up there, and then we'll go to you, Erlend. Pauli? Pauli?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. So a few quick notes. On the Russian army, I think the main problem is that, well, the rules are rotten. So I don't see that any model would work in their system currently. But I think if we think about the Liz brought up the system. What is the conscription model in Russia and how does it work? I think there's one single line that describes it well. It's built for the upper class. So the upper class don't really get conscripted, and they will avoid it. There are different means and ways to do it. Usually it's by forging a doctor's certificate, or then you just go abroad, try to flee the country, or then you can also try to avoid it by going to university. So those are the three common models. Yeah, and then on the conscription in the Finnish model, in Finland the conscription model is a great equalizer, and I think this is one positive thing. And I don't really want to jump ahead on things and decide anything on behalf of Ukraine, but I think Ukraine is already using women and men in their army, so I think it will be a great equalizer on both sexes, on male and females in Ukraine, and then I think it would it will also improve their further capability on the army. And then lastly, what I want to comment is that in the Nordics, after the collapse of Soviet Union, there are different models and ways how the countries have developed and approached their way of executing the army. Norway has a professional army and does conscription, then selected conscription, then Sweden choose to temporarily take the conscription out and then introduce it back. I think it was after 2014. And in Finland, because we are the Russian neighbor with approximately 1,300 kilometers of Russian border, we have been keeping the conscription on, basically basically since of Independence Day. So we want to keep strong army. And last, I just want to highlight. I think this is something that Erlend also pointed out, that when you have a system that preserves humanity and has strong values, I would see that the conscription is a great equalizer, and it also adds more value, because you can have like a lot of people from different backgrounds, different socioeconomic backgrounds, and you have people from different schooling backgrounds, education backgrounds. In Finland, we get doctors, lawyers in the army. We get engineers. We even have the formula drivers in the army. So like, it's a great equalizer, and I think we have a quite good system in Finland. Only thing we are currently lacking is that our law is not equal yet. So conscription is compulsory in Finland only to males at the moment. But I think in the future it will change to a more equalized version step by step. Thank you. Thank you for the discussion. It's really interesting.
Thank you, Pauli. And I think this speaks very much to what Axel was talking about earlier, right? It's not about conscription, it's about a very different culture and how conscription is done. And when it's done in a healthy way, such as it is in Finland, that leads to very, very different outcomes indeed to when it's done in a, let's say, culture devoid way as it's done in Russia. Okay, we can go to Adrian, and we can go to Tinjon. Adrian.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I wish Axel was here last night to push the stake through the heart of that famed unicorn, the Russian liberal, because the space talked a lot about it, and I missed Axel when they were talking about it. I guess on this topic that I would like to say just a little something from what I understand of Russian society and what I see. It's like in those, those cliches in prison movies in America, that once you get your first day in prison, you have to beat the biggest guy there in order to get some respect and survive and not to be a target yourself. It seems to me that Russian society functions that way at every level, from its schools to its the way you accrue power, to its education system and the military, of course. And I don't know if finance, as Axel said, money is just a tool. It's all about power, and it's all about gaining power. And in that respect, yeah, it is indeed feudal in nature. It's not a society that functions on the principles that we in the civilized world would call based on decency, education, egalitarian principle. And I love to hear the Scandinavians speaking about this idea, and Finland speaking about this idea that military service is egalitarian and it's a promoter for enriching society in some way, because you get people from all walks of life coming together, when in Russia it's just a place for the suckers to go, or for either the suckers who couldn't get out of the system to go, or had no choice because they can find another job, or for the guys who want to profit for it, the so-called officer class. And I would like to give an example from Romania, because I say often that communism and the Soviet Union taking over our country after World War II really ruined our society for generations, and it still has an influence now. In the 90s, I mean, during the communist time, it was pretty often to have people avoiding military service because they were kids of the nomenclatura, of the party official and so on. It was obvious. They would always get the medical paper, or they would get sent to some important service, or be exempt because they had an important role for the country. And to some extent, that continuing the chaos of the early 90s, when indeed the army was pretty corrupt, because it was a conscript army, and a lot of kids didn't want to be conscripted. And they would pay bribes to either be assigned to a unit close to their hometown where they could leave every weekend and have like light service, or simply be exempt altogether. And that and again, that would leave the conscripts mostly as poor. And that was in the early 90s, or 30 years ago. And then as we entered NATO and we kind of became less corrupt, we became a professional army, and now we're speaking about a NATO professional army country, and we are at NATO standards with volunteers. We don't have conscription. But I just wanted to highlight this point that wherever Russia goes and brings its system, it leaves behind this scab that you keep having to take off, or this shadow on your nation and on your culture. It always did that. It always does that. And last night when we were talking about changing Russia, I felt kind of sick. So I'm glad to be back this morning and hear some rationality coming from the space. So thank you very much.
Can just put it this way. Conscription works really well in very highly civilized countries, like Finland, and I don't have to name others. And conscription can kind of work okay in medium civilized countries. And conscription is appalling in countries which generally have an appalling culture, because it is really that simple. It is because it is a cross-section of society, more or less. It is a very good reflection of culture generally. As Axel likes to say, everything is downstream from culture, except this isn't even downstream. This just is. This is just a direct reflection of culture. It's not even downstream from culture, because you have the whole cross-section of society, except for it's monogeneration at any point. That's really all it is. It's just a direct reflection. So if you're in a fantastic country like Finland, where people understand their own limits and limits of everybody else, and know to be kind and civilized, and not to be violent against others, because this is a part of Finnish culture, because this is something that is widely accepted, and anything else is completely unaccepted. Of course it will work really well. There should never be any worries, and I'm sure that any minor, the littlest worries there ever might be, will get addressed properly and fully, with immediacy and urgency, because they know that they don't want their society to degenerate in every way. So they're very careful about it, and they maintain it, and it's easy to maintain it because it's a very strong foundation to start with. Okay, I'll stop it with high-level observations and go to John.
Yeah, thanks, Domen. Actually, now I almost forgot what I was about to say, but it was about the conscription in Sweden. I'm Swedish, yeah, and I was a conscript during the height of the Cold War, the mid-80s, and there was no, to my memory, there was no possibility to completely skip it. You could postpone conscription with the excuse of studies, but only postpone. And you could also get, if you were postponed and got into higher education, then you would be called in, and you had to take a break from the education for the 1.5 years of the conscription. So that's my memory. I can't remember how the law was, but it was almost impossible to escape. So yeah.
And like in Finland, right, it was generally accepted because it's a part of the culture, it's a part of society, it's one of the pillars of society. Therefore, right, it works.
At the time,
yeah.
It was kind of, we felt the threat, not as much as Finland, but we certainly felt the threat and the duty. So most of us.
Yeah, most of us are really proud on having the system and serving. It's like a honor to do it.
Yeah, correct. And I think now, well, in Sweden we have since I think it was 2014 conscription again. I mean, it's far from everyone, and it's very simple. It's very easy to avoid it. Even if you call in, you can just not pass the test. I mean, but I think that will change now when we enter NATO, and also with the current situation. I think a lot of people will called to duty. And for sure, the professional part of the defense, there's no one there doing it for the money, for sure. It's I mean, the pay for private is very low, and the pay for an officer is also very low compared to what you will get with the equivalent responsibility and education in the private sector. So I think most of them are doing it as a duty. And that's all I had.
All right, thank you, John. Pauli, Erik, Erlend for this Finno-Scandian overview. No Danes though. What is it? I mean, Icelanders get a pass. There's a few of them, but you know. Right, ladies and gentlemen. Today is, what is it? Is it the 203rd day of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, if I remember correctly? What's going on in Ukraine, Tim?
What's going on in Ukraine? So I've got a few things. Now, for the very first time since this recent invasion began in February 2022, the Kremlin has acknowledged a military defeat in Kharkiv Oblast. Now, this is fairly significant because they usually wheel around with excuses. For example, they called the withdrawal from Snake Island a gesture of goodwill. Quite famously, they tend to they blame the sinking of the cruiser Moskva on. Was it actually a smoking accident? They blamed it on. Did they use the words?
No. They said that was intentional. They said they decommissioned it because it was very old, and they just intentionally sank it themselves.
Wow. Sorry, I missed that completely.
No, you know how it is, right? With old ships, sometimes you sink them to kind of build like an instant coral reef for the fishies.
So it was an environmental measure.
Yes. They're very ecological in that way.
Well, good for them. I guess it's not.
You know how it is, right? Is it a part of the environment? Well, it's bound to be once it's there.
Absolutely. So this is quite significant because the Russians tend to, they have a tendency to be liberal with the truth when it comes to their obvious military defeats. They tend to call them gestures of goodwill. As Derwin has just said, they call them deliberate. But this time they have actually acknowledged a military defeat in Kharkiv Oblast. Now, the Kremlin propaganda machine is going absolutely nuts. Trying to deflect blame away from Putin and onto the Ministry of Defense hierarchy. And the Ministry of Defense and the military hierarchy, rather. One official stated that those who failed to notice the Ukrainian military buildup should have, I quote, their heads on Putin's desk. I don't know. I'm broadly pro that. I think the Russians should purge their army more often. What do you think, Dermot?
And I mean, they try to, right? Look at the number of generals that got killed off after, Chechnya too, and then after Georgia. They get rid of a lot of their own quite regularly, actually.
Yeah, I think they should really thin out the ranks. Heads on Putin's desk, please. Now, this defeat is causing absolute panic among Russian colonists. And how do we know it's causing panic, Dermot? What signals are we getting that this is causing panic?
Are there traffic jams in particular choke points again?
I was going to say officials are repeatedly saying there is no panic, being the reason that there definitely is panic. You don't say there's no panic if there isn't panic.
Well, just don't panic.
So don't panic. Yes, the colonists in occupied Ukraine are panicking, and so are Russian military bloggers. So is the hierarchy. So are Russian servicemen themselves on channels such as Telegram. Ukrainian authorities reported that the Russian occupation authorities in Crimea have urged the colonists to flee to Russia. They further reported that the FSB, employees of the FSB in occupied Crimea, are selling their houses, evacuating their families. So there is, shall we say, the balloon seems to be deflating a bit. You know, it's like when you let a balloon off and it goes around the room. That's the metaphor I would use for what Crimea are doing. Now, several State Duma leaders have called for full mobilization, but there's absolutely no suggestion that full mobilization is planned or even feasible. The American Institute for the Study of War has said that the Russian army lacks the capacity and the resources to train conscripts en masse. I mean, this is not an easy thing to organize at the best of times, even if you have an effective military infrastructure and an effective military hierarchy. So the idea of them just hoovering up, hundreds of thousands of men from their colonies in Eastern Russia and turning them into soldiers and sending them into battle, they don't have the resources to do that. They don't have the equipment to equip them. I mean, we've seen throughout this war that they're basically raiding museums. We've seen them sending soldiers to the front with the old steel helmets rather than the modern Kevlar ones, which are far less effective and, frankly, look a bit daft in a modern war. It's not something you want. It's not something you want your mates to see you wearing. So this mooted mobilization, obviously an important Russian propaganda talking point, but not really a military feasibility at this point. Okay, I understand M has something to say to us. M, please talk.
M, what is going on in Ukraine?
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Domin. Good morning, everyone. I'm just stopping by to drop a quick line. I think we might be pleasantly surprised today. A couple of really, really, really good surprises are on the way. That's all I can say for now.
Ooh, so stay tuned, everybody, because M has some really, really big surprises on the way. I'm excited already. Yes. Other matters. The Institute for the Study of War, reports that Russia's military failures in Ukraine are exposing Russian weakness on the world stage, especially with regards to the former parts of the Soviet Union that are still kind of in Russia's sphere of influence. The ISW links this to the apparent breakdown of the ceasefire between Armenia and Azerbaijan, who are busily shooting at each other across the borders. I'm not following this situation particularly closely, but I'm wondering if Domin is.
I'm looking at it somewhat closely, but I think M is looking at it particularly closely. I just think it's Azerbaijan was just trying and testing yesterday if Russia was going to react, and Russia didn't react because Russia is a bit occupied and simply doesn't have the capacity it thinks it does. That's why they didn't come to aid of Armenia, and now Azerbaijan knows this, and now everybody else knows this. But I'm sure that M has been monitoring it far more closely still.
Two salient points. Apparently, there is a railway project that connects Azerbaijan to Turkey. Some project that has high economic value for both countries. And part of the reason Azerbaijan launched these hostilities right now is, I think, to get a concession from Armenia regarding the future operation and security of that certain project. The second salient point is that Russia didn't come to the aid of Armenia because simply they do not have any troops to deploy. And they can't be bothered right now to clean up this mess. And I think that they want to do so because there are a couple of very interesting projects where Europe can source natural gas to replace Russian gas. So it actually serves Russian interests not to come to the aid of Armenia to stop the development of those projects, to make sure that Europe goes through a natural gas crease during the next winter.
Can you explain the latter one a little bit more? Because I think this is highly important. What you're trying to, what you were hinting at, but I think many people missed the just how important it is.
Let's say that there is a couple of pipelines that will be affected if hostilities between Azerbaijan and Armenia escalate, and therefore that might affect European efforts to source natural gas elsewhere to replace dependency on Russian gas, or to end dependency on Russian gas and to replace their sourcing supply chains. I still need to look more into it, but that's the brief that I got yesterday from a contact that I've been dealing with for a couple of years, and I highly trust.
Thank you. Did we want to talk more about Azerbaijan and Armenia, or should we continue with a quick update?
I think we should continue with Ukraine. It's important to monitor, especially in the context of it being CSTL, but Armenia, that is, but not. Let's not go too deep into it, because otherwise that's all we're going to talk about. And honestly, stuff in Ukraine is way more interesting. Stuff in Azerbaijan, Armenia is just new and shiny, and that's why it's likely to get us distracted into it. So, Tim.
Thank you. So some other more general military updates. The United States Naval Institute, which is a kind of semi-official think tank and research institution related to, but not formally part of, the United States Navy, has reported that the Kilo class submarines are retreating from Sevastopol in Crimea. Now, not a huge amount of detail beyond that. The Kilo class submarine is a diesel electric attack submarine. The Black Sea Fleet has 4 of them, and they've been seen regularly around Sevastopol, which is the major Russian naval base in occupied Crimea. I believe Sevastopol was formally leased to the Russian Federation before Russia decided to ruin everything in 2014. Am I correct? It was actually an official thing.
Yeah, not the whole thing, obviously, not the whole city, but there's a naval base within Sevastopol. Now, I don't know which way it was, and maybe Axel would be the one to know this. I don't know whether there was a naval base that was leased to Russia, and then there was a separate naval base that was Ukrainian, or whether a part of the naval base was leased to Russia, and there's only one naval base. But one of those 2 is true. Basically, a proportion of military naval capacity of Sevastopol was leased to Russia.
To the best of my knowledge, the latter.
So part of a naval base. Okay.
Obviously, it's ring fenced, it's separated and segregated, but Ukrainian ships and Russian ships docked not very far from each other. Yes, on opposing sides, but still.
So this was a part of kind of the division of the Black Sea Fleet, of the Soviet Union Black Sea Fleet between Ukraine and Russia. And obviously Ukraine got some of the ships, and a lot of them were actually built in Ukraine in the first place. And Ukraine got some of the ships, and then Russia got the rest of the ships. And Russia also got a temporary lease on part of the Sevastopol naval base. And then there was obviously in 2014.
Trying to get up some footage from the BBC from the 19th of March in 2014, where it shows the naval base. But let me take a quick moment.
So the word on these submarines, the Russian Black Sea Fleet operates 4 of them. They have been rebased further to the east at Novorossiysk, which is another port on the Black Sea. It's about 100 kilometers down the coast from Kerch Bridge to the Sea of Azov. It's near Krasnodar. Now, this is quite significant because the Kilo-class submarine is variously described as a fairly potent naval asset. And by potent, I mean potent for Russia. I mean, they are diesel electric. They're not particularly large, so they're kind of around 2,000 tons displacement. If you think about a modern Western nuclear attack submarine, the Astute class is about 7,500 tons, so around twice the size by displacement. So not particularly large. What is particularly potent about them in this war is that Ukraine can't really do anything about them. Ukraine does not have a navy, and Ukraine does not have any anti-submarine capabilities to speak of. So they pretty much have free reign. And this means that they are on cruise missile duty. So they sail up and down the Ukrainian coast of the Black Sea, and they sail up and down with I believe, complete impunity, but please feel free to correct me on that if I'm wrong. And they fire cruise missiles at stuff. So they're rebasing to Novorossiysk. The Russians know that the Ukrainians cannot really threaten these naval assets. So the rebasing to Novorossiysk is a sign that perhaps Russia does not have the confidence in the safety of Sevastopol that they used to have. Would you say that's fair, Dome?
Yes, I guess I would. I think it's a little bit more difficult. We've heard about these rebasing to Novorossiysk stuff before. I'm not sure how true it is, if it's true at all, if that makes sense. There was a lot of talk about it when Saki was first struck, I think. There was some talk about it at some other point, and then, oh no, ships are all going to Novorossiysk. And then I said, oh no, actually, no, they were just sailing around a little bit and then came back. So I would wait a little while before declaring the ships have actually left and have all departed for Novorossiysk. But of course, them going to Novorossiysk is the way they should go permanently. Unless the alternate destination is for all of the surface ships to become submarines and all the submarines to become permanent submarines. That's fine by me as well. That's an acceptable alternate solution.
Absolutely. So the American publication Naval News thinks that the rebasing has or is occurring, and that this is fairly significant, and this is a fairly new thing. But again, that is their view. So in other news, the Guardian reported yesterday that Russia's military commanders have stopped sending new units into Ukraine after the counteroffensive. This is coming from an announcement from the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. To quote that source, the military command of the Russian Federation has suspended the sending of new, already formed units into Ukrainian territory. The current situation in the theater of operations and distrust of higher command forced a large number of volunteers to categorically refuse the prospect of service in combat conditions. So if this report is accurate, then the Russian military commanders probably better to say that they have been forced to stop sending new units because the new units are refusing to go. We do hear a lot of rumors of large-scale mutiny in the forces of the Russian Federation. How much truth is there to these rumors, Doman, in your experience?
I'll put it this way. Technically, because it's not a state of war, my understanding is that Russian contract soldiers have the right to refuse to go because it's a special military operation. Now, I think they lose that right once they leave their home base. So if they do it quickly enough, so the guys based in Sevastopol, they're based close enough that they're actually in their home base occasionally. And I think if they refuse there, they can't, in theory, be shipped back. Of course, practice differs substantially from theory, and of course, many are anyway. But I think this is the closest thing that you're going to get to a mutiny really consistently. Russia has been reported on various occasions to have difficulties to stay to retain their troops after a while. So I think that's the other part that's kind of important here as well. So this isn't the first bit we hear of that. Now, how significant is it? It's a different topic. It's much harder to assess what proportion actually refuse to go or refuse to return back to Ukraine. But it's definitely a part of the equation for Russia. It's definitely not making life easier for their planners.
Thank you, Dermot. Now, some more positive news from the Ukrainian side. I think we've probably talked enough about Russia's screw-ups. President Volodymyr Zelensky said around 8,000 square kilometers, that's about 3,100 square miles, have been liberated so far, apparently mainly in the northeastern region of Kharkiv Oblast. The president further reports that stabilization measures have been completed in about half of that territory, and that stabilization measures are still ongoing across a liberated area of around the same size. So half totally done, and half still ongoing with mop-up operations, policing actions, catching straggling units, that sort of thing. The Deputy Defense Minister of Ukraine, Hanna Maliar, says around 150,000 people have been liberated from Russian rule in the area of Balaklia, which was a fairly important logistics hub for the Russians, and was taken by Ukrainian forces, I believe it was last week.
Well, Balaklia, yeah,
Yes.
almost exactly a week ago.
Exactly a week ago, okay. In slightly more somber news, the Ukrainian officials have announced that a torture chamber has been discovered in what is now liberated Balaklia, which was used by the Russian military in their occupation of the Ukrainian town, Ukrainian city. The head of the Kharkiv Regional National Police Investigation Department, a chap called Sergei Bolvanov, said that around 40 people had been cycled through this torture facility during the occupation. Now, what else have we got? So a very quick update.
Before we go on there, no, let's note something. The part of the Russian response to the Ukrainian counteroffensive was made by Vasily Nebenzia, who is the Russian representative to the UN, right? The Russian ambassador to the UN, really. And apparently, and I'm looking for actual primary source, but apparently he condemned the Ukrainian illegal seizure of arms and ammunition in Kharkiv, in Kharkiv region, I think he said. Which, makes me think, what did he think was legal about the Russian arms and ammunition being there in the first place? But if you just, sometimes it's difficult to understand whether they're so brainwashed that they think this is actually true, or do they know they're putting on an act? Because it's really difficult to tell. I mean, method actors of the highest level, if it is all an act.
Absolutely. So a very quick military update on the situation around Severodonetsk. Now, there have been indications that Ukrainian units are in possession of the P66 highway. This is to the north of Severodonetsk, between Sabatove and Severodonetsk. Now, we're referring to it on the channel as Route 66, I believe, because that's where we get our kicks.
It's P66, yeah.
Yes, P66 highway, aka Route 66. And we had the inimitable Yehuda last night giving a more thorough and expert military update. And his view was that the possession of this crucial highway to the north not only threatens Severodonetsk and Lychansk itself, but it basically makes the position of Ukrainian forces, which is, I believe, 3 brigades. I think that's what he said, around 3 brigades. It makes it very, very untenable. Well, it makes it untenable for the forces arrayed against Bakhmut to the southwest of Severodonetsk. It makes it untenable for those forces in arrayed against Bakhmut. Things ongoing. I'm not sure what's happened overnight exactly, but perhaps Dermot or Axel could fill us in on that.
No, let's wait on that. I think there's a number of things that need to be clarified a little bit, and when we get Yehuda to join in a little while, I think he'll be best to fill us in. Let's go to some questions, because Aaron and Glassen's not been waiting for a good while, and then we can maybe clarify details of new events in just a little bit. Aaron.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking before about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, printed in large friendly letters, don't panic. I think everyone in
Do you
the
know
Russian
where
army
a towel
needs that
is?
manual. Oh, yes, and I'm going to take a shower right now, and I have a towel. Yes, it even has my name on it. Now, what can you do with towels? You can use them to sail on the river of the moons of something. You can use them to fight the blood-fed beast of troll.
I can tell you what you can't do. You can't use them as a flotation device to cross the Dnieper River.
Yeah. For sure. So my question was, can you comment on that suggested referendum in Georgia? I've lived in Georgia for a year. I'm sure the Georgians would vote yes in such a referendum. But is this a credible one? Like, is it some sort of Georgian dream PR stunt, or like, do you think they're actually going to like hold a referendum in the next week or two and actually launch another front, or just like kind of just hold a referendum, dither and dather, and hope the war will be over?
I mean,
what's going on?
It's an opposition party saying it, right? So they don't actually have the
No, the
votes.
Georgian Dream is the governing party, isn't it?
Wait. Is it? I thought that was the opposition party. You're right. This is the governing party. I'm sorry. I just assumed it was an opposition party because governing parties don't tend to say stuff like this. Okay, that is more interesting. I don't think they're actually going to be holding a referendum. I think that there won't be, that the party won't actually put it forward, is going to be my guess. That's going to be my attempt at a crystal ball gazing this morning. The party isn't actually going to put it forward. I think that in a meeting of the party, within the party, they'll say, well, no, actually, this isn't an appropriate thing to have a referendum about. Unless they know that the referendum is going to fail in resoundingly, because that would be very out of the norm. So they might have tried to do it in order to, quash the opposition demands to, retake the Russian occupied territories in the north and the northwest of Georgia. So unless they know it's definitely going to resoundingly fail, they're not going to put it forward. But I think that they're going to be like, yeah, no, we can't have a referendum about this. It'll take too long to organize anyway. If they have a referendum about it, they'll say no, because of electoral rolls, we can't do it in less than 6 months' time or some such. I would suspect it would be something along those lines. Goodness. Yeah, carry on.
Do you so yeah, I was wondering that because it's very strange to have a referendum about going for war. I can't think of any other case where that's ever happened in history. Maybe it has, but I don't know. But then if we jump to the hypothetical that Georgia does go to war, I assume from what I can tell, South Ossetia would be a pretty juicy target. I've traveled through Abkhazia. That is very mountainous terrain. Do you think that even with a collapsing Russia, Georgia would have much chance of taking Abkhazia? Like taking the lowlands of Ossetia, I'm sure.
No idea.
What easy.
Tim, Axel, you know stuff about fighting a war. I have no idea what the Georgian army capabilities are.
It's not a question for now or for the near future. Can you take mountain terrain? Absolutely. Can Georgians who live with mountains and have 2 mountain brigades trained up, can they do it if they want to, if they really put their mind to it? Absolutely. Do they have to? Probably not. It's more likely that at some point in time, people not the ones who've been brought in to Abkhazia and South Ossetia to enjoy the fruits of colonialism, but those who actually have been there for ages, at some point in time decide it would be nicer to be associated in an autonomous region with applicable freedoms with Georgia rather than with Mordor. I think this is a process which will probably be less bloody than you think, despite the fact that there is a massive preference for blood feuds and the likes in the regions since, I don't know, time began.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's the most likely outcome. Probably similar to how Transnistria situation is going to get resolved, unless the Ukrainian military decides that the Kabasna arms depot is a threat to public health and safety, and wish to, demilitarize it. Thank you, Aaron. It's an interesting food for thought. I have completely misread the news initially. Let's go to Glassenknopf.
Hello and happy Wednesday to you all. Actually, I have a comment on the Kilo news. Is actually that the Kilo submarine, the missiles on the Kilo submarine is mostly SAM missiles. They are only SAM missiles. Just a comment on that. So they're actually good at attacking sea vessels, but not that big of a threat to land targets, even though they could use to terrorize people, of course, as Russia does. And I would like to comment this Canadian lady before when we talked about conscripts, and classes and economy in comparison to like Russia's conscripting system. When I did my military service, this was post end of the Soviet Union. I was in the Navy, and about all of the conscripts in the Navy when I was there was actually from the upper class, well educated and highly motivated. Of course, Navy is very much of a special conscript area, because we're special operators with a lot of high-tech equipment that we have to study for like more than a half a year, almost a year, before we actually can enter the boats. Okay, that was just 2 small comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Glassenknopf. So in other words, no complaints on your part, certainly nothing untoward. Thanks for that. Herminio Suarez, if you have anything for us, just click that click that heart with a plus down at the bottom, and the rightmost option allows you to raise your hand.
Nova, I see you've come up.
No.
All right, Luis.
Good morning, my friends. How is it going? I've heard the good news from M that we will have some surprises today. Looking forward to hear what's going on. I have 2 things. I tried yesterday to come up, but the Twitter box had me for a couple of hours, so nothing worked. The first thing is about German government. I know you already discussed this here on the space and also through tweets, but I cannot point out enough that what is going on, that as a background for all of you that didn't listen, what happened. The first thing is that Rheinmetall has 16, what is it, MADA, to...
Yep. Yep.
They have 60 MADA ready to go to Ukraine, but the government of Olaf Scholz still hasn't give a signature of allowance to export them to Ukraine, what is absolutely disgrace. And the other thing is the call that happened yesterday, 90-minute call with Scholz and Putin. And you were discussing it at in the evening as I was trying to come up. The first thing I thought when I heard about it is what Macron said a few months ago. We have to keep Putin's face. And I think that's exactly what is really going on with this call also. Scholz is seeing that Ukraine can win. And because of this enormous victorious counteroffensive that Ukraine is developing, he tries to persuade Putin to, I don't know, agree a ceasefire, or on what terms that would happen. And he's exactly trying to do what Macron said a few months ago, to keep in somehow Putin's face. And for me personally, I think that's just, he's ready. You have to think about this. He is willing and ready to give Putin a call instead of giving a fucking signature on a document that would allow 60 MADAs. And by the way, Rheinmetall has, I think, 60 or 70 more that they are willing to prepare to send to Ukraine. But the guy just doesn't give the signature. And how disgraceful, how I don't have the words to say what I'm feeling in regard of Olaf Scholz, because it's just, for this proud nation that Germany is, and I live here since 33 years, and I have a lot of German friends, close friends, that are proud Germans. This is a disgrace, what the government is doing. Then I have read a tweet today in the morning from Paul Nieland. He has organization in Ukraine that has topics suicide and stuff like that, and he wrote about the counteroffensive, and that many Ukrainian soldiers lost their lives, and this was the price Ukraine was willing to pay to get the territories back. And there is a number, I will not repeat the number, but it is very, very high. And if we think about it, that Olaf Scholz and the German government could have prevented many of those deaths, and he just didn't, because he's not willing to give a signature. I'm really ashamed by what's going on, and that's why we have to put more pressure on our local elected officials. Please pick up your phones, call them. If you have the possibility, don't call them. Just get into your car, go to their offices and protest. We have to push the German government to send the material that is there. I mean, think about this. The MOD, Minister of Defense, comes into television and says the German Bundeswehr, the German military, does not have any more material to send to Ukraine. And Rheinmetall comes one day later and says, hey, we have 16 of them right now, and we have 60 more or 70 more that we can send in a couple of weeks. Just give us the fucking signature, and they don't do it. So for me,
and Luis, this is why, right? Let's flag this. This is why, for everybody who comes and asks, why are we giving the German government a hard time when another government's doing this, another government's doing that? It's because we know that, unlike other places, the other governments, the German government is actively blocking private enterprise who wish to deliver things to Ukraine, which aren't exactly anything that particularly extra super special, right? They're very good things, but not anything that would be exactly war turning in itself. But they want to send things to Ukraine that Ukraine would like to have, and that would make a bit of a difference, a reasonable difference. And the German government is actively preventing other people who aren't the German government from sending things to Ukraine. This is why we really get on the case of the German government, because they're preventing good things to happen from happening to Ukraine. This is why. Other governments might not be actively sending things, but they're not very publicly stopping others from sending helpful material to Ukraine.
Exactly.
This is the difference. This is why they get singled out a lot.
Exactly. And this is, you guys here in the space, you must know this. This isn't the first time. This is going on since the beginning of the invasion at 24th of February. We have a mass of examples what this kind of things happened. Think about the material that the Czech Republic wanted to send to Ukraine. It took the German government 6 weeks to give us a signature that would allow the material that was produced in Germany to be sent to Ukraine. 6 weeks for a single signature. Now think about it. The complete, or the stories that we are hearing on a daily basis from Ukraine, babies being raped, men, prisoners of war being castrated, torture chambers, all that kind of stuff. What happened in these 6 weeks where Ukrainians were waiting for a signature? Every single day someone died because of it. And I'm absolutely sure, and I want to believe this, if that material would be on the ground, it would have prevented a lot of deaths. So that's why, please do more. It's not enough. Olaf Scholz is not just, this isn't, when I read the excuses and the MOD that comes into television telling that there is no material more left, and this is on purpose, guys. This is actually sabotaging Ukrainian efforts to win this war. So we have to make that public. We have to talk about it every single day till it changes. And it will not change if we don't talk about it.
Thank you, Luis. Let's go to finance and then Martina. Finance.
Hey, gentlemen, I've been gone for 12-ish hours, maybe a little more, 13, 14 hours. Last I was hearing, there were some fine gentlemen, maybe some women with them, of the Ukrainian armed forces happily moving their way down the Route 66 in Ukraine from Bakhmut towards Severodonetsk. And John Spencer was telling us how this fight was not going to be like the last fight, and Ukraine could take Severodonetsk without losing a massively ridiculous number of men and artillery shells, which made me kind of happy and let me understand how this would look like the last fight. Has there been any news since that was last year, since yesterday evening, European time, in the Skjerdonetsk region?
Not to the best of my knowledge, but Tim and Axel are the ones qualified to comment on this. I think not yet. I think Finance, you and I have to both wait for Yehuda to come and enlighten us to exactly what's going on.
So we'll just hope that Yehuda or TJ or one of our military gentlemen gets a nice happy update, and then we can all know
exactly. I think we'll just have to wait for them.
We also are waiting for a number of events to pan out, as there is substantial movement on the ground since late yesterday afternoon.
Okay, hey, Miss Tweets, just keep your mic muted. Put your hand up. There's a heart with a plus at the bottom. We'll go to Martina, and then if you put your hand up, we'll go to you afterwards. Is that all right? There's a heart with a plus at the bottom. Orange cat, Miss Tweets, and the rightmost option that allows you to raise your hand, like Martina is doing just now. Martina.
Good morning, everybody. I have two things I wanted to mention. First thing to Luis. I obviously also saw about the call, etc. And but then yesterday evening there was like a talk show with Mrs. Maischberger, which I watched. So the people in this talk show all thought that Mr. Scholz called Putin because he will sign that the Marder can be sent to Ukraine, and that therefore he called him. So that there might be a light at the end of the tunnel. I don't know if these people were right, but they were all in agreement about this, and they all thought it will be happening sooner or later. Obviously, I don't have more information than you have, but I wanted to let you know that there are people who think it's going to happen soon. So the other thing was what interesting was in this call, because they published somewhere on a German website, I forgot where, but it was an official website, so that Scholz allegedly said to Putin, additional annexations won't be recognized. Kind of, I mean, I think like the additional referendums are kind of off the table, right? Because of the counter offensive, and I think currently that's kind of old information that he's still trying to do that at the moment. And then B, it kind of implies a little bit, at least the way it was worded in German, that there might be a possibility that the current ones could be accepted. I don't know if that was just the way the person has written it and didn't think about it, but it was like a little weird. Oh, and then I wanted to ask you, Roman, so when I woke up this morning, I read that like Colonel Spencer had posted, it's mega interesting, join MriyaReport, and then people said, yeah, best of Twitter, and so as if there was something mega interesting discussed like last night.
I think you and I were both asleep, Martina, and we'll never get to know.
We don't know.
This is what happens, right? You can't watch TV 24/7. You can't listen to MriyaReport 24/7.
That's the thing. I always have to decide
when you sleep. Exactly. Martina, who was at the Maischberger's panel?
So it was Andrei Melnik, so the ambassador, the Ukrainian Andrei Melnik.
What did he say, and how was he received?
Oh, I love him. I think he did it very well. He was like obviously pro-Ukraine, but not like very fanatic, or he was like, compared to his Twitter, he was like very toned down a little bit. He was also asked,
maybe he's, since he's not the ambassador anymore, or maybe he is, right? He's technically still the ambassador for the
Yeah,
next couple of
until
weeks, and
I
then
think
he's getting replaced.
yeah, I think they said 14th of October or something. So mid of October, I seem to remember. But so then also Mrs. Maischberger asked him so why he writes things like that, also like fuck off or something. And then he said, yeah, that's the emotions. And he did his best, and he hopes that the next ambassador can do it better than he did. Or so he was like really like super, I think super nice. I mean, I liked him before already, but so the way he came across, so very sympathisch, I would say. Yeah, he was there, and then Mr. Masala, like the professor who is like very often on German TV, and so then a journalist from the Welt, and then from ARD a journalist from the German public, and Mr. Sittler, I don't know if you know him, he's an actor, actually, a German actor. Yeah, that was the panel.
So wait, no politicians from the governing party to take the heat.
No, I think they
Well,
all
that
don't
is
want to go.
odd, isn't it, in a political talk show?
Yeah, so that's, it's like all the time, the talk show. I think it's like twice a week, or I don't know, it's relatively often. So not like every 2 days, like high ranking politicians show up.
Okay.
But it's, yeah, in general, I feel like it changes a little, so how the politicians say things, except for Mr. Scholz. He seems to be staying with his, what he said on day one. He seemed to be stuck. It doesn't
No,
give a
no, no.
development.
Martina, stop.
Stop. Yeah.
Yes, I have to jump in here because the speech that he gave on the 28th, I think, or 26th, it was on point. It was a really never again on point. But the actions after that, a disgrace. Sorry.
Yeah, but that's only what he said, right? So not what he did. So there's always a big discrepancy with Mr. Scholz between what he says and what he does.
Well, no, I mean, he says many things, right? That's the thing. He says something, and then 3 days later he says something that sounds completely different. Now, it doesn't necessarily contradict his previous statements outright, but the confusion imbued therein, leads to a slowdown, a general slowdown of all and any action. And I'm starting to think. Well, I'm not starting to think. For months now, I thought this is part of the plan, because if you say lots of things and then it's not exactly clear what you can be called out on, that means you don't have to do nearly as much, and then you can slow things down additionally later again, and not get too much flack for it. And again, for anybody wondering why we're complaining over this, a bunch of people complaining are Germans, and or at least at the very least German residents like Luis, who are the ones complaining the most vociferously and the most loudly about it. One of the German journalists who works in Ukraine a lot, Inolense, yesterday subtweeted or quote tweeted Dmytro Kuleba, the Ukrainian foreign minister, and said, "We are sorry for our government." Right? It's a widely held belief. This isn't about Germans. This isn't about Germany. This is about the German power to be, that is to say, the German government specifically, and their slowness to act. Now, this comes from a long heritage of German consensus politics across all governing parties for the last couple of decades, pretty much, trying to find some sort of a business relationship with Russia, ignoring routinely the concerns of those countries that are actually in the EU and NATO, between Germany and Russia, ignoring their concerns, ignoring their wishes, ignoring their worries about Russia and calling them, paranoid and unfounded, even when they were said by lots of people who have a far better understanding of Russia than these various German politicians ever could possibly have. And this is why the excess German dependency on Russian, at the time cheap Russian energy, was founded. And this is what many German politicians seem to still struggle getting away from, because it's very difficult to say, all of the assumptions that I have been making and all the foreign policy I have been making for the last 15 years, all the foreign policy I might have been suggesting at the time when I was an advisor, 15, 20 years ago to whomever was in power at the time when I wasn't yet a high-ranking politician. All of that was wrong. I was wrong. I was routinely wrong on a number of levels for literally decades about most things I did about foreign policy. Admitting that takes a great person, perhaps, and I would really like it if the German government right now would decide to shut us all up and send 500 Leo 1s and 200 Leo 2s and 300 MADES to Ukraine tomorrow, or indeed today. Why not today? Why not at the top of the hour, perhaps? And then they would shut us all up, and none of us would be able to complain about them anymore. And this is a free hint to anybody who's listening, who might be an advisor to the German government. It's really easy to do this because you are not going to be using those Leos, especially the Leo 1s or the MADES, ever again. The German army doesn't really want to use them ever again anyway. It isn't really going to cost you anything to go ahead and send them, because as far as you're concerned, they're just stuff that's taking up space in storage right now, whereas Ukrainians can put them to excellent use. So if you go ahead and do that, you will get endless good publicity for your government, both domestically and abroad. So please go ahead and do the politically wise decision and send a bunch of stuff that to you is basically scrap metal, and to Ukrainians would make a serious difference when it comes to survivability, and simply put, how many Ukrainian service personnel are going to survive this war and how quickly this war is going to end in its only morally correct fashion, that is to say, with the expulsion of Russia from occupied territories inside Ukraine. It is the easiest political victory you could possibly dream of achieving. You're trading a bunch of stuff that you never want to use again. To stave off a Russian invasion of Europe, like the Russian invasion of Europe currently happening in Ukraine. You're going to trade that for a massive political win. But again, the MADES and the Leo 1s, you're never going to want to use again anyway. It's not like you're risking something. It's not like you're risking your future ability or capability. Just let Rheinmetall send them, and then you go ahead and send some more. And by some more, I mean lots more. It's the easiest political win you can possibly have. It's stuff that was, if you think about the MADES started to be produced, and actually can correct me on this, but I think in 1961, something like that, 1962, 1960. What does that mean? That means that the people who actually paid for the MADES are either deep into retirement or dead. You're not spending your taxpayers' money on sending these. The taxpayers' money was spent on these in the 1960s. It shouldn't be a political risk that stuff that you bought 50, 55, 60 years ago, you're now sending off to Ukraine, right? Because that isn't a political risk. What it is a cheap political victory. So take the free advice and go ahead and do that, please. Sooner the better. Honestly, 4 months ago, but today works too. Finance?
1959.
Oh, well, there you go. Finance?
Yeah, I'm just here to give, as the military guys say, supporting fires to this idea. Look, it used to sometimes feel in the space on particularly bad days that we were some of the few people calling for Ukrainian victory as a given. At this point, if you can't see the writing on the wall, even Russian propagandists can't handle the truth right now and are smoking large amounts of copium to deal with the fact that Ukraine is like mopping things up. Can't even say that giving them IFVs would make them win faster because they seem to be advancing so quickly. It's hard to imagine what could make them move faster. But the point that giving them better equipment, even if better equipment means 40-year-old IFVs, that will 100% save Ukrainian lives, because we literally have pictures of some of these guys going into battle in four-wheel drive trucks, not semis, like a pickup truck, like a standard old-fashioned pickup truck, maybe with a machine gun in back, maybe not, just following along with the guys. It's nuts. Clearly not, their whole military doesn't have that. They have tanks, they have lots of new Russian equipment or old Russian equipment they have to fix up because it's all a mess. But if a guy has a serious IFV that has some armor, has the real deal, there's a much better chance they survive if a Russian that still has the will to fight and fires some weapons at them decides to do so. So at this point, it's just killing Ukrainians to not send this stuff. So I think it's absolutely vile and disgusting, and yet another way that we see certain politicians, most notably Chancellor Olaf Scholz, who I insult on every single chance he comes up, because there's nothing else to do with Mr. Scholz other than to insult his complete lack of spine and his moral repugnance, and the fact that he will have a horrible place down in hell when he eventually dies, which would be preferably sooner than later, but we can't be so lucky. But no, seriously, seriously, Scholz, just send some IFVs. You don't need them. You will save Ukrainian lives. Put Germany on the side of saving somebody's life instead of letting them die from a genocidal power for a change. It's not hard.
Thank you, Finance. See, it's not hard. Take the cheap political victory where you can get it. Finally, so many people will get off your case. Why not do this, Luis?
Yeah, I just wanted to add one thing more to the discussion, because what it's astonishing for me is that the German public, or a lot of German public, is still not connecting the high prices of energy that we are now paying here in Europe to the lack of action from Olaf Scholz. Because if it was made absolutely clear to the public that if we give Ukraine the power to defend themselves and go out victorious out of this war, energy prices will come down again. And that's why every single person here in Germany should be pushing Olaf Scholz to send everything we have in stock to Ukraine, so we can end this monetary crisis that actually is going on in Europe. And I don't understand why this connection is not being made, but that I think that's also a crucial thing that we have to point out here in the space, that has some connection.
Thank you, Luis. Yeah, I mean, look, let's just put it this way. Dear Bundeskanzler, please silence your critics. Please do all you can to silence your critics, and by silencing your critics, we mean send lots of very good kit to Ukraine ASAP. And some even not that excellent kit, but pretty good kit that's 60 years old, for which you weren't yet alive to pay the taxes for, nor was the vast majority of your electorate. It's great. It's the easiest thing you can possibly do. You're trading stuff that's sitting in a warehouse for political points. You're not going to use it. It is useless to you. Those Leo 1s and Mades, the German army is never going to want to use them again. It is very, very easy indeed for you to gain political points from. That's what we're getting at. This is the cheapest free advice you will ever get, and the best free advice you'll ever get. Get your political points. Do it. Do it for Ukraine. Okay. Piotr.
Hello, greetings from Poland. I just want to say, Dzień dobry. Yeah, I just want to say that as a Polish citizen, I'm very proud for my country that we are strongly support Ukraine, and I believe we will support until the victory day. and even further. And we are really upset here in Poland that Germany don't want to send anything, literally anything. And even our prime minister at the beginning of this war went to Germany and literally in front of German public humiliated chancellor for sending, famous helmets. Shit. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Sorry, because the Twitter just disappeared. And at this point, Poland, we actually demilitarized it. We've sent everything we could, and we are even in danger because we don't have much equipment at this point, and we are trying to get from everywhere what we can. But it's really annoying and upsetting that Germans don't want to send anything. And from my point of view, they don't really want Ukraine to win this war. They want you. They can't allow to make Ukraine strong in Europe because it's threatening their position in Europe.
So
I think
let's walk through this. Germany sent a lot of stuff, as a matter of fact, right? They sent 2,000 Gepards now, more are coming. They sent a few M270 Mars, right? They call it the Mars. It's the M270 MLRS, slightly modified. They sent some Panzerhaubitze. They took the Danish M113s and spent money on them to get them upgraded with better equipment, better armaments. They sent a bunch of manpads, a bunch of Stingers, a bunch of other stuff. They sent a bunch of anti-tank weapons, 20,000 anti-tank weapons altogether. They sent fancy counter-battery radars and other radars for Humvees. They sent anti-drone jamming systems. They sent a bunch of stuff, right? A bunch of engineering vehicles, lots of other vehicles, from Amarok SUVs to a bunch of pickups to a bunch of trucks, machine guns, ammo for all sorts of stuff, from Gepards to small arms ammunition to machine gun ammunition, like heavy machine gun ammunition, to missiles for the Maas, to stuff for the Panzerfaust 3, as well as a bunch of other things. Right? They sent a lot of stuff. However, what they haven't, and they're about to send some IRIS-Ts as well, which is really good, right? Because that makes a real difference. What they haven't sent is the problem, and the communication around it is the problem, right? Like you said, the Polish prime minister got to go to Germany and basically embarrass the German politicians in Germany because of the way that the German politicians have been communicating about things. Instead of saying, yes, we can, and we've done this, and we will do this, they say, no, we've done plenty, and no, but we can't do these other things. And they keep focusing on, we can't do this, we can't do that, and they keep coming up with excuses. Fundamentally, it's a problem of psychology, and it's a problem of communication. It's not that Germany isn't sending things. It is that the German government has blocked the German defense industry from sending things that the German defense industry said they can send, and they keep coming up with excuses why they're not able to be why these things aren't allowed to be sent, even though they're 60 years old, and of course they could be sent if there was political will. The problem that the German government has is a problem of reticence that is deeply inbuilt, and I think that we can discuss why, but it doesn't really matter. There's a deeply inbuilt reticence. Secondly, they keep coming up with excuses why they're not allowed to send certain things. And thirdly, they claim that what they sent is enough, but we can all see that it isn't, because there's this really easy way to also send hundreds of Leo 1s and hundreds of Madas and maybe a few hundred Leo 2s as well. So it's not true that they don't send anything. They sent a bunch of stuff. A lot of it is pretty good. A lot of it is very useful. The problem is that they don't send the most useful things, and they keep coming up with excuses why they're not being able to send those, and that is the bulk of the communication you hear out of them. So part of what is said is true, part of it isn't, but it's certainly the perception that most people have about what Germany is doing, in the sense that they're not sending any things, because everybody still remembers the first month when all they talked about was helmets. Or the bulk of what we talked about was helmets, and that's certainly the perception that they've sent into the world. So do you see kind of how it is, Piotr, right? They send some really good stuff, but not nearly enough, and avoiding sending a lot of good things that they could be sending.
Yeah, I totally agree, and maybe it was a little bit unfair saying that they sending nothing. What I just meant was for Poland is a rich country, and we basically spend like much more, and I know Germany could spend and send much more stuff, but for some reason they don't. But anyway, thank you very much for giving me opportunity to give my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Piotr. Yeah, and see, this is the thing, right? Germany now ends up with a lot of bad publicity because it's being upstaged by its neighbors to the east, and it's let's say peers to the west. Because every so often, what do we hear from the Brits, or what do we hear from the Americans? No, bunch more stuff going, right? And it's a nice laundry list of things that are being sent, or they don't say, and there's other things that we can't even specify. Whereas when Germany announces what's going, it seems to go into excess detail, almost as though the government is excusing its otherwise lack of action. But 80% of the communication about things going is just them kind of trying to weasel out why they're not sending other stuff. So it's just making the perception even worse than the reality already is. The reality is unimpressive. The communication makes it look appalling. There you go. That's the fullness of explanation here. Thank you, Piotr. Luis.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to point out. Germany is indeed sending a lot of stuff, but nothing, or almost nothing, that would implicate Russia to be defeated on the ground. So you cannot win the war with bullets, or only with bullets. Let's say it like this. The things that Ukraine needs, Germany keeps telling them that they don't need this. They need other stuff that they are sending. And this is also the Western arrogance that the Ukrainians are talking about since months, that we still in this situation keep telling them what they need instead of giving them what they are asking for.
Can I interrupt?
And
Miss Tweets, I've explained this earlier. Can you please mute your mic when you come up and kindly put up your hand like Luis and Piotr did before? There's a heart with a plus right at the bottom of the screen.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I'm from the Netherlands. I would like to respond. I'm so sorry.
That's fine. Miss Tweets, that's okay. You can be sorry all you want, and you can be from the Netherlands all you want. Those are both perfectly acceptable things to do. Now you can please put your hand up using the heart with a plus right at the bottom of your screen. Click that, and then the rightmost icon is to put your hand up, and this way we can maintain congeniality and order and peace, and not have interruptions unnecessarily. Luis, wherever you were, please continue, and Miss Tweets, please find the button to put your hand up.
Yeah, that's exactly the point that I also wanted to point out, but you put it in perfect words, Dolman. So Germany is sending a lot of money, a lot of medical aid, a lot of stuff like that, and then small arms and stuff like that. But they need hard stuff, rocket launchers, and I'm not a military guy. I don't understand a lot of that, but they need the hard stuff that Germany has and is able to provide, but it doesn't want to. So that's it. And one other thing that I also wanted to talk about, but maybe Miss T wants to respond first to that.
I think Miss Tweets took a leave of departure for unknown reason. I think she's having trouble locating the correct buttons.
Oh, okay. And
there's only like 6. It shouldn't be that hard.
And this is also where I was really, really shocked yesterday by seeing this is the new stuff that Amnesty International made. I mean, beside of what we have seen the
But
last.
Luis,
Yeah,
let's
yeah,
always
yeah.
start by describing, because it's really bad radio when people don't